these leaders that they call leaders. This included Lena Horne. This included Dick Gregory. And this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
He said, these are not leaders, these are puppets and clowns, referring to comics being propped up by the white establishment to so-called lead the black community. And even as he makes a mistake, even as he slips up, Malcolm X is still prophetic. And now we're seeing that even in the white community, the same counterinsurgent methods are being used. Now, whether you support Joe Rogan or Mark Maron, the question here is, should comics even be in politics? Now, I'm not saying whether or not they should joke about politics. Sure, do whatever you want on stage. However, should they be involved in politics outside of their stand-up? Should they be influencing the so-called culture? Now, I'm not going to focus on Joe Rogan and the Rogan sphere because there's plenty of videos highlighting and breaking down how pathetic it is that he's dictating what comedy is. I mean, this is a guy who only really caught a break because Mitzi Shore from the Comedy Store had a liking to him. But even as a kid watching Talking Monkeys in Space on Spike TV, I wasn't impressed. Rogan was never popular because of his comedy, not because of his stand-up. It was news radio. It was commentating for the UFC. It was Fear Factor. It was his podcast that broke through, not his stand-up. I mean, prior to that, he was most known for calling out Carlos Mencia.
No, I've never seen George Lopez can grab you by your fucking neck and slam you up against the left back of the wall for ripping off his shit. You ain't feel special? Yes, he did. What? You know what? You're that fucking joker, bro. That's not why.
And yet he switched up when Amy Schumer was on his podcast, and everyone knew that she was also a joke thief.
Only the one bit. It was only the Wendy Liebman joke, right? Well, there's a Mark Maron one too. But the Mark Maron one that people are saying is like, boy, that's a pretty obvious premise. But, you know, I don't know, man. Who the fuck knows? You know, who knows? It's not good. If I wasn't friends with her, if she was anybody else, people would want her head.
Yeah.
If she was some asshole, you know, like if she was Mencia, like if this came out that Mencia had a new show and all this shit was on, people would want his head. There would be blood in the water.
Instead, what I'm going to be focusing on is Mark Maron and the influences around Air America and Jon Stewart with The Daily Show and the liberals' pathetic attempt to combat these right-wing mouthpieces, when in fact, liberals are part of the problem. Maron's bit about Theo Von and Hitler is hilarious and too accurate for comfort. However, Maron has been after Joe Rogan and the Rogan sphere for quite some time now because he recognizes that they're hacks. Even before it got political, he disliked them. And I don't know why everyone's acting like Joe Rogan and Maron have to like hang out. They've done it before, and Maron just showed his belly the entire time. But again, this was when it was strictly about comedy and not really about politics. Joe Rogan's right-wing turn was fairly predictable. He's clearly a meathead, always misses jokes that go over his head with his whole martial arts background. I mean, find me a gym that doesn't have a Blue Lives Matter flag or some type of military service flag and sign me up. It's almost impossible. Add to the mix that he was getting filthy rich. I mean, it was unavoidable. The guy likes to pretend that he was the average Joe, but he spent most of his time in Hollywood. While they couldn't be any more different on stage, it's kind of hilarious the parallels that Mark Maron and Joe Rogan have off stage, which I'm sure adds to Maron's disgruntled hatred, a constructive criticism, whatever you want to call it, towards Rogan. Before Joe Rogan had Donald Trump, before he had Bernie Sanders, before he had any politician, Mark Maron had Barack Obama in his garage. And it's this self-righteous smugness of saying, I get to dictate, I get to choose what war criminals we get to humanize that I can't stand.
Clearly, presidents go on your podcast for a reason. You can't laugh it off. And I think
people running for president.
People running for president.
It's a very different game.
Oh, well, that's the other question. When you see people running for president going on podcasts, do you have parts?
We would never do that.
Oh, really? Do you feel so you do feel at all reflect upon your influence on having podcast seem as a political space in that way?
Well, I mean, I think that we went out of our way to, you know, the only thing that made it a political space when Obama was on was that he was the sitting president. But the goal was not to do that kind of interview. Yeah. That wasn't going to, you know, necessarily serve as policy or have that wonky conversation. You know, but we never have politicians on. because, you know, I have experience in talking to politicians from Air American stuff, and you cannot have a campaigning politician on, you know, almost in any way without signing off on whatever they're doing, even if you're pushing back. You know, it just, you're giving them the space, you know, so you want to be part of their campaign, even if you're pushing back, you're still part of their campaign, and they're going to use you as such.
I mean, look at Maron's face. He's appalled, almost disgusted that anyone would even suggest that what he did with Barack Obama is anywhere close to what Joe Rogan did with Donald Trump. That he wouldn't ever interview a politician while he was on a campaign. But you're going to tell me that going into re-election, Mark Maron would have denied Obama? Now here's the issue. This is towards the end of Obama's second administration. He had already committed war crimes. He had already failed to complete his promises to American people. He had already embraced the right-wing turn of the Democratic Party that started with Bill Clinton and arguably with Carter. Now, keep in mind, the interview was in 2015 and Barack Obama's term ended in January 2017. There was plenty to talk about, and they did talk about politics. Whether it was about gun control, healthcare, or the surveillance state, Maron never pushed back, not once.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I want to shout out Nightish. You know what? He and I have gone back and forth a time or two. But one thing I have to say, he is a good guy. And you know what? We will probably have a clash of ideas in the future. But one thing I learned this morning is that guy is you know, he kind of is a good supporter of new YouTube shows. And I want to shout out him and his subscribers for their support. We can just call them supporters of the show and the host today. They are sponsors. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you share it out if you like the show. Just a quick description, because there may be one or two subscribers. This show is mainly news, politics, and culture. I don't really do a whole lot of, I don't know, what would you call it? Like the normal red pill, black men versus black women. You know, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with black culture any more than any other culture. So anyway, it's mostly news, politics, and American culture specifically, and history. You know, I'm a history buff, so it will get boring at times, but we have our share of fuckery. Usually more towards the weekend. My observation is the week starts out all wonky and dry and boring, but I think necessary. And, you know, as everybody gets tired and all that stuff, towards the weekend, it gets a little bit more fuckery bound. But, and I had a good weekend. I don't particularly like doing shows, especially on Sundays, but you know what? It is like the first couple weeks of my son being back in school, and I literally am doing anything to avoid, you know, housework. So the shows were my excuse. So anyway, this is, I don't know if people are aware, but Mark Maron has kind of been in, you know, in the news on the fold or below the fold, and probably in the B section of the newspaper. He's retiring the WTF podcast. If he hasn't done it, he's going to do it like in the next year, I think. And he was basically like a left-wing Joe Rogan, though never as popular. But he was actually, you know, more or less the left version, and then there was Joe Rogan. So maybe he was proto Joe Rogan would be better, except he was on the left. So that's what this particular video is about. this dude, Deculturation is the name of the YouTube channel. The host is basically trying to connect some dots here, basically saying the left is as bad as MAGA. And I tend to disagree, of course. You know, I am center left. It's just my personality. It's just always where I wind up being. The right isn't awful sometimes. And sometimes I find the progressive left a little bit like the MAGA movement. It can be. I am a believer that there is such a thing as horseshoe politics. So anyway, enough of my boring stuff. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button.
For the last 6.5 years, what I've tried to do is to build up a legal structure that is consistent with our values and due process, build up a intelligence system that is consistent with our civil liberties. Yeah. And sometimes my supporters will write and say, you know, there's some stuff here that you're doing that's just like Bush. And what I explain to them is the problems with the excesses of our counterterrorism approach after 9/11 were real, and waterboarding and torture and renditions. Right. We stopped. But that doesn't mean that we don't have real problems out there and that there aren't balances that we've got to strike and figure out. And it's complicated. And we've got to be mindful that whatever abstract views you have about drones or that you have about intelligence gathering, that if you were sitting there in the Situation Room, you'd realize that you've got some responsibilities and you've got some choices to make. And it's not all, clear cut.
Sure, he wasn't campaigning, but Maron was helping Obama whitewash his presidency before it was even over. Now here was Obama in Maron's garage, downplaying and trying to normalize his use of drones. And Maron couldn't muster the courage. He could not find his spine to push back, not once. And yet he lacks the self-awareness to realize that he's a hypocrite.
Yet drones have become normalized, son. Even the Houthis, who are a fourth world nation, have drones. Russia uses drones to strike Ukraine. Ukraine uses drones to strike Russia, Hamas. I think it's mostly Israel using drones against Hamas, but the bottom line is they're cheaper than missiles and a little bit easier to control. So pushback against normalizing, I'm not sure. Maybe your argument is back then using drones wasn't normalized, but that's not true either. Don't know where you're going here, but I have no clue. But let's see.
When he's complaining that reactionary comedians are doing the exact same thing that he did for Obama before Donald Trump and the Republican Party. But this seems to be the norm with these political comedic commentators.
Is the answer the Democratic Party's ripe for a takeover, and they just need to find the right reality host that can get in there and start lining up all of those interests.
Please, no reality host. I beg of you.
Jeff Probst, maybe Jeff Probst, Survivor.
Unless John, you're thinking of throwing your hat in the ring, which I know many people want you to throw your hat in the ring. If that's what you're suggesting, we can talk about that. But
the so-called independent left media has been begging Jon Stewart to run for the presidency. They want their own celebrity up there. That's their solution to losing to Donald Trump. These liberals are always falling behind the Republican Party. It's pathetic. Liberals love to praise Jon Stewart for taking down Tucker Carlson in Crossfire, not realizing that he exposes himself as a hypocrite when he hides behind being a comic, being on Comedy Central, following a puppet show for his excuse of why he can't ask presidential candidates like John Kerry hard-hitting questions.
The thing is, we need your help. Right now you're helping the politicians and the corporations, and we're left out there to mow our lawns.
You said we're too rough on them when they make mistakes.
No, you're not too rough on them. You are part of their strategies. You're partisan, what do you call it, hacks.
Wait, John. Wait. Let me tell you something valuable that I think we do that I'd like to see.
Something valuable?
Yeah. No. It's
I would
nice
like to- I would
when
like to hear
politicians
it.
and I'll tell you when politicians come on.
Yeah.
It's nice to get them to try and answer the question. And in order to do that, we try and ask them pointed questions. I want to contrast our questions with some questions you asked John Kerry.
If you want to compare your show to a comedy show, you're more than welcome to.
Here's the point.
If
Kerry doesn't have.
If that's your goal,
No, it's not.
I would name for us. I'd aim for
Here's the
Seinfeld.
problem.
That's
Kerry
a very
won't-
good show.
Kerry won't come on this show. He will come on your show. Let me suggest why he wants.
Well, we have civilized discourse.
Well, here's an example of civilized discourse. Here are three of the questions you asked, John.
Yeah.
You have a chance to interview the Democratic nominee. You ask him questions such as, quote, how are you holding up? Is it hard not to take the attacks personally?
Yeah.
Have you ever flip-flopped, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
Didn't you feel like you got the chance to interview the guy? Why not ask him a real question instead of just suck up to him?
Yeah, how you holding up is a real suck up.
Jon Stewart slips up multiple times in this interaction, and for whatever reason, liberals don't pick it up. He literally says that the reason why politicians are comfortable going on the Daily Show with him, it's because he has civilized discourse on his show. I'm gonna link that interview. It's old as hell, but watch it and tell me if there's any difference between what Jon Stewart is doing and what Jimmy Fallon did for Donald Trump. But at least Jon Stewart, unlike Mark Maron, wasn't hiding behind the fact that, oh, I wouldn't interview a politician on a campaign. But I think it proves that Mark Maron, just like Jon Stewart, would have done a fluff interview for Barack Obama's re-election campaign as well. Because
basing a whole argument on a counterfactual or a woulda, coulda, shoulda, not an effective argument. People like Be Brave and others in that weird anti-black space, they base 50% of their opinions on woulda, coulda, shoulda. This isn't a fact-based argument, and I'm not saying it should be fact-based. Opinion is certainly welcome and necessary, as long as you realize you're not dealing in facts. Being so sure of your opinion without just saying, hey, this is my opinion, it may work on some people, but it doesn't work on people who can actually think critically.
these self-righteous liberals truly believe that they're helping and aiding the country by promoting the Democratic Party, even when they're aiding and abetting a genocide of Palestinians by the Zionist entity. There are no red lines for liberals. They have no principles. They have no standards that they're willing to step over, forget, ignore, and break apart for the Democratic Party. I truly can't understand the smugness of the liberal mind. The segment on Crossfire ends with Jon Stewart at a loss for words by a simple question by an audience member.
Why do you think?
I'm going to also make another observation. I think this was back in 2004. That's like 21 years ago. How is this relevant now? I don't find this argument even interesting. We may have to bail. This is not a good argument. Something that politics, pre-MAGA politics, not sure that you're landing your punches here.
It's hard or difficult or impossible for politicians to answer a straight, simple question.
I don't think it's hard. I just think that nobody holds their feet to the fire to do it, so they don't have to. They get to come on, shows that don't.
They're too easy on them?
Yeah. Not
Ask
easy.
how you holding up and
Began
stuff
by
like
saying
that?
we were too hard on people and too difficult or contentious. I think you're, yeah.
All right, Jon Stewart, come back soon.
Jon Stewart, good of you to join us. Thank you very much. The book is America, A Citizen's Guide to Democracy.
Jon Stewart does not ask the hard questions of politicians, and neither will his comedic peer, Mark Maron. But like Malcolm X said, what do we expect from these clowns? The role of liberals is not to challenge power. Now, it's important to keep in mind that while Maron had criticisms of Joe Rogan personally or his comedy, this whole raging out about Rogan's political position, as well as Theo Vaughn and others in the Rogan.
Okay, so the point is, well, liberal comedians or podcasters don't ask hard questions either. I hope that's his point. The problem with Joe Rogan is he doesn't know how to ask hard questions because he doesn't know the issues. So the point is, Mark Maron doesn't ask hard questions either. This is a whataboutism type of argument, and it would take me about 10 minutes to deconstruct this argument to a point to where it would become a shouting match.
Sphere is being done while he's doing a press tour. While I'm not saying he doesn't mean what he's saying, that he's not genuine in his criticism, he definitely is. This is also financially benefiting him and bringing more attention to his HBO special, which again, I thought it was great. In this press tour, he was reunited with his old era.
Okay, again, complaining about Mark Maron's HBO special, which I actually need to look at. I've been meaning to do it because I think Mark Maron is actually really smart in his comedy. But why are we making a Joe Rogan comparison? Joe Rogan, that deal he made with what I can't even remember the podcast company or the streaming service. Again, the comparison is ridiculous. That HBO special didn't make anything like Joe Rogan makes. Joe Rogan gets paid for being dumb and slightly funny.
American friend Sam Cedar. For those of you that don't know what Air America was, it was essentially the liberal response to right-wing AM talk radio, or like the cool kids NPR. It was a bunch of mediocre comedians trying to cover politics, and Mark Maron is forced to address his hypocrisy.
The right-wing political comics is that there's a blurring of the line of comic and commentator or influencer. All of a sudden, within the last 10 years, you have comedians who are like, talking about, China relations. And it's like, okay, I guess that's part of the job. I don't know when that happened, but
I mean,
what?
I mean, Air America was
oh yeah,
certainly
so we
part of
did
it.
it. Another thing, it's our fault. Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's necessarily something wrong with it. Obviously, that's what I do. I don't know that I'm a comedian. I feel like I'm more of like a political commentator who's mildly amusing.
You're very funny.
But more importantly, he acknowledges that he lacked the knowledge to actually be talking about politics and has just started to get comfortable with it now.
And also to speak in depth about politics, I'm usually over my head, and it's taken me a long time to just be broad enough from however much I'm informed to make statements that I think are based in my beliefs. I mean, when I was on Air America, or even on our show, I was out of my depth in a lot of ways, just with, keeping on top of the narrative and being able to sort of critically understand it. So I don't claim to do that. But I think a lot of people now, because of the advent of never-ending bullshit information, they claim that they can do that. And the right wing has opened up the sort of expanded the minds of fairly shallow people into believing that they can debate, that they have a point of view, and that it's based in this very slippery slope of evolving bullshit that gets them worked up.
And yet Maron is incapable of saying, I'm part of the problem. He's talking to a failed stand-up, failed Hollywood sitcom producer.
Hey, Maron doesn't think he's part of the problem. That's why he can't admit it. Now admit you're part of the problem with this weak ass comparison. Dude, there's an X-Men comic over your right shoulder. Should we take you seriously?
Sam Cedar, who has over 1 million subscribers and can't even define what anti-Zionism or Zionism is.
Rotten the Pig says, if you're not anti-Zionist if you believe that Israel has a right to exist. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist? I don't know about that.
How?
I mean, well, no. Like, I believe Israel has a right to exist. I just don't think it can exist as a Jewish state as opposed to a democratic one. Like, I mean, I think, and I think we'll probably have a guest on in this in terms of like, the definition of Zionism is sometimes can be a little bit like sort of evasive. I don't know that I've ever really considered myself anti-Zionist per se. But if being a Zionist is to support Israel as it is currently configured, fundamentally so, that we have a tier of second-class citizens, and then also maintaining what is now appears to be a permanent occupation, not annexation, then yes, I am an anti-Zionist.
Mhm.
But I don't think that Israel should disappear.
Again, the question is whether they're a failed comic or not. Should they be talking about politics off stage? Why are we listening to them? I can't stress this enough. I think Mark Maron is hilarious,
Whoa.
and it's
Wait, should they be talking politics off stage? Sam Cedar has a whole podcast. Joe Rogan has a whole podcast. There are several comedians who have whole podcasts. They're also American citizens. Of course they can talk American politics. What the fuck are you talking about, son? They're voters. Why can't they talk American politics? This is a weird take. And just weird. Of course they can. They're citizens.
great to see a comic get better as he ages. But when it comes to politics, he's a hypocrite. And the rest of these comedic commentators, these liberal hacks, cannot truly combat these reactionary propagandists because their ideology forbids them from.
You are never going to tell me that Theo Von knows about politics. And son, this weird attack against liberals, you need to be maybe more defining of what a liberal is. And you know what? We'll let that go. But you are a shining example of horseshoe politics.
Doing so because that's not their role. Their role is to maintain the status quo while making you believe that they're making things better. From the Pitfalls of Liberalism by Kwame Ture,
Dude, liberals are supposed to be maintaining a status quo. Literally, what do conservatives want? And I'm talking more political definitions, liberal versus conservative. And conservatives are liberals if you actually want to do political philosophy. Kwame Ture, why is that relevant to this argument?
reason the liberal seeks to stop confrontation, and this is the second pitfall of liberalism, is that his role, regardless of what he says, is really to maintain the status quo rather than to change it. He enjoys economic stability from the status quo, and if he fights for change, he is risking his economic stability. What the liberal is really saying is that he hopes to bring about justice and economic stability for everyone through reform, that somehow the society will be able to keep expanding without redistributing the wealth. What the liberal really wants is to bring about change which will not in any way endanger his position. The liberal says it is a fact that you are poor, and it is a fact that some people are rich, but we can make you rich without affecting those people who are rich. I do not know how poor people are going to get economic security without affecting the rich in a given country, unless one is going to exploit another people's. I think that if we follow the logic of the liberal to its conclusion, we will find that all we can get from it is that in order for society to become equitable, we must begin to exploit other peoples. Because of the above reasons, because the liberal is incapable of bringing about the human idealism which he preaches, what usually happens is that the oppressed whom he has been talking to finally become totally disgusted with the liberal and begins to think that the liberal has been sent to the oppressed to misdirect their struggle, to keep them confused so that the oppressor can continue to rule them. So whether the liberal likes it or not, he finds himself being lumped by the oppressed with the oppressor. Of course, he is part of that group. The final confrontation, when it does come about.
Well, the problem with this sort of far left logic, like a Kwame Ture, and I don't know if Du Bois was white to this point. To me, Du Bois was not that much of an obvious socialist. He was an unlikely socialist who was a socialist, I guess. Or you know, you might even go towards communist, but he's probably more of a socialist. This is a hollow argument. Kwame Ture is making a hollow argument. People always want to talk about what can be without effectively dealing with what is. On the surface, this is a good argument, but then you have to apply a historical lens to it. And it is not human nature for people to go, that's wrong. And, you know, they're not going to sacrifice what they got. They're not going to sacrifice their family situation. If they're in a good situation, they're not going to do it. That's what government is for. And the far left wants, what they don't tell you is that they will do a revolution just like MAGA will do a revolution. If you actually go and you listen to some of Zoran Mamdani's stuff, there will be a revolution to redistribute wealth if their agenda is taken to its ultimate end. The one thing that America, at least in a very narrow sense, has been able to strike a balance. And I've heard people who are like DSA, Zoran Mamdani types, basically appreciating Donald Trump because he's a useful idiot. Destabilizing the US government and kind of the culture in a way, they think will make it ripe for, you know, a Zoran Mamdani to ascend. It's a weird politics that is just as weird. DSA can be just as weird as MAGA. And I'm just not, you know, I'm not into those sorts of extremes. Is revolution necessary? Probably not at this stage.
Will, of course, include the liberal on the side of the oppressor. Therefore, if the oppressed really want a revolutionary change, he has no choice but to rid himself of those liberals in his rank. Liberals, quite frankly, always pave the way for fascists. Whether it's Obama expanding drone warfare or restricting our civil rights, normalizing things legally that George W. Bush wouldn't even dare, or Hillary Clinton using the Pied Piper strategy to boost up Donald Trump because she thought it was going to be an easy victory. And yes, now she's praising him. Congrats. Congratulations, liberals. We definitely should have voted for her. But I'm not even truly mad at their actions. I understand what the role is. What I get annoyed about, what I'm frustrated about, what I'm disgusted about is the hypocrisy. It's the smugness. It's the self-righteous indignation that they pretend they have the right to have. Maron had the opportunity to confront Joe Rogan on Joe Rogan's own show. And again, I'm a fan of his comedy because of his personality. But when you roll over in front of Joe Rogan, when you're face to face, and later on you want to act tough when you're on a press tour for your new HBO special, I can't take you serious. More importantly, your politics don't deserve being taken seriously. Now tell me in the comments what other political commentator, what other lefty on YouTube was able to use Malcolm X and Kwame Ture in order to cover this Mark Maron Joe Rogan drama. I'll wait. You won't see it out there. So go ahead. If you're sick and tired of the same bland white takes, subscribe, hit the like, and more importantly, leave a comment. I appreciate it. Ya estuvo.
Well, I enjoyed that, except every DSA type who thinks, or every black radical, go to Jared Ball's channel. You will get this kind of commentary. Now, if you're maybe to be different, you should do it in Spanish. That might work. SKC, good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Brian Nichols. Good morning, Slick Rick. This isn't horrible, but I'm just not into you know, the like farther reaches of leftism. they're no better than MAGA sometimes. So it goes. So I have a ton of news articles, and then I also have probably a good 4 hours worth, maybe even a little bit more than 4 hours worth of videos. It's all going to be boring. So either it's to continue SKC's point about me understanding natural law. I have one more, oddly enough, kind of a weird opposition to natural law, which will be interesting if you can stay awake through the news articles. Rogan for the win. Yeah, Brian. Rogan for the financial win. Rogan is not that influential, at least to my mind. Maybe there are people who look to Rogan for political wisdom, but I can't imagine why anyone would. He's a good guy, but that's about it. Who's mildly amusing, with some weird diets and obsessions with UFC. And anyway, U.S. National Guard troops in Washington to begin carrying weapons, officials say. Some National Guard units, not all of them, in Washington, D.C., have started carrying firearms with handguns and rifles under strict rules for use of force. President Donald Trump is considering expanding the military deployments to other Democratic-led cities like Baltimore, Chicago, New York. Trump has described some large cities run by Democrats as dangerous and filthy, despite falling crime rates in places like Baltimore. Well, you know what? I hope the National Guard will also pick up trash if that's if that's a criticism. The National Guard will appreciate that. Trump's D.C. takeover produces moderate drop in crime and huge spike in immigration requests, which leads me to actually believe that was the reason. He's going to go to Chicago. He's going to go to L.A. He's going to go to D.C. He's going to go to New York. This is basically, part of the deportation dragnet. And Baltimore, I don't know. I'd have to ask Ryan, does Baltimore have a lot of immigrants? But I don't think it's that much of a coincidence that ICE arrests went up way more and crime rates dropped only slightly. Now we're maybe into, is this the second week or third week of DC being commandeered? So I think it's more a win for Trump's deportation policies. And I'm waiting for some American citizen to be deported mistakenly. San Francisco had avoided Trump's ire until now. So we'll listen to this.
San Francisco had avoided Trump's ire until now. This article is by Kellen Browning and Heather Knight and read by an automated voice. President Trump had largely left San Francisco alone this year as he targeted Democratic-led cities and insisted federal troops were needed to restore order. San Francisco, long the subject of attacks from conservatives over its problems with drug use and homelessness, seemed to be turning a corner in the national consciousness. Crime was falling, and a moderate new mayor was celebrating progress toward a downtown recovery. That changed on Friday, when Mr. Trump added the city to the list of places where he might send in the National Guard, which he had already done in Washington and Los Angeles. You look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco, they've destroyed it, Mr. Trump told reporters in the Oval Office. We can clean that up too. We'll clean that one up too. The idea that San Francisco was back in the president's crosshairs was immediately shrugged off by some local leaders. It's a lot of bluster and insanity, said Nancy Tung, the chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party. If he wants to try to roll a tank down Lombard Street, go ahead, she said, referring to the city's famously serpentine street. We're ready. Seeking to project a tough-on-crime image and railing against, quote, bloodthirsty criminals. Mr. Trump ordered National Guard members to Washington last week, even though violent crime has fallen recently there. In June, Mr. Trump deployed them in Los Angeles over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom, suggesting they were needed to restore order during chaotic protests over deportations. For a while, it seemed that San Francisco might have fallen off Mr. Trump's radar. 7 months into Mr. Trump's second term, San Francisco had generally avoided his rhetorical wrath and the militarization that took place elsewhere. Even when he took aim at a wider list of Democratic enclaves last week after first singling out Washington, Mr. Trump mentioned New York, Chicago, Baltimore, and Oakland, but not San Francisco. At the time, San Francisco leaders said they were watching the administration warily. Some said it was possible the city had been ignored because it had already begun embracing a law and order approach before Mr. Trump returned to office. Fed up with homelessness problems, drug-plagued neighborhoods, and a wave of property crime, San Francisco voters veered toward the middle in the past several elections. They recalled 3 school board members and a progressive prosecutor who had eliminated cash bail, and they backed a ballot measure giving the police more power. Most notably, voters last year ousted San Francisco's Mayor London Breed in favor of Daniel Lurie, a nonprofit leader and heir to the Levi Strauss fortune who made cracking down on crime and reducing homelessness staples of his campaign. Mr. Lurie, unlike other California leaders, has avoided national issues and has refused to utter Mr. Trump's name this year. That held true even on Friday, when the mayor ignored Mr. Trump's threat. My administration has made safe and clean streets our top priority, and the results are clear. Crime is at its lowest point in decades. Visitors are coming back, and San Francisco is on the rise, Mr. Lurie said in a statement. Bilal Mahmood, an elected city supervisor who represents the Tenderloin, a low-income neighborhood that has long struggled with drug markets, had a decidedly different response for the president. Donald Trump is a coward, Mr. Mahmood said. San Francisco is actually on the upswing, and he's afraid of Democratic cities doing better. Mr. Trump did not offer specifics on sending National Guard troops to San Francisco, and there is no guarantee he will ever do so. When a reporter in the Oval Office asked whether he had taken, quote, concrete steps to deploy troops in Chicago, another city he mentioned on Friday, the president said he had not. It is also unclear whether Mr. Trump can use federal troops to police cities outside of Washington, where he has greater federal authority. The question has been litigated in federal court ever since he sent the Guard to Los Angeles, and California lawyers have argued that the president could use soldiers only to protect federal buildings, not to serve domestic law enforcement functions. Asked by the New York Times earlier this week why Mr. Trump had focused less on San Francisco this year, a White House official said that the president's naming of specific cities was simply focused on where crime was highest. The cities he mentioned do have some of the country's highest crime rates, but Mr. Trump also omitted high crime cities in Republican states, like Memphis and St. Louis. There are no theories, just the truth. President Trump wants every innocent, law-abiding American across the country to be safe, no matter what city they live in or who is in charge. Taylor Rogers, a White House spokeswoman, said in a statement, critics have often overlooked the fact that San Francisco's violent crime rates were lower than in other major cities, and that most of its homeless encampments and open-air drug use have been concentrated in a handful of neighborhoods near the city core. Mr. Lurie's approach has not been drastically different from that of Ms. Breed, who took a tougher posture on crime after the pandemic, though he has cracked down on handing out of drug paraphernalia and helped spur more economic development downtown. But he has been able to claim credit for trends that were already headed in a favorable direction for San Francisco. Demand for office space is ticking up, crime rates are down, fentanyl dealer arrests are up, and a tally of homeless tents in June found the lowest number since the pandemic.
I will stop that there because we probably have the gist. Officials have been planning for weeks to send National Guard to Chicago, which I think will. I'm waiting for that deployment. It's going to be rather interesting as Trump seeks to expand crime crackdown. I personally have mixed feelings about it. I kind of wonder, maybe Trump is trying to spur some Republican governor action. I've actually made an argument that if it was so bad in Democratic cities in Republican states, why weren't the governors as quote bold as President Trump? And maybe he's trying to embolden the Brian Kemps to do more. I kind of agree with. Like I said, I have mixed feelings about it. If I can give Trump a compliment, he might be the boldest Republican out there because obviously these governors, these Republican governors, as well as some Democratic governors, maybe this is a teaching moment for how to govern a state. So next, Trump planning military deployment to Chicago. I found this rather interesting. I've spent 4 decades in law enforcement. Why I'm not buying Trump's claim that crime stats are wrong. There's some tactical errors that, in my opinion, Trump is making.
People familiar with the crime statistics in Washington immediately challenged President Donald Trump's assertion that crime in the Capitol was out of control and thus warranted him sending in the National Guard. So the president responded on social media that DC gave fake crime numbers in order to create a false illusion of safety. This is a very bad and dangerous thing to do, and they're under serious investigation for so doing. Sure enough, Trump's Department of Justice is now investigating whether the district's Metropolitan Police Department manipulated crime data to make rates appear lower than reality. It is true that a police commander, Michael Pulliam, was placed on paid administrative leave in May after allegations that he wrongly altered crime statistics in his district. And it's true that the police union there has claimed that supervisors regularly direct arresting officers to take a report for a lesser offense instead of felonies. Trump-aligned legal groups have filed FOIA requests citing alleged manipulation and a settlement with a former police sergeant who sued over misclassifying offenses. But it is highly unlikely that manipulation explains the district's reported drop in crime, because violent crime is down in big cities across the country. And it's absolutely absurd for Trump to hold up 2023 statistics and say, as he did at an August 11th news conference, that Washington's murder rate is higher than we can find anywhere in the world. In 2023, Washington's murder rate wasn't even the highest in the United States, as reports show that at least 6 U.S. cities were worse. When leaders make unfounded claims about data manipulation, the entire statistical infrastructure on which democracy depends is destroyed, and democracy experts characterize Trump's use of false crime claims as following the authoritarian playbook, where autocrats and demagogues use false claims of crime and disorder as pretexts to declare a permanent state of emergency and to suspend the rule of law. Congressional Democrats warned of a soft launch of authoritarianism after Trump's announcement, and
you know what? I don't disagree with Kelvin, who I'll highlight next. I am a political pragmatist. If there is a goal, I just think, I've said a lot of times that some of Trump's ends aren't the problem. It's how he does it. That's, in my opinion, a problem. At least, to my weak mind's thinking. Of course, Black people have conservative values. And this thing about hood conservative having conservative values, conservative is not a conservative. He is literally a Nazi. You take conservative values and then you mix in a little bit of sexism and racism, then you'll have hood conservatives logic. There's almost nothing hood conservative. Hood conservative has a framing that is literally weird. So even weird people can have, you know, some aims, but again, I'm sometimes I am more about the method and how you achieve a goal. I don't necessarily, some of the trepidation I have about what Trump is doing is how he's framing it. I don't know. I think Trump basically takes racist ideas and makes them kind of pragmatic, and I have a problem with that. So I do want to finish this one though.
NPR pointed out that civil rights leaders have warned that Trump's actions in D.C. are another beta test for nationwide authoritarian control
It's a slippery
and a
slope.
testing ground for what they might attempt in any other jurisdiction. I've been in law enforcement more than 4 decades and served in leadership roles at the local, state, and federal levels. Contrary to the president's claims of manipulation, the evidence supporting the reliability of current crime reporting systems is, well, the only word for it is overwhelming. The United States has 2 major crime measurement systems, the National Crime Victimization Survey, NCVS, and the gold standard, the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting, UCR, program. The UCR employs multiple validation layers through its Crime and Law Enforcement Statistics Unit, which initially review the data to determine adherence to UCR policy, conformance to UCR definitions and principles, and consistency with established statistical methodologies. Before entering the national database, staff use specialized edit functions to ensure that the data meet the established standards, and when errors are found or suspected, they obtain verification from submitting agencies. Expert analysis by the highly regarded nonpartisan Brennan Center for Justice notes that attempts to cast doubt on the reliability of the numbers don't hold up, and that the FBI's annual report is the most complete estimate of national statistics available. The 2023 report, for instance, incorporated data from more than 16,000 local police agencies, covering some 94% of the population. Independent verification is vital to assuring accuracy. Thus, the UCR and the NCVS serve as a check and balance against each other. According to the Council on Criminal Justice, both sources present similar long-term crime trends, and much of the difference between the 2 sources stems from variations in methodology, rather than inaccuracies in the data.
Well, I'll stop that there. I don't think MAGA is anywhere near a conservative movement. Conservatives, like actual conservatism, is not populist. It tends to be elitist. You know, that's why I don't think MAGA is well, MAGA is basically an oligarchy. Like I said, they dress up like Matt Walsh in a lumberjack a lumberjack costume and want to pretend that they are of the people. MAGA is a problem. And a broken MAGA, you know, like a clock, can be right sometimes. So let's switch gears here. U.S. converts CHIPS funds into nearly 10% Intel stake after White House deal. On Friday, President Donald Trump revealed that the U.S. government acquired a 10% ownership stake in Intel by obtaining 433.3 million non-voting shares valued at $20.47 each. The stake resulted from converting 11.1 billion in previously allocated government funds and pledges under programs started by the Biden administration to boost domestic chip manufacturing. Intel is a struggling Silicon Valley company led by CEO Lip Bhutan, who faced criticism and calls for resignation earlier in August amid concerns over past Chinese investments. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick emphasized that the United States should reap the rewards from the agreement, while Tan commended Trump's efforts in fostering significant investments within a key sector. The government stake, acquired without new spending and without board seats or voting rights, signals hope for Intel's comeback, but raises concerns about government influence and industry impacts. Tentacles, folks, tentacles. You're going to see Trump doing more of this. He did it with U.S. Steel being bought by, was it Nippon Steel? I can't remember the Japanese company that bought U.S. Steel. More to come, more than likely. Let's see. Next, Noam's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security Department. This is when you hire people that are less than bright into cabinet positions.
Noam's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security Department. This article is by Maxine Joselo, Alexandra Brazon, and Eli Murray, and read by an automated voice. The new rule came down from Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, in June, a decree that she would crack down on wasteful spending by personally approving any expense over $100,000. But Ms. Noem has been slow to sign off on new spending requests, including hundreds of projects that officials have deemed critical to protecting national security and advancing President Trump's immigration agenda, according to internal documents reviewed by the New York Times. As of July 30th, the most recent date reflected in most of the documents, at least 530 spending requests were awaiting Ms. Noem's approval, while more than 500 other spending requests were awaiting review by lower-level officials before they could land on her desk, according to the documents. And while Ms. Noem said in a June memo that her reviews of the requests could take 5 days, in many cases they are taking weeks, the documents show. A Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman said that as of Monday, Ms. Noem did not have a single contract on her desk awaiting signature, a statement that could not be independently verified. But what is clear, from documents and interviews with people briefed on the spending requests, is that the bottleneck in the approval process has halted some operations while threatening further disruptions across the sprawling department, which
And I'll stop that there. Again, this is what happens when you hire people based on, flattery. A puppy killer, I don't know. If you're just doing that with dogs, who are, my favorite kind of pet. A puppy killer should not be Homeland Security Secretary. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. So, again, Trump's takeover is multi-pronged. His authoritarianism is growing tentacles. Justice Department signals probe of Fed Governor Lisa Cook as housing official says a third property is now under scrutiny. Let's make it obvious. There is certainly interest convergence between Trump's racist attitudes, his probably, he's had a red pill or two in his life, that grab him by the pussy philosophy. Accusations require resignations, apparently. So, this reads, a Justice Department official is set to probe Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook after she was accused by a member of President Donald Trump's administration of committing mortgage fraud. That sounds like something that the Attorney General of New York is being accused of. Interesting. According to a letter sent Thursday to Fed Chair Jerome Powell, the letter seen by CNN was written by Ed Martin, a lawyer at the department who who is tasked with investigating mortgage fraud. Martin said the situation requires further examination and apparently resignation, according to his boss. In a letter dated August 15th, Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte said that Cook claimed 2 properties, a home in Michigan and a condo in Atlanta, as her primary home addresses. On Thursday, he said on social media, the administration is probing a 3rd property owned by Cook. Pulte, so the first 2 properties are okay. They need to probe a 3rd property? Pulte, a vocal Trump ally, said in an interview with Bloomberg earlier on Thursday that he looked into Cook, a then President Joe Biden appointee, based off a tip. He added that his agency has used artificial intelligence software from Palantir to track potential mortgage fraud. In his letter, Martin said, I encourage you to remove Ms. Cook from your board. Do it today before it's too late. Too late for what? After all, no American thinks it is appropriate that she served during this time with a cloud hanging over her. There's no innocent until proven guilty in this MAGA millennia. The 3rd, the 4th, 5th, right? Actually, it'll be the 3rd republic in American history. However, only the president has the power to remove a Fed official. I don't think he actually has power to do that, and only for cause she's not been proven guilty. This is a prelude to a railroad. And we'll stick with the Fed. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is worried about the job market. Here are 3 red flags for workers. According to Trump, the job market's okay. The data is false. Let's see if this video covers that. Of course I didn't get
the last
right.
major speech as a head of the central bank.
Yep.
Also breaking this morning, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell giving what could be his last major speech as a head of the central bank. Powell's term as Fed chair is up in May of next year, and those remarks took place at the annual Jackson Hole.
Really?
Wyoming. They come amid
SPC?
mounting pressure
Really?
from the Trump administration to cut
What's up,
interest
Frost?
rates. Here's Powell talking about inflation and interest rates earlier. Listen.
Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem.
We're joined now by Akin Oyedele, Deputy Editor of Newsletters at Business Insider. Akin, thank you for joining us today on 24/7. Your thoughts on what we just heard from Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
So this is pretty much exactly what markets were hoping to hear. Powell essentially opened the door for a rate cut next month without actually saying that that's exactly what the Fed's going to do. He has to walk this fine line between signaling the Fed intentions without actually saying anything that is explicit. And so, you know, every single person I'm sure has experienced the high inflation that he spoke about. And that has, you know, sort of brought up this long-running speculation that the Fed will cut rates, and the Fed has been under pressure from President Trump himself to cut rates. And now we have the clearest indication yet that based on the risk to inflation, as well as the risks to the labor market, which is something else that Jerome Powell talked about, the Fed is likely to cut rates when it meets next month.
Yeah, so also following Powell's speech, the Dow hit an all-time inter-high. Like, how are investors looking at this spike? Is this good? Is it bad? What are your thoughts?
Well, for people who own stocks, higher prices are always good. And, I think the signal, to say the obvious, but the signal that sort of to explain why stocks would be higher, essentially rate cuts are kind of like a jet fuel for certain parts of the economy. You think of something like housing where, people are more likely to want to buy a house if the rates are lower. Also, parts of the stock market that are more like growth oriented tend to do better when rates are lower. And so it's kind of it's like fuel to the economy, which means that companies, at least it's the expectation is that company earnings will be stronger, and that's why you see the market react so strongly. Also, the reaction, today we're up, and if we close, it'll be the first higher close of the week, and so it kind of is like a relief rally. The market's saying, this is what we wanted to hear, we've heard it, and so we can buy from here. The uncertainty about what Powell is going to say has lifted, and it's exactly what we wanted to hear, and so up and away we go, essentially.
All right, we will take some good news wherever we can get it. Aquino Yadele, Deputy Editor at Business Insider, thank you for your insights today. We appreciate it.
Interesting. He should bring up housing. Corporations, if we're not careful, we're going to become a nation of renters. A lot of these like starter type houses are being bought up by corporations. I think like BlackRock. I think it's BlackRock. When corporations become the nation's biggest renters, it's going to be agribusiness becomes a housing market. Corporate farms, corporate renters. I think that's going to be a problem at some point. Dems open the door with mortgage crimes. Oh, Jesus. That are felonious, but now are mad that something. Oh, my Lord. SKC. Get your lawyers in order to prove your innocence. Trump did. Yet he winds up. SKC, you'll have to educate me. Trump is innocent of what exactly? I know that SA hasn't been proven false. The business fraud stuff, he still has the same 34 felonies. He just doesn't have to pay $500 million as a penalty. Innocent of what exactly? Deacon Dave, good morning. Salute. Happy Monday. Yep. It is a happy Monday. We'll shift gears a little bit. White House responds after Canada drops some retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Let us wonder why. Damn it. Why don't I prepare these videos better? I gotta get better at that. Let's go back.
We are getting some breaking news on the trade front out of D.C. Eamon Jabbers with that for us. Eamon.
Sarah, that's right. We're now getting a reaction from the White House to those reports that Canada is going to pull back on its retaliatory tariffs. You remember that Canada was one of the countries to react with retaliatory tariffs of their own after the Trump administration this spring put tariffs on Canada. Now the report is that Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is going to roll back those tariffs. And we've got a reaction now from a White House official here in Washington who says, "We welcome this move by Canada, which is long overdue. We look forward to continuing our discussions with Canada on the administration's trade and national security concerns." So clearly, talks ongoing between the United States and Canada. We know that Carney and Trump spoke by telephone yesterday. The question is when we might see some kind of broader trade agreement between the U.S. and Canada. Those talks have been on again, off again, not really very successful during the course of the summer. This move, though, might be the kind of thing where you can see the logjam starting to break and maybe heading toward some kind of arrangement after that phone call yesterday. Sarah, back to you.
It's been a while since I bought maple syrup, but I suspect, that good maple syrup costing 50% more is just unacceptable to the flapjack lovers out there. Let's see. Shift gears. Trump nominates Sergio Gore to be next U.S. ambassador to India. And he's a character. On Friday, President Donald Trump said he would nominate Sergio Gore as U.S. ambassador to India, with Gore remaining White House personnel director until U.S. Senate confirmation. Amid a tariff clash that began with 25% duties, Trump first imposed additional tariffs, then said he would double to 50% from August 27, straining U.S.-India trade talks over agriculture and dairy access. Gore will take on both ambassador and special envoy duties, with his nomination arriving nearly 7 months after Eric Garcetti, I think he was former LA mayor, former U.S. ambassador to India, he stepped down. The White House framed the pick as driven by trust, noting Trump called Sergio Gore a great friend. You gotta be a great friend for Trump to nominate you for something. Who has been at my side for many years and stressed his role to help make America great again. With more than $190 billion in bilateral trade at stake, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent accused India of profiteering from Russian oil purchases while stalled talks on agriculture and dairy market access intensify tensions. India has more refining capacity. They were basically, I don't understand the profiteering. I guess he means war profiteering. I struggle with those sorts of comments, to be honest. Speaking with ambassadorial stuff, France summons U.S. Ambassador Kushner over unacceptable letter about rising anti-Semitism. France summoned U.S. Ambassador Charles Kushner after he claimed that France did not do enough to combat anti-Semitism, according to a French Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson. The French authorities stated that Kushner's allegations are unacceptable and reject them, emphasizing their commitment to combating anti-Semitism since the October 7 attack by Hamas. France's foreign ministry noted that Kushner's comments violate international law and compromise the trust needed between allies. France has firmly rejected Kushner's allegations, emphasizing its commitment to combat anti-Semitism and protect its Jewish population. Kushner is Jared Kushner's father. And I want to highlight being a friend of Trump or an in-law of Trump. In 2005, Kushner was convicted of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering, and was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, which he served in the federal prison camp Montgomery. As a convicted felon, he was also disbarred in 3 states. He later received a pardon issued by his son's father-in-law, President Donald Trump, on December 23rd, 2020. So, I guess I don't really need to, give great commentary on this. You just have being convicted gets a pardon if you are Trump's friend. If you are an obstacle to Trump's takeover, let's say for taking over the Fed, if you're even accused, you are called to resign. Doesn't seem fair. We will never mistake Donald Trump for being fair. That is for sure. Vance says Putin won't put puppet regime in Ukraine, touts Trump's energetic diplomacy. Oh, that Alaska, that Alaska meeting with Putin was definitely energetic. Putin had all the energy, and Trump looked like a Trump looked like that flag he hugged that was just a downward drape. Vice President J.D. Vance. Hold on one sec here. Lost my place. Vice President J.D. Vance said Russian President Vladimir Putin will not install a puppet regime in Ukraine after the war between Russia and Ukraine has concluded. That day didn't come on day one like promised. Vice President made the remarks in an interview on Sunday with Kristen Welker on NBC News' Meet the Press while discussing the aftermath of President Donald Trump's meeting and subsequent communications with Putin. Vance also touted Trump's energetic diplomacy while pursuing peace negotiations to end the conflict, which did not happen on day one. Vance mentioned to Welker that Russia was prepared to make some concessions in peace negotiations, but not everything as of yet. He stressed that there was still work to be done and a long way to go. Again, wasn't day one. But what they have conceded is the recognition that Ukraine will have territorial integrity after the war. I doubt that. Putin hasn't agreed to that. Vance said they've recognized that they're not going to be able to install a puppet regime in Kyiv. That was, of course, a major demand at the beginning. Trump is losing on this. Putin is his daddy. Pentagon blocks Ukraine's use of U.S. long-range missiles inside Russia, report says. Yeah, lose to Putin. Apparently, Putin, and this is just, me talking here. I don't know this for sure, but it seems U.S. will not use long-range missiles in exchange for Putin promising that he won't put a puppet government in Ukraine. And I think Putin's going to do what the hell he wants because he thinks Ukraine is part of Russia. And Donald Trump's going to be played. The student has not become a master in these Russia-Ukraine diplomacy talks. According to a report published Saturday, the Pentagon has been preventing Ukraine from deploying U.S.-supplied long-range missiles to target locations within Russia. And if I recall, Ukraine's actually developing a missile. Don't know if it's long-range. This limitation stems from a Pentagon approval procedure established as the White House attempts to encourage Putin to participate in negotiations aimed at ending. They're trying to get Putin to participate. I'm not going to read anymore. Oh, boy. So let's switch gears and talk about immigration a bit. Kilmar Abrego Garcia notified by ICE that he may be deported to Uganda. Why Uganda? On August 23rd, 2025, U.S. authorities informed Kilmar Abrego Garcia that they intend to remove him from the country to Uganda and directed him to check in at ICE's Baltimore office. This development follows Abrego Garcia's mistaken deportation to El Salvador in March 2025, despite a 2019 immigration judge's order shielding him due to persecution fears. Well, he won't be persecuted in Uganda now, will he? Abrego Garcia, an undocumented Salvadoran who denies gang ties, was returned to U.S. custody, charged with human smuggling, and recently released from a Tennessee jail en route to Maryland. A judge basically said, y'all can't prove the case, let him go. A court filing on Saturday contended that the attempt to send him back to Uganda exemplifies prosecutorial, oh my Lord, prosecutorial retaliation, while his attorneys maintain that no evidence linking him to gang activity has been provided by the government. That is true. The potential deportation to Uganda, a third country with a recent U.S. deportation agreement, suggests continued legal and immigration challenges for Abrego Garcia amid evolving enforcement policies. Well, here's the deal. And I have said this before. Abrego Garcia's wife and 2 daughters are American citizens. If nothing criminal can be proven, you make an exception. U.S. citizens, especially minor U.S. citizens, should not suffer because of some stupid pissing contest. American citizens, especially those who are minors, shall not be hurt. That should be the policy. Unless you can prove criminality. He hasn't been found guilty of anything. Why deport him? This is a wrong move on the Trump administration's part. Trump is just trying to save face here. They admitted he was deported accidentally. Just to accept the accident, just like, if you can't prove your case, move the fuck on. Donald Trump loses on this crossing swords sort of behavior. And sticking with immigration news, Trump Burger, inventor and owner of restaurant celebrating president, is taken into custody. Well, of course he is. But I bet he'll be pardoned.
The inventor of the Trump burger has been detained by immigration and customs enforcement, making him the second MAGA-loving restaurateur to face deportation. Yad Muhammad Abwelhawa, 55, who owned the original Trump burger restaurant in Belleville, Texas, was arrested by ICE agents on June 2nd. His former business partner, Roland Bieni, was taken into custody by ICE a month earlier. Both arrests were only made public by ICE this month, the Fayette County Record reported Thursday. Abwelhawa had previously served time in federal prison for healthcare fraud and drug misbranding, an ICE spokesperson told the newspaper. He is accused of staying in the U.S. illegally for the past 16 years, despite receiving a deportation order in 2009. While in the U.S. illegally, Abwelhawa has repeatedly put the lives of innocent Americans in jeopardy. In 2007, he was convicted of healthcare fraud and misbranding of a drug for dangerously injecting 1,600 Houston area residents with fake flu shots, the spokesperson said. In 2000, he was convicted of assault, and in 2018, he was convicted of intimidation. As a result of the current administration's focus on restoring integrity to our nation's immigration laws, he was arrested by ICE on June 2nd and will no longer be free to endanger anyone in the U.S. again. Abwelhawa, who is a Jordanian citizen, was supposed to be deported following his time in prison, but had managed to stay in the U.S. He is being held at the Montgomery Processing Center in Conroe, Texas. Abwelhawa's attorneys told the Houston Chronicle that he is suffering from diabetes and heart issues and has been denied insulin and blood sugar monitoring. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, has denied those claims. Any claim that detainees are not being provided with proper medical care is false, a DHS spokesperson told HuffPost. This is the best health care many aliens have received in their entire lives. Meals are certified by dietitians. Ensuring the safety, security, and well-being of individuals in our custody is a top priority at ICE. Following his release from prison, Abwelhawa made headlines under his Americanized name, Eddie Hawa. When Donald Trump was in the middle of his campaign for president in 2016, Abwelhawa rebranded his restaurant. The Belleville Cafe, which served French cuisine, became a viral sensation, peddling burgers and fries under its new name, Trump Cafe. After the first location shuttered in 2017, Abwelhoa opened a second MAGA-branded restaurant, Trump Burger, in 2020 with B&E as his business partner, according to the record. Diners at Trump Burger can enjoy an array of burgers and sandwiches, including the Trump Tower Burger, which is in tribute to the president's storied Manhattan apartment complex. The burger boasts 16 ounces, or 1 pound, of Aberdeen Angus beef patties, grilled onions, jalapenos, tomatoes, lettuce, 2 slices of white American cheese, onion rings, and homage
White
barbecue
American
and sriracha
cheese.
sauce. There's also a Biden burger, which consists of just 1 ounce, 0.06 pounds of beef, old tomato, and our oldest buns, and is preposterously expensive at $50.99. However, it is not actually available because of cheating and inflation, according to the menu. The pair went on to open several other locations of the Trump-inspired burger chain in the Houston area before having a falling out. They remain entangled in a lawsuit over ownership of one of the Trump Burger locations, though.
You know what? I've heard enough of this. It is pretty funny, though. So let's see. What else do we have on immigration? Immigrant population in U.S. drops for the first time in decades. So Trump is doing mission accomplished here.
Immigrant population in U.S. drops for the first time in decades. This article is by Miriam Jordan and read by an automated voice. For the first time in decades, more immigrants are leaving the United States than arriving, a new study finds, an early indication that President Trump's hardline immigration agenda is leading people to depart, whether through deportation or by choice. An analysis of new census data released on Thursday by the nonpartisan Pew Research Center found that between January and June, the foreign-born population in the United States, both lawful and unlawful residents, declined by nearly 1.5 million. In June, the country was home to 51.9 million immigrants, down from 53.3 million 6 months earlier. Officials from the Trump administration have applauded the net outflow, asserting that pressures on government services have eased and that job markets have rebounded. And some supporters of the immigration crackdown say it hasn't gone far enough. But experts predict looming negative economic and demographic consequences for the United States if the trend persists. Immigrants are a critical workforce in many sectors, and the country's reliance on them is growing as more baby boomers retire. After campaigning on a promise of mass deportations, Mr. Trump has introduced sweeping measures to reduce immigration. His administration has restricted access to asylum at the southern border, tightened visa requirements for students and tech workers, and deployed thousands of federal agents to detain and deport undocumented immigrants. The crackdown has led immigrants to leave the country voluntarily and has discouraged others from coming. Lillian Davina Liait, 46, chose to use the government's new self-deportation program to return to Brazil. A housekeeper in Charlotte, North Carolina, Ms. Liait said that she had begun to panic when she saw immigrants being, quote, hunted down like hardened criminals. I got really scared, said Ms. Liait, who had fallen out of legal status after overstaying a 6-month tourist visa. I thought, I haven't done anything wrong in my life, she said, and suddenly I could be imprisoned. Despite the study's findings,
I have to
Kevin
dispute
Lin,
that.
executive director of the Institute for Sound Public Policy.
Okay, if you overstayed your visa, come on now. That's wrong.
Which advocates for less immigration, said that foreign workers who enter lawfully continue to pour into the United States and undermine Americans. There has been no let-up, he said. People coming here legally, whether on green cards or employment visas, are impacting American workers at all strata, whether low-skilled or high-skilled. Net migration, the difference between the number of immigrants arriving and departing, has turned negative, a shift that the chief Pew demographer, Jeffrey Passel, called a demographic certainty so far in 2025. His team's analysis did not calculate a separate number for undocumented immigrants, who seem likely to represent the largest number of departures, because heightened enforcement probably diminished immigrants, participation in the census survey that was used to make estimates, he said. They may have been undercounted, which would suggest the drop is not as severe, or their low participation could mask an even more striking decline. The United States experienced negative net immigration in the 1930s during the Great Depression, when between 400,000 and 1 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans left, many under coercive repatriation programs. Jeremy Beck, co-president of Numbers USA, a group that favors curbs on immigration, described a decline in the number of immigrants as a good thing for workers who will benefit from a tighter labor market, and for communities whose infrastructure was overwhelmed during the border crisis. Whether negative net migration becomes a lasting phenomenon depends on how far the Trump administration goes to achieve its goals, experts say, but the Pew findings echo trends identified by other recent studies. In July, the conservative-leaning American Enterprise Institute projected net migration in 2025 would be flat, or would even drop, and predicted that the Trump administration's policies would continue to squeeze out low and high-skilled foreign workers, at least through 2026. A rapid decline in immigration is going to cause economic harm, said Tara Watson, an economist at the Brookings Institution and one of the authors of the report. Political pushback and legal challenges could lead the Trump administration to ease its crackdown and, thus, soften the impact, she said. But legislation recently passed by the Republican-controlled Congress has significantly increased funding for immigration enforcement, suggesting that the restrictive approach could extend throughout Mr. Trump's term. If so, we could go into a spiral of continued decline, said Ms. Watson, which could undermine U.S. competitiveness for global talent. If things are really bad, we no longer are the place where people go to do science or tech, and that could have generational repercussions, she said. On day one in office, Mr. Trump signed several immigration-related orders. Since then, his administration has intensified efforts to curb immigration, and the president recently celebrated the prospect of negative net migration. As he wrote in a Truth Social post on August 4th, promises made, promises kept. Negative net migration for the first time in 50 years. In addition to targeting undocumented migrants, the administration has introduced measures that have undermined legal immigration. It has paused the refugee program, which offered green cards and a path to citizenship to people fleeing persecution.
I'm going to go ahead and stop that here. Hopefully we get the gist. So Trump's immigration policies are having an effect. However, again, it's one of these things. I don't necessarily disagree with the goal. I disagree with the method. So we go. So let's see. Let's switch gears. Health and Human Services de-recognizing unions representing staffers at CDC, FDA, NIH, and more. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has moved to strip thousands of federal health agency employees of their collective bargaining rights and ended recognition of unions. The American Federation of Government Employees condemned HHS's action, saying strong union contracts do not hinder responses to public health emergencies and help agencies like the CDC maintain an experienced workforce. I agree with that. Despite HHS's actions, the union says it remains intact and vowed to keep fighting for its members, some of whom faced layoffs recently, including experts in violence prevention. Well, Trump has that violence prevention thing down. Here's the deal, though. He faces all kinds of legal hurdles. This is very short-term thinking on Trump's part. You're not going to be able to maintain these actions. Very short-term, probably, to help grease the skids for Marco Rubio's presidency. Because I do not think J.D. Vance is president material. He is weak. he's even weak looking. You know, maybe what he ought to do is, well, you know what? I'm not going to get into that. I think Marco Rubio is going to be the next president, and I don't think he's going to be MAGA. Now, this is a very long-term prediction. We're not even in the midterm season yet. I don't see J.D. Vance as a president. So next, and this is, I'm not even going to really listen to this, but I find it kind of interesting. The war in Israel over serving in war. Ultra-Orthodox Israelis exempt for decades from military service are now being drafted. Their rage is dividing Israel and threatening Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition. Well, here's the deal. It's the ultra-Orthodox who are also the radical fringe. The settlements and stuff like that, they want something and they don't want to help enforce, or they're basically treating Israel. They're the saints that won't go marching into the military. I will just say that. And I'm not going to, well, you know what? We may play this. Come one, come all, buy your TV subscriptions here. But I'm an Amazon fan. Amazon doesn't, the only time I get mad at Amazon is if they're late. And usually it's only by a day when I order something, which is usually once a month. You know, there's some things that, you know, toiletries and stuff like that. So Amazon can do no wrong. And I literally have like HBO subscription, you know, and other, several other subscriptions through Prime Video. So I'm definitely interested in this. Maybe there'll be competition in my horrible TV habit.
Come one, come all.
And sustaining it.
Buy your TV subscriptions here. This article is by John Coblin and read by an automated voice. Millions of Americans are gravitating toward a new way to subscribe to streaming services, and tech, media, and cable companies are lining up to take advantage. Facing a chaotic maze of apps, payments, and passwords, people are increasingly signing up for multiple streaming services through a single provider. Amazon, by far the leader in this growing trend, urges users of its Prime Video service to sign up for and watch HBO Max, Paramount Plus, and other services through its app. Apple, Roku, and YouTube encourage the same, as do cable providers like Comcast. The number of new subscriptions purchased through one of these third-party apps has jumped 40% over the past 2 years, according to research from Antenna, a subscription research firm. Nearly 30% of all new subscriptions are bought this way. Signing up directly, like through a company website, still remains the most popular way to get a new streaming subscription. But the sudden popularity of signing up through a third party signals the emergence of a new kind of cable bundle, a development that media executives have predicted for many years, but that had not yet become much of a reality. The shift could help reshape the...
That is weird. Amazon's been doing this for, maybe 10 years now. Interesting that other people are just discovering this. I think Disney combined with Hulu does that too. Speaking of which, I need to watch Andor.
The consumer experience. Viewers can go to one platform and find a single interface with shows and movies that are available on a wide array of services or channels. It also has set off a fight between media, tech, and cable companies to try to be the dominant one-stop shop. You could almost call this the next chapter of the streaming wars, said Jonathan Carson, the chief executive of Antenna. The winners of that battle will effectively become the equivalent of what the cable providers were for the linear era, he said. Consumers have complained for years that the streaming era requires them to hopscotch from one app to the next to get a sense of what to watch. Amazon said 77% of its viewers wanted their streaming apps consolidated into one place, according to customer research the company did in 2023. That finding gave Amazon more conviction to pursue this strategy further, said Albert Cheng, the head of Prime Video in the United States. For media companies, the development has major trade-offs. Making their streaming service available at a third-party retailer helps defray millions of dollars in marketing and technological costs. Most of the companies have labored to make their streaming services profitable in part because of those costs. But platforms like Amazon take a big cut of the subscription revenue, often 30 to 50%, along with a piece of the advertising revenue. This route also cuts off the direct relationship between a media company and a subscriber. For some companies, particularly Netflix, which has by far the most subscribers, with about 300 million globally, that has been reason enough to mostly avoid selling subscriptions through third parties. Netflix already operates as a go-to destination for entertainment, thanks to the breadth and variety of our slate and superior product experience, the company told investors last year. Disney, likewise, has largely been sitting on the sidelines. For more niche services, however, the popularity of signing up through a platform has been a boon. Specialty streaming services like Crunchyroll and BritBox have eagerly signed up, which helps drive subscriptions and awareness.
Disney has not been sitting on the sidelines. They've got Hulu and ESPN. That's a weird thing. You know, Hulu's kind of like an aggregator for a lot of for NBC, ABC, CBS. So Disney's not been sitting on the sideline. In BritBox, I actually subscribe to. I get them through Amazon. So this is really interesting, and you know what? I recommend it. It is awesome. I think Amazon as an aggregator, and I'm sure there'll be competition out there, but you know, I don't excuse me, I don't really watch TV like that. I watch specific things, specific shows, and I literally don't watch a whole lot of what we would have called network TV, like the 30-minute sitcom. I don't really do that. Those are horribly uninteresting. You know, I have a friend of mine who was into what was it? The one that oh my Lord, this is so annoying when I'm thinking of something and it doesn't come to mind. Don't get old, folks. Anyway, that 30-minute sitcom thing has been done for quite some time. Young Sheldon, whatever that, it was a spinoff from that one show. I had a friend of mine who was just into Young Sheldon and the show that it spun off from. Can't recall the name of it now. I literally never watched any of that. I've seen clips and they were just unfunny. They were not funny. And why the fuck it ever became like a huge franchise is beyond me.
Awareness to brands that are not well known. And then there are players with considerably bigger budgets that are joining the fray. After years of selling only directly, Apple TV Plus joined Prime Video's channels environment late last year. The number of new subscriptions to Apple TV Plus has grown since then, with Prime Video already responsible for 29% of new signups, according to Antenna. It promotes a lot more subscription trial and activity and discovery in a way the App Store environments don't, Mr. Carson said. YouTube started its channel business only a few years ago under the name YouTube Primetime Channels, and the company already is a huge believer in this business, said Jen Chun, the head of sports and studio partnerships at YouTube. What we have heard over and over again from folks is that they don't like having a lot of different apps to click in and out of, she said. It is messy on their screen. It is challenging. There's a certain level of inertia that people have, particularly in living rooms. Folks really just want to turn on the screen and watch. Roku's president of subscriptions and partnerships, Gil Fuchsberg, said its channel business had grown considerably over the past year. He called it the, quote, the fastest growing part of our subscriptions business. But the market leader is, by far, Amazon Prime Video. Amazon Prime users have signed up for 46 million streaming subscriptions via its channel business, significantly more than Roku or YouTube, according to the antenna data. The company has had the benefit of doing it for a long time. It started a decade ago, but it was only in the last few years that executives there and elsewhere began to realize its power. In 2021, HBO Max no longer made itself available on Amazon Prime Video. Overnight, HBO Max lost 5.1 million subscribers, according to
HBO
antenna
Max
data.
is back.
But 8 months after those subscribers left, fewer than 500,000 of them had elected to resubscribe to HBO Max, according to the data. When HBO Max returned to Prime Video in late 2022, more than 3 million of them signed up within 3 months, according to Antenna. I think it became very apparent how we were contributing to the overall streaming marketplace, with HBO coming off and back on, said Mr. Chang, the Prime Video executive. That's when you kind of go, oh yeah, we actually do make a difference. Mr. Chang said Prime Video drove new subscriptions that would have been difficult for our partners to get on their own. It has been Mr. Chang's job to persuade would-be partners to think of Prime Video as a helpful aggregator of programming. There are a lot of people who prefer to be in a place where they can consume all of it in one place, he said. Mr. Carson, the Antenna chief executive, compared the changing attitudes to Nike's decision a few years ago to pull out of retail shops in favor of selling directly to the consumer. That strategy failed, and Nike has begun selling its sneakers in stores again. There are many people that are going to DSW to buy a pair of trainers, and if Nike's not on the shelf, then Nike's not getting that sale, he said. Mr. Chang said he wanted consumers to start seeing Prime Video more and more as a, quote, marketplace for streaming, arguing that being a retailer is precisely what the company has long been good at. Our job is we want to be the best at selling stuff, he said.
All right, well, there is a breaking news story here. I just found out about it. Trump administration, let's see, updates. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is detained by immigration authorities. They're going to get him up out of here. I don't know what the fuck he did to piss Donald Trump off. Kilmar Abrego, or Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. I don't roll my R's very well. The immigrant who was wrongfully deported to El Salvador in March and then brought back to face criminal charges was detained again on Monday, today, after the administration indicated that it planned to redeport him to Uganda, his lawyer said. The move came 3 days after he was freed from custody in a federal criminal case against him. Well, let's hope he had time. You know what? I'm not going to go there. I hope he had time, and I'm going to reemphasize this again. Nothing criminal has been proven. He was deported on an administrative error that was admitted to by the Trump administration. This just looks vindictive and petty. Bad move, Trump administration. And I see SKC has typed a couple things. What's up, Napstar? Yes, Big Bang Theory. I just never got into it. Napstar, did you like Big Bang Theory? I had a friend of mine and she was just in love with it. And I've seen clips. I just never, I find these 30-minute, but God damn it, I'm going to digress. I find the 30-minute sitcom, standard sitcom, formulaic and archaic. However, I just did you know there's an All in the Family YouTube channel? I watched an old episode of All in the Family. I think it was Saturday. I found it hilarious. So I subscribe to it, and I'll be watching All in the Family episodes every now and again. I just, really that 30-minute sitcom thing pretty much became stale after MASH was over, and it just got worse after that. Big Bang Theory didn't seem to be, anything that was worth me watching. And let's see, MS Now and CNN are failing. Who gives a shit? That wasn't what I was talking about. I was talking about Amazon being an aggregator of shows. Told you he ain't staying stateside. Oh, no. SKC, you and I never. I knew when they said, hey, we want to take you to Uganda. I knew that the Trump administration would be that petty. They are fucking petty tyrants. And Donald Trump isn't smart, and he's hired a dumb cabinet, with the exception of Marco Rubio, who will be the next Republican nominee for president. So that's how I see it. Yeah, exactly, Napstar. Exactly. They wanted to be smart. They wanted to make jokes, but well, number one, America is anti-intellectual. I don't know how it got, basically taking, big brain, quote, big brain folks and making them look like fools. Of course, that's going to be popular, especially to a MAGA type audience. The real smart people would never fucking even do politics. Good to see you, Napstar. Thank you for being here. And whilst I'm thinking about it, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button, please. I want to make a shout out again to Nightish. Very kind. Before the show started this morning, because I woke up earlier than expected, because I went to sleep earlier than expected. So, I always catch Nightish's show when I can. And I just happen to say hello and all this stuff. And you know what? He was so kind. He asked me to drop the link to this show. And he promoted the channel, asked his subscribers, hey, look, go and support Stanley in his fledgling show. I will be monetized probably in 7.5 years now. But I need to shout out Nightish. It was very kind of him. And he and I butted heads occasionally. But the more I know about this man, the better person he is proving himself to be. So shout out to Nightish and his subscribers. Some of them I know, some of them I don't. But hopefully they won't be too bored by my simpleton level take on the news and the weak fuckery. I need Mike 123 for actual quality fuckery. I can't do it on my own. Let's see. Palomino 1. Big Bang Theory isn't a who the fuck said it was political, dumb fuck. This is the stupidity I have to deal with from wannabe horses who can't figure out that they're dumb. Literally, this is a bad take. I literally didn't politicize it, other than America's anti-intellectual seeing people who are supposedly high IQ prove themselves not, I didn't say human. They basically want to turn intellectuals into a version of Three Stooges where Moe, Larry, and Curly use big words. That's my take on it. There are plenty of people on the left who are anti-intellectual too. Google DSA. So once again, Palomino, you stuck your hoof in your own horse shit. So let us move on. And you know what? This just caught my attention. Don't know if it's worth hearing, but let's hear it. What science considers a path to a good life? Well, not being on YouTube or hosting a show would probably be number one.
You're listening to What Science Considers a Path to a Good Life, a news story written by Richard Sima and read by an AI-generated voice. What is a good life, and how can we create it? 40-plus years of research has pointed to two answers. The first says that a good life is a happy life, one created by pursuing comfort, satisfaction, and more joy than sadness. The second says that a good life is a meaningful life, one grounded by purpose, connection, and making the world better. But recently, researchers have proposed a third answer. A good life is a psychologically rich life, marked by novel experiences, perspective-shifting insights and complexity, but also more discomfort and challenges than a happy life or a meaningful life. We wanted to capture more explorative, adventurous, creative types of good life, like those of artists and poets, said Shigehiro Oishi, a psychologist at the University of Chicago who first conceptualized psychological richness. Happiness, Oishi said, can be thought of as a batting average. It goes up and down with good and bad experiences. Psychological richness, on the other hand, is more akin to career highlights. How many interesting stories and experiences we have over our lifetime. These can arise from travel, meeting interesting people, reading books, or overcoming challenging circumstances. A psychologically rich life is an interesting life that asks us to leave our comfort zones and be open to changing our mind, said Aaron Westgate, a social psychologist at the University of Florida. It's cognitively and emotionally uncomfortable to realize that I thought the world was one way, and now I realize it's another way. Or I thought I was one way, and now I realize I'm not, she said. Put another way, each path may sound different when summed up on one's deathbed. The last words of a person who lived a happy life might be, "It was fun." Someone who lived a meaningful one might say, "I made a difference." And for someone who lived a psychologically rich life, what a journey, in search of a third path. The concept of a psychologically rich life came through a midlife crisis. Oishi had been researching happiness for 20 years when he asked himself, "Is my life happy? Is my life meaningful?" Yes, he thought. But when he asked himself, "Is this a complete life? Is this the full life?" he couldn't say yes. Through their subsequent work, Oishi and his colleagues perceived that the well-being research literature had a gap. Happy and meaningful lives are biased towards stability and routine. Sustained happiness relies on small, repeatable acts of everyday joy, and meaning in life relies on repeated efforts to make a difference in the world. Psychological richness, on the other hand, captures a dimension of a good life for interesting and novel experiences that may not always feel entirely joyful or have a higher purpose. I think the theory of psychological richness is the most interesting, exciting new theory in well-being science, said Sonia Lubomirsky, a professor of psychology at the University of California at Riverside who was not involved in the research. Psychological richness is worth having. The three paths are not necessarily mutually exclusive. A good life can have many dimensions, and we may straddle different paths at different points in our lives. In one study of obituaries, Oishi, Westgate, and their colleagues found that happiness and meaning tend not to be correlated. Psychologically rich lives, on the other hand, are often meaningful lives, but they're not usually super happy lives, said Westgate, who co-wrote a 2025 review on psychological richness with Oishi. It makes sense. Any good story involves a challenge or involves a problem. Despite this, people believe a psychologically rich life is one worth living, Oishi and his colleagues discovered in one study. Most people want all three.
See, that's a weird term, psychologically rich life. Is that how they, is that like a buzzword for life of the mind, which in and of itself is kind of a, I don't know, what would you call it? just kind of a style of living. Let's listen to more psychologically rich. That's like crazy. People like psychologists or people who study psychology, which I consider largely a pseudoscience. Psychologically rich. That's people who are self-indulgent. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
3 in an ideal life, to be happy, find meaning, and have interesting experiences. However, in life, there are trade-offs. We usually do have to prioritize between them, Westgate said. When the study participants were forced to choose just one path, the majority favored a happy life. But 6.7 to 16.8% of participants selected a psychologically rich life, indicating that there are people who value these types of experiences even at the expense of a happy or a meaningful one. What a psychologically rich life looks like. People who are more open to new experiences are more likely to seek out and have a psychologically rich life, research shows. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the same is true of curious people. Psychological richness is associated with greater cognitive complexity. People leading psychologically rich lives tend to think more holistically and consider the big picture. And it is more associated with certain health outcomes, such as confidence in coping and perceived social support, compared with happiness and meaning. Interestingly, psychological richness is associated with more liberal political leanings, while politically conservative people tend to report being happier and find their lives more meaningful. Since Oishi and his colleagues began their research, he said, he has received emails from people thanking him for giving them a vocabulary to describe the life they had been seeking. Having a name for what you're looking for is helpful. It's hard to reach for something if you don't know what that something is, Westgate said. How to psychologically enrich your life. No one path is better than another, nor are they mutually exclusive, researchers said. Instead, they each offer a different flavor for what a good life could look like, each with its advantages and challenges. Still, even those who prioritize the other paths, which rely more on repetition and routine, may benefit from psychological richness strategies to help them refresh and feel rejuvenated about their pursuit of happiness and perhaps meaning, said Oishi, who recently wrote a book, Life in 3 Dimensions: How Curiosity, Exploration, and Experience Make a Fuller, Better Life. Embrace play. Really just letting the self go, just be open to be foolish about yourself, Oishi said. Don't take yourself too seriously. Explore new neighborhoods, browse thrift shops or used bookstores, take an improv comedy class. Try to be game for things. Other people's interests and suggestions can open up a whole world of possibilities. I think just trying to say yes to your friends, family members' suggestions, that alone actually makes your life a lot richer, Oishi said. Challenges, surprises, spontaneity, I think, can lead to lots of wonderful things, Lubomirsky said. So take risks within reason and be more game for things. Embrace the discomfort. I think people know what kind of things might make their lives richer, such as taking up that guitar class or joining that pickleball league, Westgate said. However, we may be reluctant to do these things because we may focus on all the things that are scary about doing something new or challenging and minimize the potential benefits, she said. It's important to remember that our brains not only enjoy a challenge, but that research shows discomfort is not necessarily a bad thing. Discomfort is a sign that you're growing, Westgate said. Journal and record your experiences. It is human to forget our adventures over time. But because a psychologically rich life is the accumulation of rich experiences, it is important to journal, photograph, and share them with others to maintain your memories, Oishi said. As long as you are curating and storing your experiences in your psychological memorabilia, then you are enriching yourself every day, he said. Do you have a question about human behavior or neuroscience? Email brainmatters@washpost.com and we may...
You know what? Bring back macrame. They were always good for hanging plants. Oh boy. Too woo-woo for my taste. I recommend just go and read Camus or Sartre or somebody. Don't do the crystals, folks. So we will enter into the video portion of the show and how the left is fucking up and what we can do about it. Embrace the suck. that's my recommendation, and do better.
African American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Sure they are. Every beautiful African American lady is wearing a red hat in Chicago because they just can't get enough of President Trump and they want the National Guard to come. Sure. It's Monday, August 25th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show that is excited for the end of August, the nadir of culture war nonsense. Cracker Barrel, Sydney Sweeney. Look, let's just get to September and move on. On today's show, President Donald Trump says Chicago is probably the next city to receive some unwanted assistance from the National Guard. And part of the so-called Epstein files arrive on Capitol Hill, all while the Department of Justice releases Ghislaine Maxwell's interview, clearing the president and a former president. Shocking. But let's start with liberalism. Yes, if you call yourself a liberal, I'm talking about you. On Friday, a center-left think tank called Third Way got some press because of a list it made. A list of words it thinks Democrats should stop using as part of an effort to appeal to everyday...
Oh, by the way, SKC, Jane Coaston is a Catholic school girl. She is Catholic educated. So I don't think she went to the same school as Vivek, but in the same city, definitely in the same Catholic school system. So I just wanted to point that out so you have that kind of knowledge there, SKC. I am nothing without arcane trivia.
Voters who do not know what an existential threat is. Here's CNN.
I want to give people some context on some other words and phrases that were in this memo. Body shaming, cisgender, holding space, incarcerated people, intersectionality, LGBTQIA+, pregnant people, systems of oppression, the unhoused.
Okay, so that's a lot of words I've heard from people who spend a lot of time on Blue Sky, and I say that as a Blue Sky user. As you might imagine, this list got a lot of attention online and elsewhere. Some saw it as sensible, a way to get Democrats to stop using terms that might appeal to college graduates, but might not work for voters who aren't. Others argued that the list was papering over the real issue for Democrats, policy. Personally, even if every elected Democrat on Earth stopped saying cisgender, which is just a descriptor, Fox News will still find some Democratic Socialists of America members in Brooklyn using it and argue that they alone represent the Democratic Party. But the entire debate got me thinking. What are Democrats, and more broadly liberals, for? What do we believe? A new publication is trying to figure that out. The argument, founded by former Atlantic staff writer Jerusalem Demsis, consists of a host of left-leaning writers and contributors all trying to answer the question, what is a liberal? I talked to Jerusalem about her work, liberalism, and what made her want to start a new media outlet in the year of our Lord 2025. Jerusalem, welcome to What a Day.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
You said recently in
I
your video
know who
announcing the launch of
Jerusalem
the argument,
Demsis is.
congratulations, by the way, that
Thank you.
liberals
I've
used
heard
to
her
stand
before.
for things like the New Deal, voting rights, helping the poor, which I think, most liberals are all pretty into still. But it seems like now a lot of what liberals do is stand against things. What did you mean by that when you were talking about that, and how did we get here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is like a critique that people used to make of conservatives in the late 20th century all the time, that they were basically defined as being not liberals, right? When you read Buckley's National Review, his opening essay and his opening definition of what conservatism is mostly I fucking hate liberals. And
Right.
that's literally the whole thing.
Yeah,
And then you think about
standing athwart
now,
history, yelling stop.
yelling stop. And it's funny because now you think about who's yelling stop all the time, right? And I'm yelling stop too, so I get it. We're both there's just too much going on.
Uncle Fatty, welcome aboard. Good to see you. You and I have been enjoying Political Punk. He is hilarious and weird. So good to see you.
That we feel like culture is moving really quickly in ways we don't like, technology is progressing in ways we don't like, that our institutions are shifting in ways we don't like, and we go to protest and we say we're upset about this and we want it to stop.
And
like,
good
of course,
point, Uncle
protest is always
Fatty.
a part of the American fabric. Like there's a level to which too, when you think about a lot of my reporting when it comes to NIMBYism in democratic cities and opposing housing and clean energy construction and opposing, a transit stops being built in your neighborhoods. You're in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we
Karen
just had this
Bass,
happen.
Literally, Karen Bass has come out against.
Oh, and by the way, to Uncle Fatty's point, slightly, but probably more to my point. And I spent a weekend hearing, some folks. Dude, I think that hearing Black women who are articulate actually understand their arguments, even if you don't agree with them. Jerusalem Dempsis is a young up and comer. She's awfully smart, awfully good at understand. Look, no one may agree with your argument, but you have to understand your own argument, and you do that by understanding your opponent's argument better than they do. You may still lose. However, I listened to a little bit of a Tommy Sotomayor thing on Nidus's show, and I've never been so ashamed. When Tommy Sotomayor, at least in this clip, and it was an old clip, but when a woman basically defeated his argument, he would literally go for her looks. And I was ashamed for Black men. And it's a slightly, I've moved away a little bit from my point is I like hearing young Black women. Portia is a good example. You may not agree with Portia's politics, but she always is very clear in her arguments. She's always very clear in what she expects, and she tends to understand the other side's argument. That's what makes people, young Black women in particular, very effective. And Portia will kill me for saying this, but she shares, look, if you understand your argument, and you take men and put them over your knee and spank them like the little boys, the Tommy Sotomayors can be, you will be denigrated. So anyway, I know David will enjoy that critique.
So like this has become, I think, an increasing definition of what it means to be a liberal in the modern era, is that you're kind of opposed to stuff. And the biggest version of this, of course, is that liberalism largely means you're anti-Trump now, right? And I'm anti-Trump. I think that he is the greatest threat to
What's up, Mike?
Democracy.
Oh
but at the
shit!
same time, I'm more than
It's
that.
SKC,
we have
folks.
an ideology that used to really animate people across the political
What do you have to
spectrum.
say, SKC? You're raring to go, I can tell.
Oh, I'm just getting my day going, getting some coffee. I should by day's end, I should have a new niece-in-law. So
really,
yeah, both my wife and her sister are
oh my Lord.
So
Prego, is that?
Yeah.
They still use that term? That's so 1950s. Do you ever say preggers?
Yeah, I do. I do. It's and I'm glad that you brought the term up.
I have never heard a Black man say my wife is preggers.
Yeah,
that is very Mad Men.
Yeah, I like using older terminology, especially in the appropriate way. Unlike the woman on the screen with the shaved head.
Come on now. She's a Catholic school girl.
No, I'll give you a point in case. A little bit earlier, she was defending the use of cisgender, saying that it's just a term and so forth.
It
Like,
is.
no, it's a it's trying to link itself to
No
old
terms.
Latin.
No. Words don't try. The people who use words try. So let's be very specific.
Well, that's what they're
Words.
attempting.
Words are tools.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. Trying to use a tool in an improper way.
How is it improper? Now you got me curious.
Do we not understand?
Okay, no. Don't ask me what I understand. What I need, of course, I understand. Tell me why words are improper. Why is transgender, trans, whatever? Why is that improper?
Oh, sure.
Do the words convey the message? If they convey the message effectively, then they're not improper.
It's an improper use of the term.
What's the proper use of the term?
The same way that Thomas Jefferson used it. Cisatlantic, transatlantic.
You're going to cite Thomas Jefferson, who's...
Yes, I am.
Okay, and let me tell you why that is not going to make a good argument.
That's who they're trying to...
Okay, no. Okay, 200 years ago, is that what you're going to cite? Do better.
I'm saying that. I'm saying.
No,
that's
what you're
saying.
saying. What you're saying is
that's what they're citing.
You are trying to make Thomas Jefferson, who wasn't a trained linguist, by the way, but could speak several languages. You're literally trying to make him relevant in 2025. His use of language.
No, I'm not.
Does not do it for me.
I'm not trying to do it for you. I'm trying to do it
okay,
for you.
You're not. Hey,
you know, the
English
English language is not about you.
Okay, so you were trying to link trans in the 1820s to trans in 2025?
No, I'm saying that's what they attempted.
Okay, that's what they did. They are not us.
And it's even in their writing.
You're going to lose this argument, SK.
I'm not losing
They
the
are
writing. I'm
not
quoting them.
us.
I am
literally. Now I'm going to get a little bit more
the argument by quoting them?
I'm going to get more contemporary. They are not like us.
How am I losing the argument if
they are not like us? Listen to what I just said. They, meaning Thomas Jefferson and the founding fathers, are not like us. SKC, President Trump, they in the 1820s are not like us.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It matters
does.
hugely. That's why they put an amendment process in the Constitution. Even the founding or the framers, we know Thomas Jefferson was in France at the time. Please let me finish my point, sir. The framers are not like us, and definitely the founders are not like us. Trying to draw a through line, there was a civil war. There are arguments that the first republic was the Constitution. There is a second republic, which was 13, 14, 15th Amendments. They are not like us.
None of that.
It's a horrible argument.
None of that is my argument.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's why you want to say Thomas Jefferson using trans.
I only
describing a slave trans describing commerce in slaves.
That's not what
not how trans is used now.
That's not what he was
then
describing.
You need to level set me then. How
I was trying to.
Okay, what you're going to do, I hope, is prove me wrong.
Yes, but that only can.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
At least 15
you're doing a mic
time.
1, 2, 3 thing. Prove me wrong that Thomas Jefferson meant trans in a different way than, say, a Jane Coaston does.
Sure.
Prove me wrong.
Sure. In Thomas Jefferson's work,
Which work? Notes on Virginia?
Notes on Virginia.
Gotcha.
He used transatlantic and cisatlantic solely in the way that it was meant in Latin over
Okay, who
there.
gives a shit about Latin? No one knows Latin these days.
So then
If
why
you
are the
went out- if
so
you
then
went
why are
out,
the people
only
so
Ja-
then why are the people on the screen invoking it then?
Okay, Jane Coaston probably took Latin. I don't know.
The people who invented the term
Okay,
cisgender,
I need you.
transgender,
Have you ever
state in
taken
their
a Latin
writings that
class?
they
Whoa,
that they
whoa,
were
whoa, whoa, whoa!
invoking Latin.
Before you
That's what they
gallop
say.
off it, have you ever taken a Latin class?
I have taken Latin, and
When?
all I'm saying to you is the people who
Well, no,
came
no,
up
no,
with
no,
the
no.
terminology
Let's
state that they were
concentrate on
using
Latin
as
now.
well.
Let's concentrate on Latin now. Gish Galloping Pony.
I'm not just
When
galloping.
did you?
I'm
when did you
using relevant
take?
information to
When
what I
did
was
you
saying.
take a Latin
It
class?
doesn't matter when I
No,
took
no,
it.
no, no. Of course it matters because I
No, it
say
doesn't.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
When
I could have took
did
it. I
you
could have took
take
it
Latin?
yesterday.
Did
I
you
could have took
ever
it yesterday,
take
or I could have
Latin
took
in
it
high
20 years
school
ago.
or college?
Both.
You didn't.
Okay.
Because if you actually had, you would know that trans means change. So
doesn't.
Thomas Jefferson using trans, he wasn't talking about transsexual. He was talking about transatlantic, across
what I
or
said.
change from.
That's what I
No.
said.
What I need you to answer is, when did you take a Latin class?
What difference does it make if I know what it means?
You know what? It makes all
If
the
I took
difference
if
in
I
the
took it
world,
yesterday,
because you
or
don't know
20 years
Latin well
ago.
enough to be spouting bullshit.
Okay, well, the
You
BS that I'm
literally
quote unquote
do
spouting,
not know Latin.
Thomas Jefferson
You
wrote it.
never took a class, did you?
Okay, Thomas Jefferson wrote
Did you?
it.
Hey, it's okay if you
I
didn't.
already stated to you
I
several times
even
that I
took
did.
college Latin,
you want to be
sir.
the one to
I
say that I
even
didn't.
took
I don't need
college
to convince
Latin.
you. I don't need
SKC,
to
you're gonna
convince
have
you.
to do better. Don't
I've
come up here. Don't
I've
come up
already
here
done better
telling.
because you don't understand what it means.
Okay, you're all mad now.
I'm not mad.
Is your coffee getting cold?
Yeah, it's getting done right
Well,
now.
take a sip and tell me when you took Latin.
I've already told you when I took Latin.
You never
it
took
doesn't- and it-
Latin. Is
and it doesn't-
what you told me is not what I've discerned. You've never taken a Latin class.
Okay.
I know it's okay.
Your point.
It's okay. Hey, you don't have to have Latin to know what trans means. What I'm trying to tell you.
What's your point?
My point is, you don't understand language. Apparently, the way
Okay, so
Thomas Jefferson,
you're
the
stating that I
way
don't-
Thomas
you're stating-
Jefferson was
you're stating
using
that-
trans,
you're stating that I
is
didn't.
not the same way you're not an authority. Is basically what I'm saying. You're not that. You know a lot of things. You don't present a cogent argument for
You
why
haven't
Jane
even
Coaston.
heard my argument.
You do not. You know what? You do not present a cogent
haven't
argument.
even heard
and
my
why I don't.
That's the only reason
I know.
why you
I know
understand.
your argument better
No,
than you do.
State
That's
it. Then
why
state
you're
it.
losing it.
Then state it. What is
Okay,
my argument?
interrupting me every word isn't going to
Like
work.
you do.
Because I
that's
do it
part of
better. I
conversation.
interrupt your arguments better than you interrupt mine.
Okay.
I am
but I'm still
literally not going to be distracted by this silly argument that Thomas Jefferson knew what trans meant better than Jane Coaston. It does not work.
That's not my argument.
You don't have an argument. You're making it up as you go along.
You don't know my argument because you don't.
I don't care about your argument at this point.
Exactly. So why don't we just move on?
We can move on back to the video. This one you don't win.
I don't have to win.
Of course you don't.
Truth doesn't win all the time.
You don't have the truth. The
I do
truth
have the truth.
is you have no fucking clue.
The truth is
you have no fucking clue where you were going with this.
does not apply to gender.
Thomas Jefferson said trans if I clipped it,
There's a
I
whole
could
bunch of people that
literally,
use
I
the
could
term
literally take
transatlantic
a
and
clip of
cisatlantic.
this
There's a whole
dumb
bunch of
argument
people
that you're presenting it and
I just
use
use
it
him as an example.
180 degrees out
I
from
simply
what you
use
meant
him
to.
as an example. That's
Dude,
typically what
you
people do
literally
inside of
lost and
conversation.
now you're struggling.
I'm
Stop
not struggling at
struggling.
all.
Let's
I'm making a
listen to
very
the
coherent
video.
argument. You just
Let's
can't.
let Jane Coaston, who has a
Oh yes, I
better
know. You think
grasp
black
of
women
Latin
speak
than
because
you
they rule.
do, make her
Because the
point.
black woman
You
is God.
literally do not understand your own argument, and this
Sure,
is
I don't
this
understand.
is a
Even though I'm
great
stating it very
example
simply and
of
clear right
how
now.
I
Cis and
fold
trans are
dumb
Latin words that
arguments
talk
in
about
on themselves
specific things.
with
They
lack
cannot.
of
They
knowledge.
cannot be
You
applied
didn't
to a
know.
spectrum.
You were
Very easy,
grasping.
very
You were
cogent.
grasping at straws when
I'm
you
not
brought
grasping at
Thomas
anything. I can repeat it
Jefferson
for you right
in,
now.
because you
Cis
know
and
he's my
trans
favorite
mean the
founder,
opposite
but
of
he
each
had
other.
huge
They
flaws.
cannot be applied to a spectrum,
Thomas
which many
Jefferson
of the
had
gender
huge
people try to
flaws
say that gender
in
is
his
just a
basic
spectrum.
humanity. I could make the
It's very
argument,
easy.
and you don't know shit about
Just in
Latin.
the same way that there's an
You
Atlantic
literally,
on one side or other of the Atlantic sits
what does
trans
feed 'em
or
clam
cisatlantic.
shit? What does
Cis
feed 'em
and trans
clam
does not
shit mean?
apply to gender.
What does
It's
feed
very
'em
easy
clam shit
because
mean?
actual
What does
motion
feed
is
'em clam shit
something that is
mean? It's a Latin joke.
unchanging.
What does feed 'em clam shit mean? It's a Latin joke.
You tell me.
Fuck it. You don't know it? Look it up. Now let's get back to this
What
video.
does that have to do? What does that have to do with my argument?
No.
Nothing.
Look it up.
I don't
Look
need
it
to look.
up.
I'm not going to look
You
it up.
will laugh when
I
you
am
look it
not
up.
going to look it up.
You will laugh when you look up the
I
damn
will not.
shit.
I will not. Only thing I'm going to
Dude,
focus
it's
in on
one
is
of
how
the
these
first
two,
jokes I learned in
these two
high
black women
school
don't know what they're
Latin.
talking about.
First class of first day of high school was Father Anthony's Latin class, and he lightened up the mood because we were all afraid of Latin.
Exactly.
Feed 'em clam
Reason.
shit. Feed
That's
'em
exactly what
clam
this
shit.
is.
What
This
does
is exactly
feed
what
'em
it is,
mean? What
DK.
does clam
Clean
mean? What
over
does
reason.
shit mean? Dude, don't come up with an argument. Don't come up making an argument that I don't know better than you. You simply lost. Take the L. Now back to the video. Trans does not mean the same thing, or
Cannot
even
apply
the
to this
same motherfucking
because they say that
topic
gender is a spectrum.
is Notes on Virginia. I've read Notes on Virginia.
No,
I'm
you haven't.
listening to this
No,
argument.
you haven't.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
No,
I
you
have.
haven't. You know how
Yeah,
I know.
okay. Well,
You know
just
how I
you
know
know,
that you haven't wrote Notes on
if I
Virginia.
didn't read Notes on Virginia,
You
then
know how
you
I know
never
you
had a
haven't wrote
Latin
Notes on
class.
Virginia.
Same.
You know how I know that you haven't read Notes on Virginia?
How so?
Because there would be no way that you would say that people looking back at the annals of time concerning history, concerning slavery, would be a bad idea when bouts and bouts of the book does exactly that. That is one
It
of
wasn't a book.
that is
Sir.
one of Thomas
You want to
Jefferson's
know? You
chief
want to
arguments
know how
on
I know you
comparing
didn't read
slavery.
Notes on
Now, I know
Virginia?
that you haven't wrote it. I know that
It
you haven't wrote it.
literally wasn't a book. It became a book later.
I know
That's
that you
how I
haven't
know
read it.
that you read the book,
called
but you
notes.
don't know the origin, and
Called
you
notes.
didn't read it
You
either,
haven't
dude.
read it.
You
Because there's
read
no way that
excerpts.
you would say that that is a bad argument when that was one of the chief arguments that Thomas Jefferson had.
I'm not gonna continue this argument from a position of advantage. I'm punching
There's no
down,
advantage.
and as a liberal, I don't like punching down.
Throughout the book,
I don't like, dude. You're gonna be a victim of your. See, you actually came up here thinking I didn't understand shit. I refuse
haven't
to
read it.
continue to punch
You
down.
haven't read it. I know that you haven't read it.
Dude, I know you haven't read it, and you don't know the origins either. It was not a book.
I didn't say
until it became a book.
I
You
didn't say it
literally
was
said, I know you didn't read the book. You
I said,
literally
I know
said
you
that,
haven't read
son.
it.
Yo,
I said,
literally.
I know you
Oh, no,
haven't
no,
read
no,
it.
no. I've read it.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's in
Of
book
course,
or
it
not.
doesn't
You haven't
matter.
read it.
It doesn't matter when
You
you
have
can't
not
win an
read it because
argument.
those
I
are chief
understand.
parts
I
of his argument.
understand.
There's
I
no way that you would
understand.
sit up and have
Now
a
let's calm
grandiose
down. Let's
opinion
calm
of
down.
Jefferson
Yeah.
and then,
The
and then state that anybody
the
that looks
Federalist
back.
Papers were not an encyclopedia.
So
Dude,
anybody
this
that
is so
holds that slavery, that people should not compare slavery, that was a Jefferson's one of Jefferson's.
Hey! Is that the one about holding a wolf's ears? A wolf's ears? Is that the same notes? Because what you're doing right now is you're holding a wolf by the ears. You simply will not win this fight. Now let's move on. Let's sally forth with Stanley's agenda. It is a trans agenda, right?
Liberalism wasn't just being left wing. It was belief in individualism and respect for human rights and all of these different great principles. And to me, like, we've really lost our way for a few reasons. One is that liberalism became dominant in a way that was always going to, inspire backlash from people. But I think also in many
liberalism, conservatives are liberals. If you look at it from an Enlightenment perspective, we have also, because none of us take enough Latin in our young lives, I don't even like the way MAGA uses the term liberals because they seem to confuse it with communism. They seem to think liberal equals communism. You can make the argument that Marx was a post-Enlightenment type of philosopher, but these people don't understand shit. And she is going to go awry. And I haven't watched the video, but she is going a bit awry. We really need to understand the Enlightenment better. We really need to read more. And we certainly need more Latin. And by the way, Jefferson really wasn't that good a Latinist. He was better at Greek, from what I understand, or enjoyed Greek more.
Soft at arguing for their point. Things just felt so obvious. Like, of course, there's a consensus that immigration is good for the economy. Of course, there's a consensus that we need to be defending individualism and free speech. We felt like there was an elite consensus around these ideas,
and that the arc of history bent in our direction. That this would just all obviously happen.
They're getting this wrong. The arc of history bends towards elites in power. It doesn't. The problem with the whole arc bends towards justice is the elites sometimes get to define justice, and people who think MAGA is populism are fools. It's not conservatism either. It's oligarchical, and oligarchs don't care about justice. They care about their ends. How they get to the ends is justice, whether it's, through authoritarianism or through, whatever the means. The ends justify the means. That's what MAGA is. It's oligarchs in Matt Walsh, lumberjack, faux working man clothes, appealing to the working man because, hey, I would go a little race-based on this, but I'm going to avoid it for now. It's dumb fucks like Matt Walsh who are MAGA. He's more populist than, say, a Donald Trump who looks silly in a hat, and he also looks silly without a tie.
Sounds like
that working man. Donald Trump hasn't ever rolled up his sleeves because they're bruises.
And it's interesting you talk
however
about
you want to describe it.
liberalism
like
being standing against things, because right now you have a swath of the right that is basically whatever liberals do, we hate it. which is why that they're now sounding like they want to, wax rhapsodic about
That's
the magical
funny.
year of like 2003. But
Well, let me tell you what MAGA translates to in Russian. I'm sorry, Latin. I was going to say Russian because I'm sure Putin has a word for MAGA. It's probably spelled Pussy or Puppet. Pussy puppet. That's what MAGA translates to. But in Latin, it translates to megalomaniacal.
I think it's important to establish
I
in
thought it
this
was a
conversation.
megalomaniac.
How are you defining liberalism? Like,
Same
we're not
thing.
necessarily talking about Democrats
Maniacal
or
versus
progressives.
maniac.
Or are we? Are we talking
Maniacal
about both?
is
Neither.
the,
Who are we talking
adjective.
about?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the longest Twitter thread in history.
But it's also winning.
Moderators are
Yeah, I know. I'm
screaming
like
at us to stop.
the Reddit
Yeah.
thread. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, to me, I wrote our intro essay on the Argument Mag's website about this, which is liberalism is a political philosophy that seeks to answer the question, how do we live with each other? And that's like, how do we live with each other when we're all really, really different? Like when my version of a good life could be having 1,000,000 one-night stands and someone else.
She's getting it wrong. Now,
Yeah, she
I
is
am
getting it wrong.
Okay, of course she is, but she's young, and I thought she was better educated.
And dumb.
Is that they shouldn't have sex until they get married. Or my version of the good life is that I live in a city and I have public transit and I walk to work. And someone else's is that they live in a rural part of the country and like they're very religious.
With
These are
all
big
jokes
differences
aside, though,
that are not
Stanley,
just like
if you don't mind
stylistic. They often
pausing,
have to do with our fundamental beliefs about what it
one of
is to be a
the
person, and we have to like exist together. And I think that
one of the
post-liberal
major
right, and also
issues.
honestly the
Hold
post-liberal
on one
left
sec.
answer has often been.
I'm listening. I'm going to step away right quick, but I'm listening.
Yeah, all jokes aside, Stanley and everything. One of the major issues with people like her, that she gets wrong is this idea of a whole bunch of people with various ideas and ways and standards of living coming together and coalescing just as long as they don't harm each other, and that it's going to be some sort of kumbaya and everything is going to work fine. But the problem that she doesn't have the common enough sense to consider is that what she's asking for has prerequisites, and she doesn't want to acknowledge the prerequisite work, which does not come together under the ideals that she pushes forth. A bunch of people
Well,
with
I mean,
various
she's making a
ideas
young
that are.
person's mistake, though.
Well, that's what I mean. But that's.
I mean,
just,
you honestly don't understand how life is until you have a family.
I don't know. I think that you can be a part of
I
the
don't think.
family and understand.
Well, I think
what
the
life is.
military, and this is just my experience, so I'm not seeking to say everyone should do it. I was never, dude. I grew up Catholic, and I grew up with parents who were fairly conservative. At least in the they were. I would even say they were socially conservative. She obviously didn't grow up, but I'm also 60. She's like what? Probably not even 30. Though that forehead is looking 30. It's a joke. Life teaches lessons as well as what you read in your college textbooks. So I honestly don't consider people smart until they're like 40 and have had a couple hard knocks and have a family that they've had to provide for, protect, or whatever. These are two young people. And, I kind of cut them slack. And they're two young women who I am never going to be. You know what? I actually had someone that I actually like in the chat, and we just kind of, started going back and forth. And she was basically, women don't want sex with a man, as a first priority. So I got curious. Well, what's a young woman's total like top priority? And it was freedom, because I asked leading questions. Is it freedom from the patriarchy? And yeah, and the male gaze. And it honestly confused me. Like, what? Women can thrive under a male gaze, and men can thrive under a female gaze. And what I've noticed in, this particular sector, I think people call it the black sector. And I'll include, Sean Bracey, I will include Hood Conservative, I consider it all kind of a sector, because the one thing that they share is a misunderstanding of man, woman, male, female. They misunderstand gender roles. They misunderstand basic biology at times. And I honestly don't like seeing black kids, and I consider anyone under 40 a kid. They are so fucking miseducated. They do not understand the waters they swim in. Okay, let's not even talk about, it needs to be Pan-African and all this shit. Bottom line is, we live in a Western culture, in an American version of Western culture. And if you're not seeking to understand the culture that you live in, for better or for worse, you're gonna seem stupid. Male gaze is not a Western concept. That's kind of biology. So don't make it about patriarchy. Male gaze isn't necessarily patriarchy. It can be biological. Okay, a young woman wanting to avoid the male gaze, that's problematic from a biological perspective. These people only think on one channel. What's the term? God damn it, I should remember it. These people don't have the ability. They are literally one note. They're not playing symphonies. They are literally playing one note at a time. And it disturbs me to see young women, young black people in particular, and young people on a larger American scale. These people are being trained versus educated. I have a huge problem with it. And, the only way, in my opinion, to kind of avoid it is to, better parenting. But what if your parents aren't into books? I don't know what the solution is. I do know what the results are. And people like Jane Coaston and what's her name here? All of a sudden I can't remember her name. The Atlantic writer, they're not well educated either. At least in my opinion. People may say, hey, you're a fuddy-duddy, old man. But I know what a good education looks like. And I also understand that, this is a YouTube show. But this New York Times article talking about a psychological life is ridiculous. Knightish salute. I appreciate it, sir. Hit the panel if you want. For everyone, the link is pinned at the top. Don't be shy. All of a sudden we're talking philosophy. And I promise there is a 2-hour video talking about a Catholic education that I'm going to show no matter what.
Hey, that's fine. I mean, I think we got to.
Well, I know you would love it.
Oh yeah, I don't mind any of this stuff. But I think we segue there from the introduction.
Well, go ahead, segue
into language, because we went from language to the philosophy.
You're like anthropological, minded, you're gonna kick my ass on the language. However, I actually do know I've taken languages, not
Yeah, you've
language.
taken Latin, just like you know
Oh
that
no! I've taken
trans
French.
mean.
I've taken German. I'm good at English, and my claim to fame for Spanish is I had a Puerto Rican girlfriend in college, so I picked up some Spanish, but it's not formal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey.
So tell me about language.
No, I was just going back to our original statement. I was just stating that
I disagree about the Latin, and dude. I haven't taken shit. I've been out of college for what, 35 years, but I know Latin.
Yeah,
and
but trans doesn't mean that.
I don't know the mechanics of Latin. I know kind of Latin philosophically, if that's possible. Trans changes, languages change. The way Jefferson used the prefix trans is different than how Jane Coaston is using it.
Right.
And that's not even languages change. That shouldn't even be a debate.
No, I'm not stating that there is some change in how
Sean Bracey
use it. I'm not,
Oh, my
I'm not
Lord.
stating that. What I'm stating is that in their literature, they
who is there? Who is they?
The people who came up with
Who are the people? Be specific. You mean the founding fathers? You mean early American people? Can you be specific? Because we're talking Thomas Jefferson and his use of trans as a prefix. Define Thomas Jefferson. Maybe that'll make it easier for you.
No, I think if you would just listen to me, you
no. You need to be
talking about Thomas. I'm not talking about Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, who are the people? Can we start there? Who is this they that you keep bringing up?
The people who use they as a pronoun.
So did they exist back in Thomas Jefferson's day? Are you suggesting that when
I'm not suggesting that.
Ho. Let me respond, please.
I'm just cutting you off so you don't have to go through all that rigmarole.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't Google shit. I do it off the top of my head.
I'm not saying Google anything.
Are you suggesting that
No, I'm not.
Thomas Jefferson? Are you suggesting? Because you know where I'm going to go.
I'm not.
Thomas Jefferson
that's why I'm just cutting you off at the end,
the
so you don't have
same
to
way
go
that
there.
Jane Coaston does?
No, I'm not stating that at all.
Then so who is the they? You said the same way they use they?
Yes, the people who came up with the term.
Who are the people?
Gender, the gender theorist. There are multiple
Okay,
people.
so Thomas Jefferson used trans the same way as gender theorists do?
No, I've never
Okay,
stated
then
that.
what the fuck is your argument? Dude, you are starting to become a little annoying here.
No, you just
My
need to listen.
contention, Thomas Jefferson did not use trans the same way the quote gender theorists do.
That's what I said.
And
That's
we
what I
agree.
told you.
And we agree on that.
That's what I originally told you.
Then why on earth did you bring up Notes on Virginia, Thomas Jefferson, and how he used transatlantic or whatever he used trans for?
Because
how
the modern
is it the
people,
same? That's what I'm asking
trying to
you
explain
to
it to you.
establish.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Because
Dude,
the modern people,
don't be slow.
I'm
Explain it
trying
in
not to be.
layman's language so a dummy like me.
Okay.
And I actually know.
Okay,
you don't
let me put it in layman. Let me put it in layman's language. Okay.
That you don't have an argument.
Let me put it in layman's language.
I know you're treading the transatlantic here.
No, just let me put it in layman's language for you then. Let me put it in layman's language.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The people who use it today that use pronouns, they in their writings state that the people of old used it that way. That's
so
their argument.
Are you talking about people with speech impediments?
Yes. because they don't know how to use proper.
Well,
speech.
who are the
They
people
use
with
things
speech
like they
impediments?
as a
Speech
pronoun.
impediments are a human condition sometimes.
Yes, it is. Same as retardation. It's a human condition.
Oh, you're gonna lose this.
I've already won.
I was hoping you would lose this argument elegantly. Now
No,
you're gonna
why
talk
do it
about.
elegantly when
Now
when
you're
I
gonna
can do
talk
a
about.
when I can do when I
Oh,
can
this
do a
is gonna be
rampage?
fun.
Why do it elegantly when I could do a Rampage Jackson?
Who?
I know.
My only contention, because I do want to get back to this video. Thomas
I know you want to
Jefferson
get back
did
to the
not.
retard.
Thomas Jefferson did not use the suffix trans as a gender theorist.
Thank you for repeating my original
That's
argument.
all I'm trying to say.
Thank you for repeating my original argument.
Oh, that wasn't your original argument.
Yes, it was.
And you know what? I will let you lick your wounds.
I even have
while
it typed
I
in the
play,
chat to show that it was my original argument.
I will. I am going
You
to
can
play
literally
this.
go back.
I am going to.
What is it?
Hey,
What is it?
don't be
9/11 right
upset.
now. The
Don't
people
be
who are listening,
upset.
if you go back in the chat and
Don't
look
be
at SKC
upset.
and
Don't
look at
be a
Latin
Thomas
there,
Jefferson.
that is
Don't
my
be a
argument
Thomas
typed
Jefferson
out, but he
holding a
just
wolf
repeated.
by the tail or the ears
just
or any
repeated
other
what I
parts
typed.
of that wolf anatomy. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose the grip.
You just repeated what I
I
had.
literally am mocking you at this point.
You're
You
mocking me.
didn't
for-
have a point. SKC,
My point
you
is
did
in
not have a
writing in your
point.
chat.
You didn't have a point.
Okay, didn't. I'm looking
I
at
don't need to check the chat to know
Yeah,
that I'm
looking at
right.
it. It has a timestamp.
You are
too. It says
wrong.
9:03
I am
a.m.
right.
SKC.
You know what? You want to shout yourself out? Go
No, I
ahead.
don't need to shout anything. I'm looking at it. Just like people in the chat can look
Well,
at it.
shout yourself out, SKC. I
Oh,
don't see it.
okay,
You
well-
go ahead.
well,
And,
SKC
you go ahead and shout
SKC
yourself out.
Put this argument in the chat. Exactly what he just got.
Oh yeah,
to
yeah,
say.
yeah. Who
Yeah,
made it so I
yeah.
can go back and put it up on the screen for
Yeah,
your
go
shout
ahead.
out?
Go ahead. It starts.
No,
Latin
I'm
clip.
asking you. You said there was something in the chat that agrees with your point. Which one? So I can
I'm telling
highlight
you, it
and
is the
shoot them
comment.
down too.
It's-
You
it's
need to
that- it's
stop.
that
You
comment.
need to stop. SKC. This is a meeting of equals. You don't have to tell me anything. I have a fully formed idea of how wrong you are.
Yeah, I know.
You don't need to do the Jedi mind tricks.
You know,
Say
I don't
that
have
to
to do the
Deacon
Jedi mind
Dave and Free Zone Lou.
I'm
the
not doing that. I'm
conservatives.
just reading
You
what I
are their
put- what I put in
senior.
writing.
You are their senior and mentor.
I'm just showing what I
You
put
are
in.
not mine.
Yeah,
I know what the fuck
showing what I
I'm
put in
talking
writing.
about
Yeah,
all the
and I
time.
know, and I know what I wrote.
And I admit when you're right, do I not?
And I know what I
Do
wrote.
have I ever admitted, well, goddamn, SKC is right. I learned something. Have I never done that?
I know. This is
Okay.
one of those occasions.
Well, this is not one of those times.
Okay.
You are wrong. Now you're learning from me.
Okay.
We are peers. There
well-
are things you know that I don't, and vice versa.
Well, then all you have
So
to do is
let's get on.
let's get on to these crazy women.
They're not crazy. They're struggling, maybe, but not crazy. Hey, they are young women trying to figure it out.
To say we can't actually live together, you need to change your mind and be like me. And liberalism says no, like we can live in a pluralistic society. And I think in many respects the post-liberal right in
She's
particular,
right about that part.
they so thoroughly believe that you can't live with people that are different than you that they're trying to eradicate that difference as much as possible.
DEI.
And our rejoinder, I think, at the argument is that
get rid
no
of it.
matter how homogenous
they
you
do.
think you can make a population, there will always be differences that humans are willing to kill each other over. Like,
Right.
literally. It
This is the
doesn't matter,
story
like,
of
yeah.
Europe for like 800 years was just like
I mean, liberalism comes out of
Yeah,
the
exactly.
European wars of religion. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. You have people who are like, you're Protestants, but not the
You know
right
that point right there
Exactly.
is something
it's
that
also
Yeah.
interesting because I
hold on
feel
one
as
second.
if
Let me pause it.
the the belief that
That point
Yes,
right
sir.
there is something that they fail to recognize the significance of.
Who is they again?
both
Remind.
of them, both of the women on screen.
Oh, okay.
All right. So both of the women on screen fail to recognize that out of those institutions that they just got through saying, oh, liberalism came out of such and such. Yes, because those institutions allowed for free thought. Those institutions, those Western civilizational institutions that they mock all the time,
I haven't heard them mock it yet.
Gave birth to the very ideas that they hold as dear.
Okay, I'm confused as to your point here. They shouldn't mock institutions.
No, my point is that they don't appreciate the parents of their ideas.
Okay, and I mock institutions all the time. Shit, dude, I'm a cradle Catholic, and I've made Catholic jokes.
No,
you can mock institutions without necessarily being disrespectful or blasphemous or heretical. You can make jokes. So what you're saying is you can't make jokes about institutions or doubt them or criticize them? Do we have to do goose stepping?
No, but that doesn't mean that you destroy them either.
Which one of these ladies has proposed destroying anything?
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. The answer is oh my God, because neither of them have. No.
I'm gonna go ahead and put my dunce hat on.
Once again, neither one of them. You say they don't understand or respect, essentially, but they haven't proposed destroying them. Where are you going? Where are you going with this they stuff?
Their ideology.
I have not heard anything that's even remotely heretical.
Okay.
Where are you going with this?
I'm going to its natural conclusion.
What's the natural conclusion?
Where the people that they hold as in high esteem, what they say.
Which people did they mention that they hold in high esteem?
That's for you to find out.
Okay, no, I don't have to find out. I'm just watching a video. I honestly don't remember them mentioning people they hold in high esteem.
Oh, okay.
No, did I miss something?
Other than basic reasoning? No.
Oh, okay. So basic reasoning is a person to disrespect? My question was which person did they talk about? Basic reasoning is not a person.
Okay, let me do this for you.
Please do it for me. Help me understand, SKC.
I will. I'm going to show you the powers of prophecy. Can let the video continue to play.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll catch you up as they say it.
Okay.
We can't live together is one of those things where it's like we have, nearly 250 years of evidence in the United States that actually we can live together and people can sort themselves in ways that work best for them. But you said something I thought was really interesting in a conversation with another writer who you're working with at The Argument, Kelsey Piper, basically that liberals are not temporarily embarrassed communists. Can you explain your thinking behind that?
There are so many reasons we could get into why it's happened, but there is a sense within liberalism and liberal thought, in particular, just like anyone who's left of center, that you're constantly afraid of someone to your left telling you that you're insufficiently left leaning. And as a result, you stop articulating anything you believe. Everyone just kind of starts defaulting to like, okay, whatever the most like radical left thing that's being said, we're all just going to default towards that norm. And it's created this weird thing where like, I mean, I'm in a lot of left spaces where like people will secretly say things that I think are just completely reasonable. They are also caring about egalitarianism and equality. They just are saying like, oh, like maybe I have a different way of going about this, or I have questions about how this should go. But they would never say this in public because they're afraid of actually saying these views and getting called out for them.
Right. Which is, I think that goes also to kind of the siloing effect, because some of these views are like, I think that maybe sometimes some people should go to prison. And so I think that that's a really interesting point, that there is a difference between being a liberal and being a leftist.
And I think honestly, like leftists, I think honestly get very upset about this all the time. And I get it why they're so irritated, because they're like, you guys are lying about your actual ideological beliefs. And it's creating this weird friction here where like, you won't admit the things you believe or stand for them. You're just sort of like yelling it. We're all just pretending like we're all the same thing. And again, liberalism does not mean that you are a moderate. Like Mills, Rawls, these are like, to me, essentially socialists, right? Even if they didn't use those words, they're extremely radical thinkers. You can also have someone who's a liberal who wants to find ways to respect individual rights and who cares about the systems of democracy and governance that would actually make it possible for like different kinds of people to live together. And I think the really big thing that we're trying to do with the argument is just say like the most important cleavage in American politics is not whether you're right or left, it's whether you hold these like actually like bigger beliefs about.
Boom. Totally agree with that. I bet you agree with that too. I hope.
Great is he, the prophet SKC.
Okay, I am totally lost what you prophesied.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying continue.
Okay, what you need to understand is I said several minutes ago that conservatives are liberals too, in the capital L liberal sense. So you didn't prophesy anything, you confirmed. Son, you're not that kind of you're not that kind of prophet.
You don't
now
even
I'm surprised she brought Rawls and Mills into it. I kind of understand, but I think that give her 10 years in a family, if she chooses to do so, who knows? She will understand. No. Let me finish, please. She will understand the consequences and she will be able to refine some of the book knowledge. Okay, Rawls,
too young to understand
Mills,
consequences
you
now.
become your own philosopher once you form a solid family. There are finishing touches. Books are just kind of the base. You form your life off of what you read. You form your thinking on the act. I don't know why you feel like you have to interrupt me. Let me finish, please. Books are your base. You form your life off of what you read, and then you should always read opposite opinions too. This is how you learn how to think. Sometimes opposing thoughts formulate an offspring. So you didn't prophesy anything. I said these two women were smart. I said they were well educated, and if anything, I'm starting to understand what this young lady, Jerusalem Dempsey, means when she talks about liberalism. She's not necessarily talking left politics. She's talking capital L liberalism. The Enlightenment produced capital L liberalism. What people call conservative was a product of capital L liberalism. That's literally how it worked. It's the people who are miseducated who start doing these weird perversions of political philosophy and Trump is going to worsen the education system, not make it better. A patriotic education is not an education in the capital L sense.
Sure.
How people can live
the same
together
people who
despite the
came up
differences
with
we have.
psychological living.
Jerusalem, why create a new media company in 2025? Like, what do you think is missing from the discourse, and what do you think the argument can be doing that's better than what we have?
Well, no one else had ever created a media company, so I thought that I would be the first.
Nope, it's never happened.
It's never happened.
Nobody's ever done it.
Well, aside from the novelty bit, I think that the difference that the argument can make is the difference that I think a lot of ideological small media outlets have made in American history. When we look at places like the New Republic or even the National Review, these are small outfits that are not trying to be mass media organizations. What they're trying to do is change how ideology is conceived of in the American both electorate, but also in the American elite. And that to me is the big question right now. All of our liberal media is now, the New York Times, the Atlantic, the New Yorker, these are massive companies that are trying to do general purpose work. And they do great work. They do great reporting, great essays. I'm glad that they exist. But at the same time, I'm very, very worried that these smaller magazines and ideological outfits that exist are not advancing an alternative to post-liberalism. And so my goal is to provide that alternative, and who knows how this all plays out. I mean, largely people who work in the ideas game like we do are at the whim of whatever politician ends up actually winning. But I do think there is a lot of evidence that when we platform these ideas, when you make clear arguments for the stuff that you care about, it is the only way that someone could ever end up picking those up in 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, and actually using them. I think that one of the best examples of this is just when I see the nascent abundance movement kind of coming up, which is, the book by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. These ideas were ones that had been pushed for years by a lot of people and a lot of activists on the ground. And now it's part of a massive
SKC, have you
conversation.
had a chance to look into this abundance thing?
Being pro-housing in this way could ever really take on a national valence. And this is like an impossible problem.
I haven't had a chance to.
Problem. No one would ever do this. It's so politically unpalatable. And I'm just witnessing
what
now.
I understand, I don't know. And I have not read, I haven't even heard, maybe I ought to do that tomorrow. But it sounds like living in a world that really no longer exists. It's the opposite of austerity. It's almost like a left version, I think. And again, I have not delved into it, but it sounds like a left version of trickle-down economics. Maybe bottom up versus top down.
Oh, so
trickle down was all boats rise from the upper class with extra money. We have so much money, we want to sink it back into uplifting the middle class. I think abundance is more middle class, but again, I have not gotten into it, so I'm speaking from a position of ignorance. You might know more about it.
No, it to me, just from the outset, it just sounds like a euphemism for communism.
Mm-hmm. Really? Or socialist, communist?
We'll have a
no. I need you to answer my question before you.
No, they're not. That's why it's two different words.
Get Gallop off. Are socialists communists?
No, that's why they're two different words.
If the answer is no, then at least I know you understand that part. All communists are socialists. Not all socialists are communists.
That's why they're two different words.
Right. Well, I don't know. Tell Donald Trump that. He doesn't seem to know it.
No, I think it's people that understand that the mindsets of certain people.
Okay, well, then you made my point. Donald Trump doesn't understand the difference.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's what you want to believe, then
no. I know it.
Okay, well, that's fine. Cool.
Donald Trump is literally, you know what? South Park is getting it right. They're hitting home runs every episode.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to talk about Stephen Miller.
I hope they do, but it doesn't change the overall that the dude is winning.
Ooh, Trump?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to dispute that. But for how long?
I don't know. Maybe until the end of his.
Okay, I think I do. Look at his. Yeah, for now, and that is the essence of populist movements, dude.
Right.
You know the
he's
history.
winning.
You know the history of populist movements probably as well as I do. Populism, Tea Party, go back to Wilmington, go back to there was a farmer. No, please let me finish. No. I need to finish my thoughts, sir.
Go ahead.
Populist movements are always flashes in the pan.
You didn't believe that?
And I need to finish what I'm saying. I'll let you talk when I say I'm done. Flashes in the pan because American culture always throws the racism, the racist fat on the fire. Elites cannot have racial coalitions at the populist level. That's why they've never worked. This is not a different, there's not going to be a different result. Populism may be beneficial, but America is unique in that there's never going to be socialism in the United States, at least not in my lifetime, which is getting shorter by the day, and probably not in yours, which is significantly longer. America has been brainwashed into distrusting anything that is even left of center, left of center, because we still think like Cold War. When I was a kid, I remember, getting under the school desks during nuclear war drills. We still live that's why we probably need to shed the skin of a Donald Trump or Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We need younger leadership. And I'm going to tell you right now, the younger leadership is probably going to move more. It's going to be weird because there's going to be horseshoe politics. There's going to be, and this is real hyperbolic, so just forgive the hyperbole. There will be someone like a Mamdani who will shake hands with Nick Fuentes. They agree on some things, but most of what they're going to agree on is going to be it's mostly going to be upholding things like natalism. That's an odd prediction, and I usually don't do predictions, but you know what? If you can predict, so can I.
When did you become this year that?
This what?
I mean, I'm just curious.
Erudite?
You just stated earlier that populism is a flash in the pan. That
it is.
That the
American public it fries the fat on that. The fat in that pan is literally racism that's endemic to American culture.
Right. And then you stated that people don't really go for the center of left type of thinking. And
no, they don't. Americans are basically center.
So
they will
so with
they
that-
will go with the politics that number one. Well, let me state it better. Americans are essentially pragmatists, but they're not radicals.
Right. So I'm curious.
Okay, so I've when did I become this way?
I'm
Did-
kind of
hey,
wondering.
you
because-
did not make me this wise just by your presence on this panel.
No,
I've
I'm just
been doing this
wondering.
for
I'm,
quite
I'm
some
like,
time.
I'm like, where was this Stanley last year?
I have literally said I don't like extremes.
Right. So I'm curious. Is if
Well, you've
you
never heard
knew-
me say that before.
No. What I'm saying is if you knew
I
all
literally
of this
saw
stuff,
Brian Nichols say, "Well, Stanley is essentially a conservative."
so if you knew
why
all
are
of
you
this-
the why didn't you know this when Brian Nichols, who's never been up on the panel, knows this?
Well, no, I'm not stating that. What I'm stating is everything that you just stated. Then why in the heck would you predict a Kamala Harris victory?
Because I thought she was a better candidate. Donald
That
Trump
goes
is
against.
the-
That goes.
Okay,
against
no.
every-
Let me answer, please.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is more stable. Donald
center
Trump
left,
is a
right?
okay. You're not going to let me finish, are you? I thought Kamala Harris was a more center candidate in the. I think Barack Obama. She would have been a female Barack Obama. Barack Obama does not like extremes. Didn't when he was president. It was all made up. It was the Mitch McConnells who wanted to pretend that, like Trump does now, Trump is literally called Joe Biden a communist. That's ridiculous. So I want more stability. Kamala Harris is the least crazy of the two. Donald Trump is a fucking failing vanilla pudding of an no. I'm gonna finish.
I get it
I'm
now.
gonna finish. Donald Trump is extreme. Putting the National Guard into DC instead of just how about just bring the federals into helping the police force? But no, I have to arm the National Guard. That's extreme. Donald Trump is an extremist. I don't think Kamala Harris would have done that. Now, she may have been too weak on crime, but Donald Trump, the antidote to weakness is extremism. It doesn't suit my personality. I tend to be a little bit more of a critical thinker and a pragmatist.
I get it now. I even put it in the chat so I can. But
Well, so you can remember it. Can you?
No.
Say it?
Just so it won't be stated that I said.
Oh wait,
something
hold
that
it. Let's see here. I see it now. I get it now. Stanley was unable to separate what he wanted from understanding the reality of what the population of America wanted. Dude, I think your rank and file, dude, you think Thomas Jefferson or Madison wanted?
I was talking about Trump.
Okay, I need you to let me develop the argument. Please, can I do that as host of the show?
Sure, go back.
Can you
200
respect
years.
me? Can you respect me as host
No,
of the
go
show?
ahead. I want to see how.
Well,
you
I don't need the protestations or any of that. America was never a democracy. It was planned not to be a democracy. So, what the population of America wanted, why are you bringing this up now?
Because you were stating earlier what the
You
population
can't
wants.
interlace what I was saying, but you think I am a populist? I literally just
No,
said,
I didn't say that.
Okay, I said it, that populism never works. Okay, god damn it, SKC. can you just keep a civil tongue in your head and hold it for a minute or two? I never said, I literally said populism is a flash in the pan in American history. You put the fat of race on. Now, if you want me to develop that part, I can do it easily, but I'm not a populist.
I never stated that.
I literally just said that America has been miseducating their kids for probably 100 years. That's why we have a Donald Trump. That's why we have a Joe Biden. The actual educated people don't fucking want to be president because they know that their lives will just be a mess. You need to understand my argument and stop lobbing duds. I know what my argument is. Interrupting my argument is unnecessary. If you have a specific question, please ask it. So that's what I have to say. I'm not a populist. I think America was not invented to be a democracy. It has democratic elements to basically a republic is literally substituting institutions for populism. And there's a reason. If you understand American history, it slows down the fever of popular sentiment. But it's also bad in that there can be minority rule. So there I go. Please, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
You didn't know this? I've been saying this I've been saying this pretty much back in the Discord days. You thought I was some radical leftist?
No, I didn't think that at all. I just find it hilarious that you could state that that the populism was a flash in the pan and that it would
yes.
And that it
name me a populist president.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, dude. See, you flag when I start asking you hard questions.
No, I flag when you
populism is literally a flash in the pan.
I'm not disagreeing.
They've never been able
I'm not
to elect
disagreeing.
a president.
I'm not disagreeing.
Well, good. So populism is a flash in the pan, and the reason we don't have a populist president is America is fundamentally racist. Hence my point about flash in the pan gets more flashy and more esoteric. It becomes ephemeral when you toss a dab of race into that pan. That's why populist movements don't work. Black and white farmers working together got basically disrupted in the I think it was the mid 18th century. 19th century. And I can't remember the name of the movement, but Wilmington, Delaware is my favorite example of blacks and whites working class running a city, and then the racist elites in North Carolina in the state government fucking staged the only coup in American history, successful coup.
So you state that
No. I need you to acknowledge the point I made and critique it.
I didn't have a critique of that.
Don't ask me what I think. Deal with the examples I gave.
I am.
Do you not think Wilmington wasn't?
I wasn't talking about
okay. I once again, do you not think that Wilmington was a disruption of cooperation at a working class level?
I have no opinion.
Okay, then you don't know it.
No, I have no opinion.
So just say you don't know, and let's move on.
That's not
See,
what I was talking about.
I think about okay, I know you want to get Gallup away from this point.
I'm not.
I
you can straw man all day long, but okay.
Okay, dude, I actually think about this stuff. I actually read it and think about it. And when I present an argument,
well, then your
let's say 80 again, you're over talking. You're over talking.
That's all I was saying.
I'm literally going to say
I'll put my argument in the chat. I'll shut up.
80%. Well, dude, you can make an argument. I just don't want to be over talked. And maybe I'm slow in making the argument. Give me grace as the host. I think about American history. I think about the arguments I present in these pedestrian arguments you want to present. Yes, populism is a flash in the pan, and the reason race is uniquely an American problem for obvious reasons. So let's continue with this video, unless SKC is busy typing. And I will remind everyone, please make sure you hit the like button if you're new to this very boring channel that doesn't talk a whole hell of a lot about, the anti-black stuff. Black women are bad for black men, and black men are bad for women, and divestors versus passport bros. Uninteresting, but it does come up occasionally. But the bottom line is I'm much more interested in stuff that actually does affect people's lives. Not that sort of argument doesn't, that war between, the sexes. I just find some of the more immediate issues more complex and harder to talk about. I don't pick low-hanging fruit about, why can't I get some pussy? That seems a very low-hanging fruit to me as a 60-year-old man. So
people were like, yes, it's really unpopular, and I'm going to really just fight for the thing I believe in. And now there's like a real chance that it becomes a bigger shift in our politics. And I think that everyone who believes strongly in how to make the world a better place should do what they can to say the things they believe in.
You can just do things.
You can just do things. Yeah, I've learned this.
Jerusalem, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, there's more.
It's hard to stay informed during this flood the zone hellscape, but people like you tuning out is precisely what the MAGA rage bait media machine is going for. By subscribing to our channel, you're helping to surface progressive news on YouTube that's painstakingly researched, fact-checked, and delivered with the appropriate amount of snark. So subscribe to our channel, and if you're already a subscriber, thank you. What Today is brought to you by the Freedom from Religion Foundation. What do we mean when we talk about freedom of religion? Because lately, freedom looks a lot like forcing religion into public schools. Mandatory 10 Commandments, school chaplains, and vouchers that send public money to private religious institutions. The Freedom from Religion Foundation says that's not religious freedom. That's government-endorsed faith, and it violates the Constitution. FFRF fights for everyone's right to believe, or not, without coercion, especially in our schools. Learn more and get involved at ffrf.us/school or text the word church to 511-511. Go to ffrf.us/school or text the word church to 511-511. Text the word church to 511-511. Let's protect a freedom that belongs to everyone. Text fees may apply.
Headlines.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia returned home to Maryland Friday. You might remember he's a Salvadoran immigrant who entered the U.S. illegally to escape gang violence. He'd held a work permit since 2019. In March, he was deported to El Salvador, despite a court order that was supposed to prevent that. He's been back in U.S. detention since June, facing human smuggling charges that he's denied. His story's not over, though. Minutes after leaving custody Friday, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement informed Abrego Garcia's attorneys that he would be deported to Uganda early this week. He's expected to appear in an ICE field office today. Abrego Garcia's lawyers say the Trump administration's threat to remove him to Uganda was designed to force him to plead guilty to the human smuggling charges. According to his lawyers, the Department of Justice offered Abrego Garcia another option, one that would have landed him in Costa Rica, where he could live as a free man, if he agreed to plead guilty to the human smuggling charges against him and stay in jail over the weekend. That plea deal, which Abrego Garcia declined, expires today. Plead guilty to a crime you say you didn't commit and go to Costa Rica. Don't plead guilty and go to Uganda. And remember, no option to stay with your family. That's fucked up.
We should continue to support local law enforcement and not simply allow Donald Trump to play games with the lives of the American people as part of his effort to manufacture a crisis and create a distraction because he's deeply unpopular.
Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries criticized President Trump Sunday for threatening to deploy the National Guard to Chicago. Jeffries made those comments during an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. So far, Trump has deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. On Friday, Trump had claimed that Chicago residents clamored for troops too.
The people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Sure they are. Every beautiful African-American lady is wearing a red hat in Chicago because they just can't get enough of President Trump and they want the National Guard.
Beautiful African-American ladies are pleased. Now, they could be asking for Trump to go to Chicago versus the National Guard. Let's replay that a little bit. This is wonderful.
D.C. On Friday, Trump had claimed that Chicago residents clamored for troops too.
The people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Sure they are. Every beautiful African-American lady is wearing...
Please, President Trump.
Everyone is doing that. Everyone is doing that. That's that straw man.
Please, President Trump. Oh, but I feel so Trumpy.
But I thought the lady said
Jesus
that sometimes
Christ.
you can just do things.
This motherfucker is a moron.
But I thought the ladies just said that sometimes you can.
Okay,
just do
no. You don't have to think. You literally heard.
I heard them say you can just do things.
Do I need to replay it?
No, I'm saying the ladies earlier they stated you can just do things.
So you believe Trump that the ladies, the beautiful ladies who happen to be African American are begging. He didn't say National Guard. Come to Chicago is what he said. Do I need to replay this?
No, I want to hear.
Okay, yeah, I need to replay
things.
it. I need you to comment on these words.
Yeah, I just want him to just do things.
No.
Just
Don't
like
yell me, sir. Let's hear it again.
Sometimes you can just do things.
So far, Trump has deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles and Washington,
Apparently,
D.C.
Trump can.
On Friday,
grab him
Trump
by
had
the
claimed
pussy.
that Chicago residents
Yeah, just
clamored
do
for troops
stuff.
too.
The people in Chicago,
Do Chicago.
Mr. Vice
Trump
President,
does
are
Chicago.
screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Sure they are. Every
Now, my thing is they're wearing red hats, symbolizing their fertility, maybe their fecundity. I wear a red hat because I still bleed every month. Come to me.
How do you not know that? He
Come to
wasn't talking
no.
about
I'm on a riff. It's just a joke, so don't
No,
get
no.
too upset.
Maybe he was
Or
talking about.
no,
Maybe
no,
he
no,
was talking
no.
about red
Let me
weed.
finish my joke.
I
Please
got
don't
jokes
get
too.
please don't get quote emotional.
I'm not
You can
emotional.
tell
Maybe he
your
was talking about
jokes.
red weed.
You can tell your jokes once the main act, the headliner,
Red
is
hair
done with
hat.
his jokes. Please, that red hat I wear on my head, it means, come to me, Donald Trump. I am your Chicago. Now you tell your joke.
Yeah, maybe he was talking about weave.
Weed?
Weave. They wear red weave, don't they?
Yeah, I'm sure President Trump was talking about
It goes on their
weed.
head, doesn't it?
I'm sure President Trump was
Red
talking
weaves
about
for Trump.
weed.
Maybe that's what it is.
So you know what?
You don't know.
Trump might think a beautiful lady who happens to
red
be
weave
black
on.
he used the word beautiful, and which motherfucking Tommy Sotomayor level black man calls black women beautiful. I literally haven't heard it on a lot of these this black sector that I tend to watch shows in, left or right. They don't call black women beautiful enough.
Well, Trump did.
Do you? Does Lou? Does Dave?
No.
Which part of the I
call
can't
my
marry a
wife
black
beautiful.
woman because they wear weave sector are you defending?
I'm not defending anybody. I
Oh,
call my
motherfucker.
wife beautiful.
Dude, you are literally defending something you don't even know what my point is.
You don't know what my point
My
is either.
my point is
So what's the
political.
point?
The point is Donald Trump isn't going to Chicago. He wants to deploy the National Guard, is my point. So the beautiful black ladies are wanting Donald Trump, or are they wanting young, fresh soldiers in their city?
Oh, you thought
Donald
that
Trump.
going to come
Donald
to
Trump
Chicago
is a human.
and go
Donald
with
Trump.
M16 to stop the
Okay,
crime
let's
himself?
not. We
That's
will
what you want.
progress to that point. Don't advance, dude. You're doing that laugh that you do when you've lost an argument.
You
I
thought
know
he was
you
gonna
well
just
enough to
push
know
down in Chicago with a
you
gun and
start
stop the
that
crime himself?
truism, the storm crow laugh when you've lost. Donald Trump is imposing his will on Chicago. The beautiful black ladies are not asking for him to. I'm going to say go there versus come there, because that would just be another joke.
Well, maybe he just wants to do stuff.
You know what? Then why doesn't he just fucking say that? This is what I'm going to do. Stop breaking. Okay, God damn it. I can't even finish a point. This is becoming annoying. If he wants to do stuff, just say, hey, I think crime's a problem. This is what I'm going to do. Why you need to bring black ladies and beautiful women into it, it is literally dumb.
Well, maybe he wanted to piss you off.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what he wants to do. What I get annoyed with is you're not making good jokes here. So stop trying. You agree with Trump. I have mixed feelings about it. And let's just keep it there. Bringing women into a man's job. And I don't think Donald Trump is a fully functioning man right now. Bringing women into it is literally bringing lowest common denominator thinking into what someone else wants to do. He's not doing a good job, even rhetorically, as president. If you're going to do it, be a man and just say, I'm going to fucking do it. Don't bring the ladies into it. The ladies wanted logic is weakness.
So bringing black women into it was the lowest.
Okay, bringing ladies,
I
black,
agree.
white, or indifferent is weak.
I agree with your point.
It's weakness. Then if you agree, stop racializing my point.
No, No, that's what you said. Bringing
That's
the black women
exactly.
to it was the lowest
Hey,
common denominator.
Donald Trump. Don't say I did it. Donald Trump said black women. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop
He brought in the lowest
attributing
common denominator.
your dear leader's words to me. I
No,
think
that's what
we
you said. You
okay,
said
god damn
common
it. You can be so fucking annoying. Stop it. You lost this one. Stop
No-
trying
no
to.
common denominator.
I'm tickling your belly, and you are like a puppy wagging your tail and doing reflex leg movements. Stop it.
You are tickling my belly.
All I'm saying is do it is not what Donald Trump is doing because he hasn't done it yet. And I'm not sure he can.
Get underneath your skin so much.
You're not under my skin.
No, I'm
You're
saying why
little.
Trump get under your
See,
skin?
you seem to think I'm upset, and often people of your ilk do. Dude, I haven't called you an idiot yet. You'll know you've gotten under my skin when I call you a fucking idiot. When I call you a fucking idiot, you win whatever it is you're trying to do. I haven't done it yet.
Me. I'm not
You
trying
are
to get
not.
under your skin.
Well, you know what? You do it naturally.
I'm asking this question. I'm asking.
What's your question?
Stanley,
What's your question? See,
I'm
you're
trying
not
to-
just doing it. Just doing it equals ask the question and stop the window dressing.
Why does Trump get under your skin so much?
He doesn't. I literally said several times in this show, I don't necessarily agree with the method. The goals, I'm not sure that they're not good goals. They're good goals. The method is the problem. Is that getting under my skin?
His methods get under your skin.
No. It just proves he's not that bright. It proves to me that daddy bought 2 years at UPenn means daddy got him that Ivy League education. He couldn't get in without daddy. That's what it proves. I don't think he's that bright. I think he's instinctive. I think PBD is a lot like Donald Trump. They are very sharkish. You know, sharks will die if they're not constantly moving forward and eating stuff. That's Trump. If he stopped to think, he would die.
Well, it seems like a lot of black women can't stop that shark.
Okay, don't understand how black women come in when we were just talking Trump.
We were just talking
smartness and why I think Trump is dumb. Made a comparison to PBD. They are good at business, but they are very shark-like. Businessmen aren't the requirement to be a good businessman. None of it is a requirement to be a thinking man, and certainly not a president. Most presidents, well, I actually need to think about this a little bit more, but Trump is not a thinker. He's a doer. That's the difference between being good at an economy and being good at a business. Trump is not a thinker. He is a doer, except he's not good at doing. He has to window dress it like a fucking department store. But department stores are businesses, so maybe he is a good department store owner. But he certainly doesn't get under my skin, and neither do you. I've already told you the safe words. If you get under my skin, I'll call you an idiot. So when I call you an idiot, SKC, that will be the safe word, and then shortly after, you will know that you got.
I'm not attempting to do something like that.
Oh, of course you are.
No, I'm not.
It's what you specifically do when you can't do the shuffle and defend your arguments. You have been
Oh,
consistently
that's like
losing.
I think that's like
You have been
keywords disagreement.
consistently losing this morning. Don't let your coffee get cold.
Oh,
Sip
okay.
it, microwave it, and
Uh,
then think. Think before you speak. Is my
No, I've learned something new today. These
Oh,
two black
really?
women on the screen, they said sometimes you just do stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm running with that.
Good.
And I think
Nothing
Trump
wrong
is
with
doing
that.
the same thing. Sometimes you just do stuff.
Yeah, without thinking about it.
Yeah,
That is
you're thinking, whatever. We're sharks, baby.
okay. Hey,
Sharks.
yes. Hey, you're comparing yourself to Donald Trump?
We're sharks, baby.
I didn't say
We
SKC. Hey, I said Trump was a shark. I didn't say SKC was a shark. Are you making a comparison?
Yeah, I want to be a shark.
You want to be Trump?
No, I want to be a shark.
No,
Move,
you want
eat,
to be Trump because you
move,
honestly,
eat,
and this
do.
is actual honest. This is honest. When I was talking about Trump, I was not thinking about you.
No,
So
no, I'm
it's
not saying that.
surprising.
I'm
It's
learning. I
surprising that
learned
you
from
want
the
to
two black
compare.
women.
You are not a Trump.
No, I learned from the two black women.
Okay, no,
Do
I
stuff.
heard what you said. No, you're not a shark. Trump is a
Shark,
shark.
move, eat, do.
Yes, Trump, not SKC.
Why? Why can't I
The
do that?
S and the S and S
Why you
the
don't
S
want me
and
to be a shark?
SKC does the S in SKC does not stand for shark.
Why you don't want me to be a shark?
Motherfucker, I don't care what you do. Be a shark.
Why you
if
trying to
wanna be.
stop me from being a
Okay,
shark?
all I'm saying is you weren't who I was thinking about.
Yeah, but why can't I aspire to that?
You know what? You must have heard too much Baby Shark. Is that what it is? You got
I don't
young
even know
kids.
what that
So
is.
it was the Baby Shark, whatever the song was.
I don't
That's
know what
why
that
you
is.
want to be a shark.
I have no idea what that is.
Do you want me to
was-
play it to
I was-
remind you? Because
yeah,
you got young
thinking
kids.
some shark
I know you.
dom-
You heard that Daddy Shark.
No, I heard what
You
just
heard
said,
Daddy
and it
Shark,
convinced me.
and you wanted
No,
to be a
you
shark.
convinced me.
That's
You
where you
convinced-
learned it from.
Don't you take that? Don't you take your
Daddy
honors
Shark.
away from you?
Do. That's
not
where
take
you
your
got the
honor
idea from.
away from
You
me.
got it from
Convinced
your
me.
kids' songs.
No, I got it from you.
See, I am literally a father now. Shit, what 18 years ago, I
And
used to play
I'm
those little.
4 times
Oh,
younger,
hold
but I got
on.
this
Let me
from you.
develop my thought.
Sure, go ahead.
Years ago, you will go where I am at some point, probably several times now. But I remember way back, when did the New Orleans won a Super Bowl, and there happened to be a major snowstorm up on the mountain in Northern Virginia, Blue Mountain in Northern Virginia, where I lived. And we had winds and everything, the power and all that stuff went off for like 2 hours. And I was so thankful when the power came back on. However, it was Super Bowl Sunday, and I'd never seen the New Orleans Saints, and I'm not a huge fan, but New Orleans Saints in the Super Bowl, the electricity came back on, but the damn cable, and we had cable back in those days, didn't come on. So we made the mistake, my wife and I. We had books, but we were out shoveling snow, and it's shoveling snow for an hour is not conducive to sitting on the couch and reading a book. So the video stuff we had was literally all my son's Winnie the Pooh. It was Pooh on top of Winnie the Pooh. And then there was that movie Up. I think that was a kid's movie. Dude, it was a horrible couple days because all we had to watch was stuff that was Winnie the Pooh. So I understand your trauma at being a good father. Sometimes those little kid songs get in your head. They become earworms or earwigs, whatever they're called. So you want to be a shark. Reminds me of Daddy Shark, do, 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 do. That's why you want to be a shark. You are a good father in that you spend a lot of times with your kids. However, you're not an actual shark. You're just a daddy shark. when I describe Donald Trump as a shark, I literally mean not SKC daddy shark SKC. I mean Donald Trump as in detrimental shark. He will eat you if you get on his wrong side. Therefore, I never make doing stuff for daddy shark is not the same thing as doing is president shark. Hopefully I'm cool. Hopefully I'm clear. Daddy shark do. Dude, you're not Donald Trump. You're not even close.
Beautiful African American lady is wearing a red hat in Chicago because they just
Stanley.
can't get enough of President Trump and they want the National Guard to come.
Oh, that is so funny. It's another
Democratic
blustery
Illinois
day
Governor
in a
J.B.
100-acre
Pritzker hit
wood.
back. In a statement released Saturday, he said, quote,
Nice,
there is
Uncle
no
Patty.
emergency that warrants the President of the
a
United States
quick question
federalizing
for
the
you,
Illinois
Stanley.
National Guard,
Hold it.
deploying the National Guard from
Hold
other
on.
states,
Let me
or sending
stop the
active
video
duty
for
military
Daddy
within our own
Shark.
borders.
Yes, Daddy Shark.
Yeah, just a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the ethnicity of my wife?
What? Wait, I don't recall mentioning your wife.
No, I'm
said
just
family.
wondering. I'm just wondering. Do you know the?
Wait, did I say something? Hey, if I said something out of line,
No,
I
no,
will
you didn't say anything out of line.
apologize now. I don't give
No,
a
you
dude.
didn't say anything out of line. You didn't.
Okay, then
understand.
why are you bringing up ethnicity?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you know.
Yeah, you've told me several times.
So
When
I'm just
did-
wondering.
Whoa. Why are we talking ethnicity now? If I goddamn offended you somehow, dude,
No,
I abjectly
you
apologize.
did not.
Dude,
You did
I
not
don't
offend me.
care. I care that you're Daddy's shark.
You did
I
not offend me.
haven't even. I'm literally wasn't thinking other than teasing you for being a good father, Daddy Shark. And kind of it's teasing because fathers like you were rare. Where did the ethnicity of your wife come in? What did I do wrong?
You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do
Okay,
anything.
then why are you bringing it up?
I'm bringing it up for a reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully a
All-
good reason, an
Yeah,
instructive reason. Dude,
all
I don't care. I care that you're good parents.
all I'm saying to you, Stanley, as another parting joke, if you actually think that a tiger mom would allow her kids,
Dude,
to be
I
running
dude,
around
I
talking
think
about,
Amy Tan
baby
was
shark and all
right.
this other crap, then you got
Hold
something else
on.
on your mind.
I don't have a I do look. Do you know Amy Tan's history at Yale
Yes, I do.
as a law professor?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do you know that she was prevented, much like Amy Wax, from teaching? I think it was freshmen or a certain segment. She literally turned out to be a problem, and Amy Tan was also kind of a mentor to JD Vance. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay, I know who Amy Tan is, and hopefully your wife. I don't know that much. I understand the tiger mom philosophy, and I was kind of a tiger dad. There were some things that were unacceptable, but this is the gift of having our type of heritage. And I'm going to be blunt here. Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans like you and I, and I think you're a legacy Black American. I don't know your heritage. We know America better than the be brave type Americans. We understand America because we have looked for quite some time from the bottom up. We understand shit. You know what? There's an argument that we know how to entertain America because we know if you are cobras, you know, we will play the flute to tame the cobra. So the cobra does what the flute player says. That just popped into my head as an analogy. People like you and I know America better than a be brave. We understand it. We understand that America is more than skin color, but it also is skin color. We understand the complexities. And, I won't get too deep into that. I understand America is complex. I think you do too. Donald Trump does not understand how complex America is.
And that's why I want to be a shark. Because you don't got to think about complexity.
Sharks aren't good at complexity.
You just got to move, eat, and do.
Hold on one sec. I have to, my earbuds just died.
Oh, that's okay. I'll answer some questions. Brian Nichols, he was wondering about some
Give
of
me
the
one
Chinese,
second.
some of the Chinese characters that I was putting in the
Sorry
chat.
about that.
All of those,
Sharks
Brian
are not
Nichols.
good at complexity. They just like food. And I will also, have you ever caught a shark?
No,
SKC?
I have. I've never caught a shark.
I cannot hear you. Why am I not hearing? Hey, SKC, say something.
Yeah. Can you hear me
Okay,
now?
good. Yeah, it's my fault. My earbuds died. Sharks are not good at complexity. They see food. I've caught sharks before. If you slice open their belly, you will see fish and and car license plates. They're the billy goats of the sea. If it looks like food, they're not complex about what they think is food. They just eat it. That is
they just
Donald. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. That is Donald Trump. If it looks like food, he will eat it, whether it's good for America or not.
But he's
so
eating.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm cool with that, just as long as he's not starving.
Yeah, well, if you can survive on license plates, cool.
Yeah. Because sometimes you just need to do stuff.
Sometimes you gotta eat.
Yeah. That I learned that from the two women that were on earlier. I think that was almost like their parting words. Sometimes you just do stuff. I like that.
Well, I'm going to worry that you actually learned something you didn't already know. So I described.
I didn't.
No. Oh, hold it. You said you learned something from these two women.
I did.
Now I'm curious to know what you learned. Did you learn something new? Learning implies you didn't know it before. So what did they teach you?
They taught me that some academics can wrap their ideology.
Neither of them are academics.
Okay, well, some people who have views on the world believe that you can just do stuff. No rhyme or reason, you just do it.
Actually, your argument about the world had slavery, I don't think you learned enough. They're talking about the United States of America. They're not talking about the world. Can you separate? I know America or the United States of America is in the world. But sometimes people like Joan Costin or myself in particular, I don't care what's happening in China because I don't know. I do an America first analysis. This show, for instance, Stanley versus the World, is an America first show because I tend to wake up in America and I tend to care about it more so. Now I care about the world, but when I step out to get the newspaper back in 1950s Georgia, and back in the day, we actually did pick up newspapers. There were paper boys back when I was a kid, and I wasn't one of them. By the way, maybe I should have been. But bottom line is, your argument holds no water. You've been struggling. You've been struggling for quite some time.
You've
Daddy
never
Shark,
allowed You've never allowed me to get my argument out.
Oh, dude, you had ample opportunity.
No, I haven't. I've never.
You
had
said you didn't even get the joke about Trump does stuff, and I said Shark.
I've never.
You didn't even get that joke.
You've never even given me 30 seconds to state my argument.
You know what? Someone complimented me on something I didn't know was possible. So
what's that?
You said 30 seconds?
Just 30.
Let's give you 10 minutes. You want 10 minutes?
No,
I learned this feature listening to Mike123, who is a new friend of the show. Hopefully he's better now. But dude,
what happened with Mike123?
You know what? He
showed you how to use a timer.
Oh yeah, he did actually. He made me want to know how to use a timer.
Wow.
This motherfucker beat my ass all weekend.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. It's like, dude, he taught me something in that I never knew there were timers online. I didn't know I needed a timer. So I actually learned something from Mike.
That's pretty cool, man.
Hey, you know what? It is a hard way to learn.
Well.
So wait, hold it. So do you want 10 minutes, 30 seconds? Name your time.
Oh, just give me 30 seconds.
Okay. Because that coffee must be getting cold.
No, that coffee is done. I've already drunk it. I haven't had any time to speak, so all I could do is just drink.
So you're coffee drunk.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Oh, you know what, SKC? I stepped out on the back porch. Dude, it is almost September. There was a bit of a chill compared to the last several mornings. There was a chill here in West Georgia. Dude, the leaves are actually starting to turn, and we don't have a drought. So this is going to be Charlie Brown. What is it? The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown weather.
Man, that's good. A little bit earlier, we had a little bit of coolness, a cool dew over the garden.
Yeah,
it quickly evaporated.
What are you growing?
Oh, my wife grows all sorts of stuff.
Is it a big garden or what?
Yeah, it's pretty sizable.
Well, dude, you need to take pictures and we can do a whole gardening show. I haven't done it in probably 10 years.
It really started out years ago as a transplant of my mother-in-law's and father-in-law's garden because it was just getting too big. And so slowly they began to transplant things over here. And
anything interesting? I mean, any like non-traditional vegetables?
No, just basic things that we use and
Damn.
But,
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Nah, it's nothing to be jealous of.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I know you have. like garden grown, like just the basics, like cucumbers and tomatoes.
Okay.
It is 1,000 times better than, farmers markets, are usually kind of how I do stuff these days. Cause I just, maybe next year, I'll do a garden. I've been threatening to do it for damn near 10 years now. But dude, I'm jealous because you're getting good food, good vegetables. My Lord. That's how you get kids to like vegetables. You don't get the baby food, you don't get canned stuff. You basically process like a baby food. You can actually do that.
All she does is just a few vegetables, some herbs. We have
Herbs. That's
yeah,
everything.
yeah. Just basil, some rosemary, some mint, cilantro. That's it.
I'm still jealous.
Bunch of.
So your daddy shark to doing gardens?
I still don't understand the daddy shark thing because I've never seen what you're talking about. So
you've heard it. You don't.
No, I
Now
haven't. That's what I'm saying. I have
You
not
know
heard.
what? Now I think you're being disingenuous.
I am not.
There is no way you haven't heard Daddy Shark.
Actually,
And I would play it, but
I put cartoons in the chat in Chinese that my
Honestly?
kids watch.
Oh, really? How's your
Yes.
Mandarin?
Yes. I would say not. I would say less than fair. But
Well, let me tell you something that was real. I still don't know to this day. My son took Japanese as his language requirement, and I was like, "You did what?" And I didn't find out about it until I don't even know how I found out. Now his girlfriend is Asian, but she's not Japanese. But dude, I broke up laughing. This motherfucker is, and I say motherfucker, I don't call him that, but
I know. But I'll take that 30 seconds now.
The dude wants to do tea ceremonies. His girlfriend's not even remotely Japanese, but he takes his tea seriously. I'm like, well, you know what? You go for it. You know what? I teased him a little bit. But you know what? That is so interesting. Dude, my son is an interesting person. I actually kind of love that motherfucker. I literally told my son, I don't care about your grades. You just need to make sure, dude, I'm parent emeritus. I'm not going to check your grades. I will ask you how you're doing, but I don't care.
Yeah.
This is your enterprise. College is your enterprise. You need to be successful. But anyway, besides that, the Japanese was a little bit of a zag.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of odd.
Dude, he took Spanish in high school. They didn't teach your Mandarin. The Mandarin thing.
I couldn't get my wife involved in a tea ceremony to save an Asian
for obvious
ceremony
reasons
at all. But she loves high tea though.
Like English high tea?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Loves it. I mean,
y'all actually do that?
She's taken me several times, but she will go.
I thought you had a parlor. I thought you had a parlor in the castle.
No. But there are specialty spots that she will go to
really
have high tea. Yeah, she'll
That's
do it 2
a
or 3
thing?
times a year. Yeah.
You think they have them in Atlanta?
I'm sure they do.
You know what? I'm gonna look it up. I honestly, I've been making iced chamomile tea. That's about as high tea. That's interesting. Is tea like a thing these days?
Well,
I mean, like high tea, tea ceremony. Like my son, like he he had the whole kit where you push. There's like a brush involved. There's like a whole tea ceremony.
Yeah, you grind the leaves.
Yeah. Oh my lord, that is so intricate. I would be bored.
Oh man, no, it's
Oh my god, I'm not wearing a kimono.
It's fascinating.
And
to
my
me,
knees are shot.
but my wife wouldn't. She'll be like, that's more Japanese and such and such, and but yeah, she enjoys high tea. As for that argument though, when you were saying the 30-second timer, whenever you're ready, I would.
Oh, okay. Is this going to be a Stanley bashing? I'm not.
No, this is not a Stanley bashing
all right.
at all.
No, I'm just joking. Even if you do, you are. By the way, SKC is a dear friend of the show, kind of like a dear leader. So you can do no wrong. You can't be irritated.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a leader or anything like that. See, way back when, Stanley.
Well, I said dear leader for a reason.
You remember way back when we we always have our little thrashes. We've had that.
No, we always and you're gonna love this word. We always niggle over detail. You're a niggler.
I am, and so are you. So
I am.
But that's
all right. God damn it, you niggler.
That was one of the fascinating things.
Why have certain factions not made fun of that word, dude? Niggler is much more funny.
Well, I mean, you have to.
Why don't they know the language that well?
Because when you salt your lexicon with 4 and 5 letter explicatives.
Okay, fair enough.
That could mean anything at any given time, just based upon
you go over 6 and there's an R, a hard R. Is that the confusion?
So and I would say that and a healthy diet of music that features violence, hypersexuality.
You have actually moved me towards what was Al Gore? You moved me towards a little bit more towards a Tipper Gore attitude. So you do have an effect. I tended, but to me, and you're going to get your 30 seconds because I will go off in some weird tangent, but that's how parents control. There's certain music you don't expose anyone under your control to a music that could be that influential. I'm not 100% Tipper Gore, but let's say I'm 70% there.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think it's poor form to give that to children during their foundational years.
No, it shouldn't. Senior year, junior year of high school, depending on how mature the child is. And that 16, 17 to 0 to 17, that's parent time.
Yeah.
You kind of start relaxing at the point to where you may not be able to control them even, and it's not even legally. Look, my son came home at 19 after 1 year of an engineering school. And you know what? I could still make him snap to, which is a weird military term, but he knew when I was annoyed, and he would shut the F up. Look, you're going too far. I'm looking you dead in your eye. You don't want to make a mistake here. He will be immune to that one day. However, I am glad that he still respects me to the point. He knows I'm right about some things, and he is yet to learn those things. And I hope the son surpasses the father. I pray for it. And you know me, I'm not a praying man, but that's how Black people raise their kids. Black men, anyway, Black women, if they can. But you know what? I respect my son in two ways. He will snap too if he knows I'm pissed off. But if he knows I'm not pissed off, he'll do what he wants to do. One of the things that I always interjected into, his high school life was we can negotiate, but in the end, it's gonna be how I want it to be. If you can convince me that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, he learned how to negotiate. He learned how to reason. You got to respect your kids' intelligence and develop it. Let them negotiate, but you're still the final authority. So anyway, I'm sure I've bored you.
No, people talking about their kids can never be boring.
Oh, fuck. Every day's a winding road. Especially young kids. Dude, I miss 10-year-old Trevor. I miss it dearly. I miss 5-year-old. I miss 4-year-old. Dude, whoever, terrible twos. Not if you have good parents. Terrible twos. He did go through a 2 to 3 where he learned to say no, but we make jokes about it. No to what?
My little sheriff. You kind of treasure some of those words that
your little sheriff is a daughter, right?
Yeah. But she told my father.
Is she the oldest?
No, she's the youngest.
Oh, oh my Lord.
Yeah,
oh boy.
She's the youngest. Well, she has one coming, but
oh yeah.
But
well, congratulations, by the way. And to your niece too, your niece-in-law. Congratulations.
Yeah, I've been getting the various updates. There's just too many people up at the hospital for me to be there. But but yeah, it was like I think it was early summer. She said something to my father-in-law that we just had to treasure. She said, and she's sipping hot cocoa with him as he drinks his coffee. And she's like, I think I've about figured out that you are probably the second smartest man that I know.
To her grandfather?
Yes.
Well, what was his response?
He said, well, who is the smartest?
Well,
and she said, well, Grandpa, that's God. He was like, oh, okay.
No, wait, hold it. You weren't upset that you did make the list?
No, I shouldn't be there.
Oh, interesting.
There's many other people that are way smarter than I. No. I'm not.
Well, you weren't a little bit jealous?
No, not at all.
That is a very interesting attitude. And gracious besides.
Well, I'm not trying to raise servants. I like thinkers. But back to the argument.
Well, she wasn't thinking of you. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, nah, I don't. Nah.
Okay, well, hey, fine. You want your 30-second timer now?
Yeah.
All right.
So you were talking
Whoa,
about
whoa, whoa. Let me hit the timer.
Sure.
Let me see if it works. It's working. You're a friend of the show. We can always do another 30 seconds.
No. You started over when you are ready to give it to me. You said you want to
Are
run your
you
test.
not looking? Well, it doesn't have sound effects. It's on screen. So
I thought you were
no,
checking to
I'm
see if
sorry.
it worked.
No, let me do it again. It's on
Sure.
screen. It doesn't have sound effects. I guess I'll have to find. Oh wait, hold. 30-second timer with buzzer. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, so concerning slavery, for people who state that you can take slavery away and from world history and just put it in the context of American slavery, whenever you bring into the argument the founding fathers, all of them, whether it was Jefferson, Madison, the abolitionist, or whoever, all of them quoted thoughts about universal slavery.
Sorry about that. Hold on one sec. Keep talking, SKC.
Yeah, every single
there
one
you
of
are.
them.
I'm sorry. World history and slavery. Always a good argument. But
well, it's the argument that the founding fathers made.
It's like taking a standard sheet on a queen size bed. It never always it doesn't hit the corners.
Well, then my only thought is if one says that they understand the minds of the founding fathers and they do not give thoughts about slavery before America, then they're lying. Because all of them made quotes about slavery pre-America. And I think your buzzer is continuously going off. So you may want to just take the timer off the screen.
Why? You need another 30 seconds?
No,
Look,
it's
the bottom line.
The buzzer is going off continuously.
Oh, I can't hear it. Apparently, I am buzzer immune. Alrighty. Well, we'll just put it back to this buzzer. Dude, it's a non-argument. When you talk American history, it is literally a straw man argument. That's how I feel about it.
I know. Feel is not truth.
Thomas Jefferson talking about slavery and his wanting to assert England was the reason there was slavery in the United States negates the fact that England, at least on its home territory, ended slavery before America did.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about
Thomas Jefferson was literally a hypocrite. Telling England that it's your fault I have slaves is ridiculous.
He didn't say that. He stated.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Now see what you will want to do. What you will want to do
I'm
is
not
do
wanting
the
to do it.
verbatim thing, and I can bring it up if necessary. But the bottom line is, he wanted to blame George III for slavery in the 13 colonies, and his dumbass got shot down because it was a ridiculous point.
Did you not listen?
Literally, Thomas Jefferson was shot down, and I'm sure someone like like John Adams said, "What the hell are you talking about? You own slaves." That's
you
why
not
it was
listen to
taken out. That's why it was taken out of the Declaration of Independence.
Did you not listen to my argument?
Did you have an argument worth listening to?
Yes. I stated that all of the founding fathers, Jefferson, Madison, even the abolitionists, John Jay.
There were no abolitionists.
Yes, they were. Yes,
no,
they were.
No,
Yes,
abolitionism, dude. There were people who did.
You didn't even let me finish the point.
Okay, what you need to get right is which of the founding fathers was an abolitionist. When I say founding fathers,
say that they were.
Oh, don't disturb, because I know the history. Maybe you know it better. Which one of the framers or founders were active abolitionists?
I never said that they were.
Okay, you used the word abolition.
Right.
Which one of them were abolitionists?
But you did not let me complete my thought.
You always want to act like I don't know your argument better than you do.
You don't know my argument.
There's not a goddamn framer of that Constitution.
I never stated that they
was
were.
an absolute.
I never said that they were.
Abolitionist. And hey,
I never said that they were.
Want slavery.
I never said that
none
they
of
were.
them were abolitionists.
I never said that they were.
Well, then why do you mention
because you didn't let me complete my thought
in the same
if you would let me complete my thought, you would understand.
Okay, you go ahead and develop this argument so I can shoot it down once more.
Okay. All of the founding fathers also, yes, all of them. All of the founding fathers. Also, the abolitionists made reference to systems of slavery that existed before America.
Bullshit.
There is not one that you can bring up that I cannot bring up a reference of where they talked about slavery that occurred before their time.
Needed. Not a one of them. And you know what? Oddly enough, actually, do you know who the Pinckneys of South Carolina were?
You want me to put it on screen?
Okay, motherfucker, I need you
yourself?
to answer the host's question. Do you know the Pinckneys of South Carolina? They were signers of the Constitution. Do you know who they are? Hello? Still there? You are patently wrong. Put it up so I can shoot it down like I've been doing all morning.
You show me who didn't. You show me one who didn't reference slavery pre-America.
Okay, I'm not talking about references. You use the word abolition.
That's what I said. Those were the exact words that I said. I said all of them reference slavery pre-America.
Which one?
All.
Which one besides Jefferson?
All. A-L-L.
B-S-P-E. Motherfucker, be specific.
When I was being specific, you cut me off.
All is not specific by definition.
When I was being specific before, you cut me off.
Actually tried to slip it into the Declaration of Independence.
No. Jefferson, on his notes on the state of Virginia, he mused about slavery's effects from ancient Rome. Yes, he did.
The argument, SKC.
Madison did the same thing.
Wrong.
All of the ancient republics. He's talking about how slavery corrupted the virtue just as it did in Greece and Rome. The abolitionists, like I was saying earlier, like John Jay and Benjamin Rush, talking about the universal evil slavery had inhabited mankind's history. So it's like, what are we even talking about? I can give you specific references, you will not accept them. I can give you the general, you will not accept it. And if I put it on screen and read it to you verbatim, you will not accept it. So it's like you can say all the stuff about what is right and wrong and so forth. I can place the facts at your feet, and you will not drink.
Highlighted citation.
Yes, I gave you citation. I gave you notes on the state of Virginia where Jefferson states that Roman history talks about slavery's effects. I told you that. Like if you go to Madison's notes, he talks about how the ancient republics worried about slavery corrupting. And he was talking about Greece and Rome. I've given you citations. I've given you all of the specifics, and you still go on.
Into the Declaration of Independence, the one man who tried wrote notes on Virginia. Who else? I don't care what Jefferson says. I want you to cite a non-Jefferson source.
Madison.
You do not understand how I destroy dumbass arguments. It is all you thinking about notes on Virginia when you're talking ALL, and that is dumb. Prove, cite, or just shut up. Don't prove yourself victim to a smarter person. I know what you can't prove, but I want you to prove me wrong. Laugh all you must, but dude, you have literally. I wonder if respect can be a sliding scale. Don't talk. What was it? Don't shit more than your britches will hold. That's what you're doing.
I just want to see how long you're going to keep this up.
Now you have literally annoyed me with your non-history.
Oh, so Madison is non-history.
I'm telling you are wrong.
Madison at the Constitution Convention is non-history. John Adams is non-history. George Mason is non-history. Benjamin Franklin is his address to the public in 1789. That's non-history. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I'm going to make a song like Daddy Shark.
Heck, even your the guy that you like, Governor Morris, he even talked about it.
Governor Morris wasn't a slaveholder. Now, once again, I ask you to prove your point. You said
I already did. I gave you several name and references. I gave you several.
Governor Morris was at, and I can't remember.
I gave you several references, and you don't accept any of them. So basically, you're stating that you don't believe the founding fathers.
Wrong. Did Governor Morris sign the Declaration of Independence?
I gave you John Adams. I gave you James Madison. I gave you George Mason. I gave you Benjamin Franklin. I gave you John Jay.
That's the all of independence.
So it's like I give you all of the major minds during that time that reference slavery, and you keep moving. You try to move the goalpost.
Okay, of course I'm going to move the goalpost because
I'm right. Because I'm right. Because common sense tells you that before America came to be, which was 1776, they were talking about slavery, and slavery came from different places. So they were referencing things that were already taking place in their world and that had been existed for a long time before they even made a country.
Did Gouverneur Morris sign the Declaration?
He didn't need to in order to talk about slavery.
Okay,
so that's a moot point. That's a moot point. Whether or not he signed a document has nothing to do with whether he referenced slavery, as I stated in my original argument.
You are prattling on. This is what
you're trying to move the goalposts from something very simple. All of those people reference world history, and they did not separate American slavery from world history.
You must be Googling while you're talking. That's why
I'm not Googling anything.
You are literally filibustering.
Yeah, just like you.
I know Gouverneur Morris.
Okay, and he talked about slavery.
He signed the Declaration of Independence.
But nobody said that he
Let
did.
me connect a dot. Thomas Jefferson tried to blame slavery.
I don't care what he tried to do. He talked about it.
There were no abolitionists who fucking signed the Declaration.
Nobody said that there was.
They were not abolitionists. They were against slavery, more for the economics of it. There were a couple who tried to do it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they were against. They talked about slavery.
Even the people who were morally against slavery signed the Constitution, thus signing away your weak argument about abolitionists. Dude, you better.
You don't even. It's like you are so bent into trying to prove me wrong that you're going against basic history.
Compared to you, you lose.
You're just going against basic history.
I'm annoyed now.
Before there was even a constitution, slavery exists.
You are wrong. Accept it.
Oh, okay.
Citation needed.
Oh, I gave plenty of citations. I gave plenty of them.
Always does. You start talking fast.
No, I'm not talking fast on anything. We could slow it down as much as you want.
You want to flood the zone with your own.
We could slow it down as much as you want. I prefer slow and deliberate speech.
You are the Black Ben Shapiro. You can't flood my zone because
I'm not flooding anything.
Free.
The founders and the people who lived at that time, they referred to slavery they referred to ancient slavery. They also referred to slavery that was happening throughout the world during their time.
You don't even know that basic.
They often referred to ancient slavery and slavery that was happening in the world during their time.
Pick a group and you'll still be wrong.
There's nothing wrong in the statement that I made.
Dude, this is embarrassing for you.
They referred to ancient and slavery that was happening during their time.
The framers or the founders? Sorry about that.
Both of them. All of them referred to ancient slavery.
Not both, sir. Not
all
both.
of them. All of them referred to ancient slavery.
You have got your history so screwed up.
So are you telling me that they did not refer to ancient slavery? Is that your argument? Is that your argument? Are you saying that they did not refer to ancient slavery?
No abolitionists.
Are you stating that they did not refer to ancient slavery?
And certainly not.
It's an easy yes or no. Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Wanted to involve slavery and blame it?
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
He knew it was wrong.
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
And even the abolitionists.
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Member of the constitutional.
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Member of any abolitionist organization.
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
But you need to prove me wrong.
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Go take a sip of coffee. And
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Apparently. do I need to put up another timer?
Are you stating that those men did not refer to ancient slavery?
Oh my lord! You know what? I did not remember this. Realize this timer's still up. Sorry, my audio has been off ever since these things died. Let me go out and come right back in. StreamYard has screwed this up. And by the way, there is an upcoming test. Checkmate. Yeah, okay, SKC. I will let you keep thinking that you have a point. Be right back, folks. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's just really, really simple idea. The men of old during the times of the founders, all of the founders, all of the abolitionists, they reference ancient slavery when making when talking about slavery in general. If you go through their writings, they talk about ancient Greece, they talk about ancient Rome, they talk about other places throughout the world that practice slavery. They even made comparisons between the two. And they even talked about the different conditions of the slaves and what they were not able to do and what they were able to do. They made a lot of comparisons. So for anyone to state that the men of old during the early Americana never referenced ancient slavery, that is a farce. And people that say that it is wrong for you to do so, they do not understand the minds of those men at all.
I think SKC, can you say something now?
Yeah, it's very easy. All of those men reference ancient slavery.
You know what? I literally lost the bubble on my jacket. This is a week.
Yeah, you sound a little far away. It almost sounds like you're yeah, it sounds like you're muffled. You're not as clear as you were at the beginning.
Yeah, my Yeti. Let's see here. My Yeti has been.
This should be better. Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better. You're crystal clear now. And Jesus, Free Zone, that Soup X is going nuts right now.
Smoother.
I'm winning so much.
Oh, that you say you win means you win?
No, then it's stock. I'm winning.
What stock? We were talking about stock?
No, yeah. Earlier in the chat, I was discussing something with Free Zone, and we were talking about a stock that I invested in.
So you decided to move away from history and start talking about profit. Gotcha.
Well, I wanted to engage in a profitable mental endeavor because if one does not understand the minds of the men of old, that their reference point on slavery would have to do with historical things that existed before their time. If somebody can't understand that, then they obviously can't understand the minds of those men at that time.
Okay, you win.
Yes, I can tie it in. I can segue.
If you can't win on the merits, win on the profits. I get you. That's not bad. I don't have a problem.
There's much.
I
merit in
made
what I'm
money.
saying.
I made money being wrong.
You cannot understand the minds of those early.
That is literally how you short stocks. If you're wrong, you can still make money. I love it.
But I'm not shorting this at all.
Welcome
I'm
to
invested.
America, folks.
Yeah, I'm not shorting this at all. I'm deeply invested in it. But concerning what I was stating earlier, those men of old, yes, they made reference to ancient slavery often and regularly.
Slavery or ancient?
Huh?
Asian or ancient?
Ancient.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
they did it regularly, often.
But not, dude. You are stepping outside of my point, which was there were no abolitionists.
I didn't make that point.
Oh, okay, you didn't? Well,
No,
I
I
must have
never made that point.
misunderstood you. There was
Yes.
something about abolition
Yes.
and the founders. Which
Yes.
of the founders or the framers were abolitionists?
Never stated that they were.
Yeah. You think I forget this sort of stuff?
No,
dude?
I never stated that they were.
Yeah,
I said.
See, what you do is the voodoo of you didn't say it, and Americans have a very short attention span. They suffer from their bad education and social media. I grew up when you literally had to remember where you hid your candy in which pecan tree in that pecan grove, so your sister wouldn't know it was there.
Easy, CK J3. I will put the argument in the chat, CK J3. So
okay, dude, you want to pay more attention to an argument in a chat than to what I'm saying?
Well, he wanted to know what the argument was.
CKJ3, CKJ3. The argument is SKC can't admit when he's wrong, and he will drive you on a winding road down a gravel one-lane road to nowhere because he can't come back because we've run out of gas. Good to see you, Admiral. And by the way, while I'm doing my housekeeping and acknowledging people, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Everyone who's new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel and share it out. And I do have to do a shout out to Nightish. The kindest thing, to be honest, other than, like folks like SKC and Deacon Dave, but I think what Nightish did was very kind this morning. He shouted me out, asked what my channel was, asked his subscribers to come over and subscribe to this Stanley Cross channel. And I'm sure, it wasn't that he loves Stanley, but you know what? I think he's a kind man for doing it and worth listening to. And the reason he did it is I woke up an hour and a half before, while I was planning my show out, I tuned into Nightish, and there's some folks, besides Nightish in the chat that I know, and he noticed, and he's like, "Oh, hey," and it was such a classy move. I need to shout him out. I need to shout out. Y'all go over there. It's good early morning content. As a matter of fact, this show started late because I was kind of caught up in what Nightish was talking about. So shout out to Nightish. He's a sponsor of the show for today. And I just appreciate, that very classy, gentlemanly move. Can't appreciate it enough. So sorry for the commercial.
Oh, no problem. CKJ3 easy. I just put it in the chat. It's less than 30. It's less than 30 seconds. My argument.
Oh, you clipped it already?
No, I didn't clip anything. I put it in the chat. It's very easy to type out.
Argument?
Yeah.
Why don't I see it? No. Oh, I thought it was a clip, like a video clip.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
So your best arguments are put into chats. Gotcha.
No, I'm just saying that it's so precise. It can be put into a chat.
Oh, god damn. Oh, well, you know me. I love precision. Let's see. Is this the beginning, CKJ, the founders, framers, and no, you cannot put them in the same sentence. Ooh, precise? I disagree. Don't have to read the rest of it.
Exactly.
Which
they all
founder,
existed at the same time.
again, see, you want to equate and put them, which founder or framer was an abolitionist?
I never stated that they were.
Okay, well then you don't have an argument.
No, I'm stating that I'm stating that all three sets of people.
This is your
I'm stating all three sets of people spoke about slavery.
That black people couldn't be.
I'm stating that all three sets of people spoke about slavery.
I'm
and if
stating
you
that
they
all.
didn't, you're lying.
I'm literally stating
all three of those people.
Shot.
All three of those people spoke about slavery. Did they not?
So did black people.
Okay, so you can throw some of
Okay,
the
abolitionists
were black.
So why
some
aren't
of the
you
abolitionists were black?
God damn it! Now we're gonna have a good old argument.
All right then.
So did black people in the time of the framers and the founders and the abolitionists, what did black people have to say about slavery, and why are you not including them? This is literally a failure of an argument, dude. You are failing hard here. You're gonna get not only will I win this argument.
Did they reference slavery?
You are failing morally, politically, ethically,
did all three of those reference
dude.
ancient slavery?
This is such a bad argument.
Did they reference ancient slavery?
What
yes or no?
did black people
did they
have
reference
to say about? So black people
did they
have
reference
nothing
it?
to say.
Did they reference
this is where you lose me.
Did they reference ancient slavery?
You
yes
go
or no?
And do all your
you can't answer the question because you've lost.
Done with you.
I know
done.
because you've lost.
Black people had nothing to say about slavery. Really?
I did. See,
black people
you can't
had nothing.
Why
weren't black people mentioned with the founders, the framers, and the abolitionists? Why aren't they in the? Because you don't hold black people in high regard. You don't hold black people back in the 18th and 19th century.
I don't have to.
You don't hold Africans
and that has nothing
Wheatley,
to do with my argument.
like Frederick Douglass. You don't hold them in high regard. You don't hold Jupiter in high regard.
I have to say,
probably because they were slaves. You are very
Nigerian.
Right in print above you. Very
my exact
African.
argument is
they
in
were
the
slaves.
chat, right above your chat.
This is literally a fail. Dude, I won't even consider your argument. You mentioned founders. Yeah, of course I won't, because your argument is literally
they
not
all
only
at the
a
same
bad
time.
argument, It's an immoral argument.
They
You are
existed at the same
ethically
time.
unsound. You
Did those
literally
people live
are
at the same
digging
time?
a hole to hell with your
Okay, and that's
disregard
fine.
for black
You can
people.
try to make it a
You
moral
don't
thing.
like black people, is
You
my
can try to
argument.
make it a moral
I'm not
thing.
trying to. I don't have to try to.
Yeah, you can.
Founders, framers,
mine is not a moral
abolitionists, but you don't have any regard for Phyllis Wheatley. She wrote about slavery. Have you never read Phyllis Wheatley?
She was an
It
abolitionist.
is a failure of an argument.
She was an
And
abolitionist.
you never stood a chance in the first place, SKC.
And there we
Not
go.
with someone like me. Dude,
There we
I
go.
know my shit. I know your
Sure you do.
argument, and your argument is not worth even continuing.
Sure.
Abolitionists, founders, framers, but no black people? Motherfucker, that is a weak ass argument to the point of it's immoral and unethical. There are ethical
All right.
problems
All
with
right,
this
Stanley.
white supremacist argument you want to make. There are moral problems religiously.
You don't even
You
know what my
fail.
argument is.
No. I know your
No.
argument better than you do. That's why I'm laughing at you.
Okay, so what is it?
What is what?
What is my argument?
You don't have one. I just said that.
And that's what
I
I mean.
literally just said, if you can talk about the framers, there were no abolitionists at the Constitutional Convention.
Who said
There
that
were
there
no
were?
No, motherfucker, let me finish my
Who said that there
argument.
were?
And do not, dude, you're starting to fret at how I'm going to put you in your place.
Yeah, you're gonna straw
There
man
were
me.
no abolitionists at the Constitutional Convention.
Never
There
mentioned
were
Constitution.
no abolitionists who signed the Declaration of
Never said
Independence.
they did.
There were no abolitionists. Abolitionists could be racist. None of them, very few of them actually held black people at the time in high regard to the point of, hey, they are my equal.
Never made an argument whether they
even
did or
no
didn't.
motherfucker, God damn it, this far right MAGA bullshit of interrupting me when I'm on a roll is starting to become annoying. Let me finish my point. You want to mention non-abolitionist framers, founders, and you say abolitionists, not all of them were actually like people who held black people in regard. They mostly, the abolitionists, at least in the beginning, wanted black people to be deported, self-deport if possible. You literally mentioned those three groups who were overwhelmingly white, but you don't mention that black people had something to say. The African slaves had things to say, and your non-inclusion of the actual literate enslaved people is glaringly pro-white. You love white people. I know you think that black people in America could not have been free without white people. We've had the argument that the first step for African slaves being freed were African slaves not wanting to be slaves. You literally are failing at a very deep level. And I'm disappointed, quite frankly.
I'm glad
You
you
can
are.
type in the chat all you want. You lost this one, buddy. You just simply lost it.
Of course I would lose to you.
Literally in a moral I'm not going to even bring ethics in
you have the moral high ground.
Yeah. No, I got the momentum because I'm fucking right.
Sure
and
you are.
know I'm right. You want
Sure
to
you
joke it off. You want to jig it off.
Sure you are.
Dude,
Sure you are.
I'm on a
Stanley.
roll because I know
Sure
I'm
you are.
right.
Sure you are.
Of course. Sure I am, because I'm right.
Sure.
Hey, didn't your, and I know your parents did because you had good parents, obviously. Might is right. Right is might. Dude, be right in your arguments. And I'm right on this one.
Sure you are. So what's next for breakfast?
Dude, I ate before I got online a tuna sandwich, homemade tuna, and I didn't even use mayonnaise. I had this weird jalapeno sauce that really tastes good on tuna. Gonna
What
have
did
to
you
get
mix
some more.
what's the base of the jalapeno sauce?
You know what? It's a sauce, as in a store bought. I'd have to go get it, but I imagine jalapenos were.
I mean, typically, they use like some sort of base. I'm
I
not saying
honestly have never made it
Oh.
from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I'm in Georgia, not Texas. Jalapenos are not our natural. It's not in our mother's milk.
Well, yeah. But you guys have things that are not natural to us. Peaches.
Oh, we got. And I notice you're distracting from the argument, but I'll just go ahead.
No, you've already won the argument. You win. The
Of course
ancient
I did.
people, they
Have
they
you
did
ever
not-
heard of chow chow?
Yeah,
It's
they
kind of like
never
a
referenced
South
ancient
Carolina,
slavery
a
at all.
South Carolina pico de gallo. And if you
Yeah, I've heard
cook
pico de
it,
gallo.
it becomes a salsa.
Yeah.
But there is chow chow. It's a South Carolina thing.
What is that chow chow?
It's basically a pepper sauce.
Mm.
But you can put sweet peppers and hot peppers. It becomes very complex, especially if you cook it. Now it's good eating raw. So anyway, Sugar Bomb, glad to see you here, man. That good to have a woman with a sense of humor. Sugar Bum is acerbic. That's my word.
I just
She makes me laugh. So acerbic is a good thing.
Yeah, retarded people make me laugh too.
What? No, she is not. See, that God is a woman thing. I'm kind of into that. Must be kinder.
I know.
Must be kinder than a YN. Tell us God is kinder than a YN. That makes her a woman. Now, Sugar Bomb, I'm not religious, so I'm just gonna have fun with it because I know it's gonna shake SKC's tree here. How do we get on this topic? Who the fuck knows, CK? You know how I am, Admiral. I just wander, especially if people want to send me in a direction and can't be focused. Sugar Bomb, imagine that's how we were taught. I'm a Catholic guy, and from the cradle they teach us that God is always a he. So I'm glad to see you here, Sugar Bomb. So salute to you. Well, let us get back on our video track. SKC is probably busy. And by the way, this background, I always crave salt water. I am into being from Savannah, Georgia. I've been on a dock like this before. It is beautiful, especially in the late fall. We actually can see scenes like this in places like Savannah, in Beaufort, in St. Helena. So we will finish this video up.
How would you feel? How would you feel if they just stated, you know what, Savannah and all of those surrounding areas, we're going to send over, I don't know, 200,000 Egyptian refugees to live in those areas?
Why would they want to live there?
Why not?
Well, they want the party life. Have you ever been to Egypt? Have you ever been to the Middle East?
Maybe they want to transfer.
Love Western white
the,
women. Hey, let me tell you about. I spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi back in my mid-20s, and they don't want black women. They want blonde, blue-eyed white women. So you know what? They don't want to. They don't want to grow okra or salsa gardens. They want that city life. That's what America has exported for decades. They're not going to Savannah. They're going to Atlanta.
Maybe they want to. Maybe they want to change Savannah into.
Because I literally told you your paradigm is foolish. They're not going to Savannah. They're going to Atlanta. And by the way, they're here. No, I have not. I've been to Bahrain. No. Honestly, I've been to Dubai. I've been to Bahrain. I'm sorry. Bahrain. I think I've been to Bahrain, but I didn't party there. I've been to the Persian Gulf, all the major places, even places like Jabail in Saudi. I caught some party life, and a lot of how I think about the Middle East, which is surprisingly cosmopolitan in the big cities. I've also drifted off into now we're talking mid-90s. I've drifted off into right outside Abu Dhabi. There are shit-filled ditches. So, you could call it a desert mirage. Now, this is again mid-90s. Abu Dhabi was kind of a mirage where they zoomed in and kept the Westerners. But Egyptians are a little bit different than, say, Egypt is different than kind of the oil-rich Arabs. But I can't imagine Egyptians wanting to live in Savannah. It's too slow, especially the young ones. Now, their women, their girls may be good Savannah residents. Their men will just drive up to Atlanta on their camels, maybe. That's a joke, folks. It's a joke. And you will insist on what? We should import 300,000 Egyptians to Savannah? The fuck are you talking about? Why would we do that? What would be in it for the Egyptians? Except learning. Okay, I'm lost. Is this a joke?
No, this is what I learned from the woman on screen.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Foreign Minister. Do you acknowledge Russia invaded Ukraine?
I said to you that we started special military operation to protect.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov set for a sometimes tense interview that aired on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday morning. Lavrov defended Russia's actions in Ukraine. He said Russia is serious about peace, and he blamed Ukraine for a lack of progress since President Trump's meeting with President Putin earlier this month.
We want peace in Ukraine. President Trump wants peace in Ukraine. The reaction to Anchorage meeting, the gathering in Washington of these European representatives, and what they were doing after Washington indicates that they don't want peace.
Lavrov said there is no meeting between Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky currently planned, at least until Zelensky considers land swaps and a potential pledge to stay out of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO. The Russian foreign minister also denied that Russia targeted civilian sites like schools and hospitals in Ukraine, despite many, many reports to the contrary. He also had a fascinating take on an airstrike on an American-owned factory in Ukraine.
This is an electronics factory, though, sir. This is an electronics factory. I've spoken to people on the ground there. It builds coffee machines, among other electronics. This is not a military site.
Well, I understand that some people are really naive, and when they see a coffee machine in the window, they believe that this is the place where coffee machines are produced. Our intelligence has very good information.
Ukraine celebrated its Independence Day Sunday. In a video address, Zelensky declared the country, quote, needs a just peace, a peace where our future is decided only by us. Transcripts and tape from an interview of Ghislaine Maxwell by the Department of Justice were
what do
released
you
Friday
think
and
about
have been
this
making their way
whole,
across the internet.
I think Ghislaine Maxwell is gorgeous. What do you think?
I really don't have an opinion on her. I mean, I don't think
You
that she's
don't? You don't have? Well, didn't mean to concentrate on Ghislaine other than it's odd that she winds up in eligible for work release. Her work was literally detrimental. Her work was literally detrimental. Her work was like trafficking. So Trump transfers her to a minimum security federal facility with work release. This is literally why I don't think Trump is bright. So my original question was meant to be, what do you think about, this Epstein release the files thing? But dude, transferring, they had to waive. Someone back in the day wisely thought that sex offenders should not be given work release. So Trump transfers a convicted sex offender to a work release minimum security. Oh my God. This dude is a fucking idiot. Why? Probably, and I have a theory as to why, but I'm not going to say it just yet. This man doesn't care about America. He cares about power and transferring a convicted. Is it because she's a woman? Does that mean she's less prone to sexual predation of minors? Did he think that deep? Your president is a goddamn idiot. He doesn't care about publicity. He's going to run America as a business, and we, the non-employees, we're shareholders. Dude, this is literally white male mediocrity, and I think MAGA is the cult of white mediocrity.
Okay.
Oh, no. I know it's okay. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think so.
No, I was just saying, okay, yeah, I'm fine.
Well, yeah. I thank you for agreeing. Does okay mean it's okay? It's okay for Trump to be. No. Is okay buy-in to MAGA?
I guess
you said okay. Now I'm interrogating.
Interrogating on what?
Is you saying okay meaning you approve?
Approve of what?
Motherfucker, I literally just told you. Did you not hear, or did your Trump lack of hearing engage?
Oh no, you're making the whole moral argument thing. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Oh,
care.
wait. I was
Yeah, I don't
talking.
care.
I haven't said moral when it comes to child predation.
Yeah.
When I said moral, it was your false notion that there were abolitionists who were founders of the United States.
Oh, I never
You
stated
were
that.
wrong there. So
I never
let
stated that.
me. We moved on. Yeah, you did.
No, I
And
didn't.
let's move on. Oh no. See, you do that weird Ben Shapiro. I didn't say it
No, I
verbally.
never stated that.
Well, why are you interrupting? You didn't say it directly,
No,
but
I didn't say it.
I deny the inference.
No, I didn't. I didn't infer it. I didn't make an
Possible
inference either.
deniability. No, you never equated abolitionism with Thomas Jefferson.
Nope,
or
never did.
Governor Morris. You're totally innocent.
Yep, absolutely innocent.
Stanley, how can you infer
Never inferred.
from my
I know.
angelic
I know how you can
argument?
infer. I know how you can infer. That's not a
Well,
problem.
good. You know the difference between imply, which I
know.
think you did.
I know.
You
I know how.
implied,
I know how
and
you
I
can
inferred
infer
from your
that.
implication.
I know how
Good
you
to
can
know
infer
that you understand how
because
that works.
because leftists typically
Oh,
make
now it's
wild
political.
accusations.
Now, so morality is a matter of left and right.
No, I'm just saying that
Well,
leftists
no.
typically make
You
wild
brought up
accusations.
leftist. You
Yes, I
used.
did bring up leftist.
Did you just use the word leftist?
Yes.
So we were talking about moral. Did you use that word before? Leftist?
Yes, I did.
So how connect the two? You
Okay.
used them in the same like paragraph. Can you please connect moral and leftist?
I didn't.
Obviously, I'm inferring something. I'm not sure you were implying something, but connect the dots.
Oh, it's very easy. You did. I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
That's how it typically
I
goes.
like your deference.
And you insert
I
words
like
into my
I like
argument
your
so that you can
deference.
deal with it better.
I like your deference. Is it deference or deference?
It's really that.
Is it
It's really that.
deference or is it deference in this case?
That's the typical dance in which we do. You add stuff to my argument so that you can deal with
Yes,
it.
I infer.
Because without adding stuff, you can't deal with my arguments. This is a given.
So
It's our
are
dance.
you implying that I don't understand your argument?
Oh, I know this. I'm not implying it. I know this. That is a profound truth.
So you profess to know truth? Now, when you said truth, did you mean with a capital T or a small t?
Both.
Ooh, so you profess to know the capital T truth? Well, now I'm interested. What is the capital T truth? Teach us, oh apostle SKC.
I said
What
prophet earlier.
is capital T truth?
I didn't say apostle. I said prophet.
Okay, now I must infer that you imply that I'm not getting it wrong. I asked you whether you meant capital T truth or small t truth, and you said both. What's let me make it easy for you. What's the difference between capital T truth and small t truth? Can you help us, Apostle SKC?
Sure. There are small-minded people who try to make a difference between the two where there is no difference.
Is the implication which I shall infer? Are you calling me small-minded?
No, I'm stating that there are.
Oh, I got that inference.
I'm stating that there are
it hard.
people. I'm saying that there are small-minded people who try to make a difference between the two where there is no difference. Now, if you want
And
to,
you would be absolutely wrong.
That is your prerogative.
Literally, dude, that's a difference between a philosopher and a theologian.
If you want to insert yourself,
I'm literally
your
I
prerogative.
need you to argue the new point that I'm making. You're a theologian, I'm a philosopher, and I don't mean capital P and capital T for theologian. I just mean we approach, culture a different way. That's why I appreciate the Enlightenment minus the racism that it invented.
They're a package deal.
And I'm sure let's put a pin in that. I know you want to argue that I know you want to argue that racism pre-existed, and I think you're wrong on that. But
no, that's not my argument.
I'm inferring. I don't have a firm. I'm not on firm ground here.
Yeah, I'm not inferring any of that. I'm just saying that the two groups.
All I'm saying is you are a natural small T theologian. I'm a natural small P philosopher. I'm an Enlightenment guy, minus the racism.
And that's fine. And all I'm stating is that racism.
You are anti-Enlightenment.
I am not.
I am implying that you're anti-Enlightenment.
And that's fine. All I'm stating is that
are you?
I did not say whether I was or not.
Well, I'm asking a question. Can you not? I'm inferring that you can't answer a direct question.
I am not anti-Enlightenment.
Okay.
But I accept
Thank you for answering the question.
I accept
because I'm going to use that. I'm going to use it as ammunition. Fair warning.
Yeah, I know that. But all I'm stating is that the Enlightenment and racism grew in the same garden.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No. John Locke literally is a good example. Literally.
Okay.
Grew racism in the South Carolina garden. Okay. He invented rice culture. If you want to go that far, it's a joke. That's not a serious statement, but you know what? It works for my purposes.
Yeah, and John Locke is not.
And religion, if you really want to go back to 14th century, or is it 15th century? My history muscle is tired. There was a time when in Europe, Catholicism and religion, Protestant, actually there's an argument that Catholicism kind of limited slavery, though it did legislate it. And legislate is too strong a word, but allow me. Protestantism actually made slavery flourish, especially in the transatlantic stuff. So when I say you're a theologian, that's a backhanded compliment if you didn't notice.
It doesn't matter to me.
Well, probably because you can't distinguish between the two. In my opinion, philosophy out religion in some moral sense, but it's a dodgy argument that I haven't thought out. But I think I could prove it given time. Reason is more moral than religion is essentially my point.
Sure it is.
Glad you agree.
Sure it is.
Now we can move on with the lovely Joan Costin.
Yeah. It goes back to my original argument about
which was you had an argument that was original. Tell me the original. Tell me the argument that was original to SKC thinking. I'm definitely interested now because I missed it.
Sure. The philosophy in which you speak of condones slavery as a natural part of humanity.
Yeah, and it literally got proven wrong. It collapsed upon itself. I said, I literally said, hold on, let me develop this argument because I'm just generally gonna put a pin in your very bad response. The Enlightenment learned. That's why it's called the Enlightenment.
Yeah, it learned from religion.
Not gonna argue that point.
Yeah, and there it is. So when you speak of your quote unquote morals of slavery was evil, you make a theological argument. That did
I will also make this. See,
did not come from
what
philosophy.
you see. You naturally want to make your little t a capital T. I'm going to say that rationalism, tempered by religious thought, and vice versa. The two have to work in tandem. Read your Albert Camus, and you'll understand my point.
Read your Thomas Aquinas, and you'll get my point.
It's been high school, but that's not a bad suggestion.
Yeah.
You got me on this, and validly so, and I actually gave you credit. I probably could brush up on natural law. I'm not a big believer in it, but Aquinas is kind of like the founding father. So that is an excellent suggestion.
And all of the
I will credit you
and
with
all of the
everyone
Enlightenment
being
quotes,
bored.
all of the Enlightenment quotes from it.
Not gonna argue.
600
Which
years,
relieves me of the obligation of saying you're right. I'm not gonna
500 to
argue.
600 years before the Enlightenment came about, it goes back to arguing points of natural law, which it did not create.
Natural law also came to terms with slavery. The Catholic Church was a little bit better about dealing with slavery until it couldn't. Protestantism, religion was the cause of slavery as well as the solution. That's how these tides of histories ebb and flow. Don't hop on that religion train, because the train trained itself. Don't change your little t to capital T.
Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm just stating things.
Of course you aren't, dude. Protestantism literally
I'm not arguing
was a problem, and it's a religion too. Is your argument that we should have never become Protestants?
I am not arguing for or against.
Well,
I'm
then
just what was.
okay, because I can do the religion stuff.
Because a lot of people
we lost the bubble when there was Protestantism.
It's like going back to my original argument. The people that
you didn't have an original argument.
Yes,
you were you were amending your constitution. That's what you're doing.
I'm not amending anything. I put it in print, and I never mentioned the Constitution.
Oh, dude, print in a chat.
Yes, I put it in print, and I never mentioned.
For your little now, this is a joke. Everyone, this is a joke. For your disciples to go, oh, SKC has pronounced, therefore we believe. It's a joke. I said it before the comment. I'm saying it afterwards. It's a joke. Putting it in the chat. Okay, great. Your people, your Dave, who I think is rather brilliant, Lou, rather brilliant. They don't do hard work on this stuff. They don't work as hard as you do, SKC. They don't know what you know, by the way.
I don't think that this is hard work.
Well, you know what? And that's what I appreciate about you. Thinking and hashing out arguments is a joy for people like you. And that's why, dude, you are a singularity. In these hood-servative streets, these Sean Bracey streets, these John Galt streets, all these streets, dude, you are a singularity.
Well,
So I will give, hey, let me give you your props. Stop talking. Let me say you are a singularity. That's, dude, you are rare. So
let me give you your flowers, Stanley. Let me give you your flowers.
oh boy.
I think
Are they going to be dead flowers like a like a Rolling Stone song?
No, these are gardenias. Let me I think you are the same, and I think, and this is just my from my little limited point of view. In ways, I think you frustrate yourself in debasing various things that you've read and that you've studied and placing them before swine.
Oh shit. What? No, the swine need them.
No, the swine.
No, that's gonna be a horrible thing to say.
The swine needs the mud, and they need the various
that is so elitist.
The various rotten fruits, but that is tossed to them, which their stomachs can handle. You do not give filet mignon to the swine.
Come on, that is so horrible, dude. I'm more populist than you are,
and that's what I mean. It's like, I think it's funny.
I literally have faith, like a Benjamin Franklin, a republic. If you can keep it, I'm literally of that ilk. I rock with that phrase.
To give you an example, some time ago we had a little spat and such and blah blah blah, and then I think it was like the crew, not to be spoken of, came and they were all trying to make some sort of they were trying to make things greater than what they were, not knowing that we had known each other long before we knew them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they didn't have that understanding, and they were trying to make it out to be some sort of world star hip hop beef or something like that. But what they didn't recognize, and what they still don't recognize now, that if we wanted to, we could hop on over to Charles' channel, have a long form discussion on some deep topics or so forth, which they don't have the ability to have those conversations at all.
Well, why don't they have the ability?
Because we know why they don't have the ability. We know this, Stanley.
Okay, well, educate me.
When people believe that they can they can go on through their entire life believing that what they have experienced with their own eyes is enough to be able to speak and teach other people that books are stupid, that people should not stand on the shoulders of giants of old to be able to see further, and things, and to for them to have those opinions.
Yeah,
we already know why they can't have those conversations.
Touche. You know what? I think people can grow. and again, I'm not going to debate it because I fear you're probably right. They don't grow. And I'm even gonna, make a point that you probably would agree with. Americans in general, and Black people in particular, they don't even know how to grow. We live in a soundbite world. Reading is too hard. Reading takes too much time. And we could even go into, because I know you're going to be harsher than I was. Exposure to social media is poison for young minds being able to think. And we're gonna fuck up. And I know you don't. I'm a little bit loose with the lips here. The worst thing you can do. My son was petitioning for a phone in middle school, and I'm like, nope. And even when he got to high school, and thank God his high school is in Georgia, I gave him an old phone of mine, and he was hardly able to use it at school because they had a security policy. You don't have to take the phone. You can literally do a wireless network that literally doesn't let. Now it can be defeated if your child is technically smart, but not your average child. So the bottom line is social media before high school. And I wonder if even I made the right decision. We might have to do the hard thing. And that genie's out of the bottle, but I think social media discourages reading. Parents who can't read will be. Look at the title of the show. There are several of you in the chat that will understand the title of the show. and I was criticized. Well, you read Atlas Shrugged in high school, you might not even remember it. Well, actually, I did reread it. Books sometimes you reread. But Atlas Shrugged is stories for boys, not for men. Not for men. Ayn Rand was how she thought in the 1950s America should be. We've evolved past that. And for a black man from Bama to think that Ayn Rand had him in mind is you adapting to white supremacy. White supremacy isn't going to adapt to Obama. And dude, sophisticated thinking, stopping to think about what you're doing, and you're always going to get it wrong. But sometimes, hopefully in the right time, you'll understand the point. Naming yourself after an Anne Rind. I'm thinking of rinds, like melon rinds. Pigs will eat those things. And they will enjoy them.
Yes, they will.
But let me finish this one point, dude. Ayn Rand didn't give a fuck. She didn't even know black people existed, at least in her books. And like, dude, it explains so much. Even people like Thomas Sowell knew that black people existed because they grew up as black people. I fear. Look, Thomas Sowell will always get my respect and jokes. John, these motherfuckers are, dude, I am getting a little verklempt about this. I hate seeing black people fail hard. And what's worse is failing their children. I don't give a fuck about the YNs, but failing your children is a mortal sin. So I'll stop there. Sorry for getting a little bit deeper than I wanted to. You shall not harm children in any way. And if you're not a good parent, do something else. So sorry, SKC.
Nah, it's okay. I like I mean, I agree with you. I disagree slightly on just some very small nickler things, but
Niggler isn't good enough for you? Dude, it's a word.
yeah. So I just but yeah, I think for me, and even the way that I train my kids, a person doesn't need to know an author or whatever, doesn't need to know who some segment of the world population is racially to speak to them. I think that there are some universal truths about humanity that can be shared amongst all people, and I think a lot can be missed if one is solely looking for some person that they believe has some sort of racial connection to them to speak to them in order to understand something. I'm like, but
interesting. Dude,
in ways
do you honestly think, Thomas, finish your statement? I interrupted.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is even growing up, some of my favorite books are written by non-black people, and they have shaped.
Wait, hold it. How are you special?
Huh?
How are you special?
I'm not
Most
special.
books that are published in America are written by non-black people.
Right, but a lot of those books
that's never not been the case.
Right. What I'm saying is that I didn't need for them to be black people in order to shape and for me to understand.
I went to high school. You're a bit younger than me. Most of the books I read in high school. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think of a black author that I read in high school that was assigned. I remember. Oh, I have a story for you one of these days. Maybe today. But most of the Frederick Douglass stuff, I went to school in the early 80s. So no, there wasn't a whole lot of black authors. The reason I know this much about history, my mother, she was literally into history. And unfortunately or fortunately, I think my personality is 60% my mother and 40% my father, and it wavers between 70 to 60. So anyway, shout out to my mother, Hurricane Dolores.
Just as a side note, it just as a
she
question.
had a major influence, and possibly because she was a teacher and she knew how to teach, including her kids. And you know what? She was home in the summers. She
did you have
had the same schedule my sister and I did, and then my brother. And she was funny as hell.
Did you have a favorite work of fiction?
Either you didn't want to disappoint her because you don't like disappointing her, or you knew what would happen if you did, depending on the disappointment. My mother was hilarious, but also mean but kind but mean. Oh, it just depended. She was a good thinker.
Did you have a favorite work of fiction?
Kamasi, as long as you read, as long as you're reading, who cares what you read? I don't think kids these days, and you're probably younger than 60 or even 50, kids aren't trained to read long form. But if you're reading, you can argue with that. God damn it. What? technology is just killing me. Hold on one sec. Let me put on these headphones.
Yeah, I was wondering if he could hear me or not. Can the chat still hear me?
Stupid headphones. And I may have to duck out and come back in. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that. I will say, I don't really have a favorite work of fiction. I will say that I am a Raymond Carver fan. That's because he just came up. I don't really have favorite fiction. Hey, guys, who wants to burn a U.S. flag? I suspect you want to, Kelvin. That's because we win. So I'm going to duck out and come right back in and see if this helped.
Holy crap, man. Man, Super X AI technology is just doing its dang thing today. Oh, man. Man. Well, that's going to make my month. I know that.
What's going to make your month?
Oh,
thank you for holding it down. You know what? I was kind of in my head talking about books.
yeah. No, I was just talking about the stock position. It's still rallying.
Damn it.
So.
Well, good for you. Keep talking about it if it's interesting. Kind of.
No, I was asking you earlier about fiction because in our original conversation,
Mhm.
I remember reading a lot of fiction as a kid, and man,
You know what? You and I are alike. I literally stopped. Like, I was a literary fiction person. Probably up until I met my wife. And I think it's an old man thing. You start looking back to the good old days. Now I always read history. My mother kind of introduced it, but I started, reading biographies of great men, and memoirs, more
yeah.
than likely. Biographies, but the actual people will write memoirs.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I just worked into, I've always had a understanding of history. I think it's an age thing. I rarely read fiction, and when I do these days, it's usually short stories. The story I was going to tell about my weak high school Catholic boy protest was what was it? Huck Finn, that has the N word in it. Nigger Jim. Is it Huck Finn? I don't even remember now. Probably Tom Sawyer. But anyway, I got to read a Connecticut Yankee in Connecticut. What did I say? It was, I don't even, what was it? A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. So, I was woke before there was woke back in the 80s. And you know what? It was, thinking back on it now, Mrs. Youngblood, my 10th grade English teacher, she also taught 11th grade. So I can't remember whether it was 10th or 11th grade. She also knew my mother. They were both English teachers. So my mother just probably, I know they talked about it. There's no way they couldn't. And Mrs. Youngblood was white, and my mother was black. And I know they fucking probably talked and just shook their head and went, just suggest something that'll make him laugh. And I know this at 60. I suspect they talked. I suspect, you know what? I was tolerated. You know what? I would have never survived in public schools probably because I wouldn't call myself eccentric, but I was mighty sure of some dumb ideas. And somehow or another, these kind of people, as long as I was making A's or, just not a total, menace to society, just kind of let me, yeah, I laughed, just humoring. I swear that was that was my childhood. So, you know what? But I could play basketball. I could do the normal things. But you know what? Give him a book. He would literally read how to, like, I'll read a basketball book. I will read every basketball book in the library. I was one of those kids.
I like sports, but I think even as a kid, I understood that it was just a game. It seemed to me like a bunch of other people would take it. Even if if you got into it as a hobby and you follow stats and players and all that stuff, it's like that's fine. But I could separate it and compartmentalize it as this is just a game, no different from.
Well, let me ask you a
if I was
question though,
playing
because I
chess
agree
like
that I knew I was never gonna. Well, I did run cross country, but I wasn't a scholarship student. I actually did academics. However, I knew of a dude, and I lost track of him after high school because he was maybe 3 years older. But I did know a guy. Told you I went first through sixth to St. Mary's. It was an all-black Catholic school in Savannah. And I was probably in sixth grade. There was a dude who could dunk a basketball in eighth grade. He wasn't super tall, but he was 6 feet, 6'1". He could dunk it. And, he was great on that. We had an eighth grade basketball team that was intramural, in Catholic schools. Yeah, there's a whole league. I played in it. I was horrible at basketball, but I wasn't. No, I was horrible. However, this dude always carried a 3.0 average or above, even through high school. Got a full ride and athletic scholarship to Cornell. And one of these days I'll look it up. You know what? He wasn't dumb. He carried a decent grade point average, played for an Ivy League basketball team. So, sports can be an avenue, but you still have to have a glimmer of academics. Extremes are how you get, these people who wind up on a college plantation. And when I was at University of Georgia, there was a third string running back who lived like a king right next to me in the dorm. He had women, he had boosters buying him stereos and shit. It was awesome. If he was your buddy. And dude, this dude was third string Georgia football. And I guarantee you he didn't graduate because he could barely speak English. There is a middle ground. You can be a scholar athlete. There used to be Bill Bradleys of the world. Even someone like Julius Erving. There have been scholar athletes. Alan Page, remember, he played for the Chicago Bears, and I think he became a lawyer. So I've gone far afield, but I knew I was never gonna get a goddamn scholarship, dude. No, it was more than a hobby. I took my sports seriously. Being able to shoot a 3-point shot dude, I was playing on the hard courts of Cloverdale and Savannah, which, by the way, you can look over to the left, and there was a whole library. We had a branch of the library, right? Shared a parking lot with the concrete jungle. you could play on the concrete jungle and then go read about the actual jungle in a library. That's how I grew up. And that 3-point, dude, I was on the hard court in the jungle of Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia. We played long range shots before there was an official 3-point range. You knew when you launched it right, you could go swish and walk away across that midcourt line. It was a thing of fucking beauty when you know, dude, I launched it right. It hasn't even hit the fucking net, and I'm walking away because, ooh, by the way, swish. I love those times. It was more than a hobby. Some days are good.
Yeah, I don't know. It was always just a game to me.
And you know what? Is it? See, this is where well, you tell me about your game, dude. Sometimes there's such a thing as I grew up in a black neighborhood, and being able to shoot a jump shot was hanging out and being accepted. Why is it such a game? I think it's part of a childhood, and childhood is literally games, learning how to be an adult. Your parents don't generally play games. The kids you're growing up with, your social circle, growing up is a game and full of them. So why are you so negative on games? And that's an inference. I'm not saying you think that.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm not and maybe I should restate it. I'm not saying that games were bad or that they were not important. They're very important to.
Wait, did you say gangs or games? Because they're kind of the same thing, by the way.
A game, a GAME, but I think that they're important to growing up and socializing and kids and young adulthood and all of that stuff. What I mean by it is by saying that all of the athletic games I held pretty much in the same arena, like football, basketball, baseball, tennis, track, the whole nine. I saw them all as just not in a negative way, but just as a physical representation of, going out having fun. It didn't, in my mind at that time, it didn't hold
is competition among young boys a game, or is it a pecking order? Pecking orders are important. You're into anthropology. You don't know that pecking orders among young boys, especially in young women, those are important. They're not just games. They can be classified as games.
Right, and I'm not stating to downplay them. I'm not downplaying them at all. I'm just saying when
I think you downplay them when you call them mere games. Now I'm saying mere. You said games. I am tacking on a descriptor, but no, games are how you grow up. You establish a pecking order as a minor child. They're formative. They're not just games. The games are formative. And I don't know how they're not important. And you know what? Even better than that, you pick the sports, especially if you're a male. And my wife actually was she was athletic and competitive in an athletic way, but she knew, the difference between games and real life. My sister, somewhat less athletic, but dude, I knew my favorite sports. Baseball to watch because I wasn't that good, except I played first base in Little League, and I was actually good at that. Football, I fucking have always hated football because I was a natural running back because I was fast, but I hated being hit. Basketball, swish. I was like Gus Williams or a fucking Dennis Johnson or an Adrian Dantley or especially like Gervin, motherfucker. I don't even dunk. I'll just shoot. I don't have to touch your sweat. I will just launch a long range. Tennis. Oh Jesus. I fucking love tennis. To a point that I probably should have done in high school. I just didn't have the time for it. And oddly enough, I would have been, there were no black tennis players at my largely white high school, but I should have done it. My parents probably would have been okay with it, but motherfucker, the precision. I used to watch tennis religiously, used to play it very well. So anyway, games are incredibly important, especially before you get to high school. They're literally formative. I don't get your point. You pick the game you're good at to build prestige, to build like pre-8th grade or pre-9th grade, like, oh, hey, you know what, Stanley, you get to pick the team because you're the best player here. There's some cachet in that.
Yeah, I guess I preferred the more mental games than
dude. You got to do both. You thought I was a knucklehead, dude? I tested into my high school, 10th highest in the city. This was an all boys Catholic military school. It's still there. My brother went to it. So I had both. Black men, young black men. No, you got to be able to do both. You literally need to be athletic. Some people, the dude I talked about with the 3.0 barely above average going to Cornell, went to Cornell because he wasn't flunking out and he could dunk a basketball in 8th grade. I could shoot a long range jumper. I could pick a team because no one thought I was ever going to be like a college athlete. I tested in academically. You gotta, hey, dude, if you can be in the pecking order, both mentally or academically, is a better word, and athletically, you're going to get a girl or two. I don't get your point, I guess. You can't discount the mental. You do what comes natural, and people will naturally accrete, if you want to use a concrete term. Dude, just be you is the most important thing. You're either over academic or over athletic, but be you. Who cares? Be you. So you're describing you. Discount the games. Think more than play. So catch us up from there.
I played a lot. It was just more or less more of the more of the, I guess you could say in the range of the nerddom. I played sports, and heck, in basketball, I even played on the team in middle school and high school, but in tennis, but they were never important to me. I should put it that way. I could see how other people were that it was of great importance to them, particularly so far as future and also socially, but it never was to me at all. I think it may have had to do with my circle of friends and growing up. I guess all of our connected families and different things, we never saw like athleticism as a primary mode of making it in life or something like that.
Interesting. Hold on one sec. Actually, I probably grew up slightly opposite of that. More of my friends, because I told you I grew up, in a kind of a black middle class environment. So, these guys back in the day, when, even up until say high school for me, boys hung out with boys and girls hung out with girls. And then, there was a little bit of more intermixing. Part of it was parents were very involved. Girls weren't gonna just kind of, there was I wouldn't say it was strict, though compared to today it was. No, it was rather controlled, at church. And there weren't many Catholics in my neighborhood. There were things back then, even now. You're younger than I am, but I kind of miss the days when parents were more involved. And there were roving, I had a basketball goal in my backyard. And I suspect it was because my parents want to control who comes over here, which was a wise decision. So parents were much more involved back in the late 70s, early 80s, when I was kind of growing up and a teenager.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I guess to explain it further, I didn't disparage anyone who played sports or any of that stuff, but
well, good, because you get your ass beat.
Well, I guess it was more. It was more.
I'm kidding.
I guess it was more or less like the idea that I was more or less a realist.
Even back then.
Yeah, because my parents were realists. So are my grandparents.
Interesting.
So it's like come on, you're what? I'm 5'10". I'm like, no, you're not going to be a basketball player. No.
Motherfucker, 5'10" can be a tennis player.
Okay.
A baseball player, surely.
Right. But when I saw the people who were actually into those things, that were really into those things, I wasn't doing the stuff that they were doing, just as they weren't doing the stuff that I was doing.
Right.
And so it was like, yeah, I'm like, I've seen people that they played play baseball since Little League and different things of that nature. It's like, yeah, it just wasn't that big of a deal to me even back then, But for them, it was. That's what they wanted to do. They went to all the games. They went and play during the summers at various leagues and different things. It's like I didn't do that jump. So just like
Yeah.
in a
Well,
lot of
you grew up. You probably what, 15 years younger. Yeah, you grew up in a slightly different world.
shoes, man. I grew up here in Texas. I know what Friday night lights are. I wasn't involved in that lifestyle of football is
Right, but
everything
you
and stuff
also
like
have
that.
to understand that Georgia was less football-y. And I'm gonna at least put myself football. I think Friday Night Lights, Texas tends to be its own thing. So I'm not sure that you can compare it to anywhere else when it comes to football. The South is football crazy. I can understand why you wouldn't want Friday Night Lights. That's pro football basically.
Yeah, so it's like it was like I think my parents and my grandparents on both sides, they're realists, and like, hey,
No, I understand you now. When you
this is
bring
what
up that
you
Friday Night Lights, yeah, you focused it. I understand.
yeah. So at a younger age, I found out the things that I enjoyed, and what I enjoyed more had to do with scholastics. And I was really curious about how things work, how people think, how I was into a lot of fiction. I love the writing and different things. So it's like, again, it's not like the games weren't fun. The various
Right.
sports games, they were fun, but I just thought that there were other things that were more fun.
Well, there's not a damn thing wrong with anything you said. I don't know. I wish you'd grown up in Savannah, Georgia. This actually you kind of highlight something that's something I've fussed about for quite some time. Where you grow up, even as a black person, black child, dude, you are a product of your parents, you're a product of your community. We are not all the same. And you know what? They're SKCs who probably understand more than, I used to call them muscle heads. It's like, dude, you're thinking with your muscles, not your brain. And you know what?
It was nice. It was nice to do those things, but I just think a lot of the different experiences that I had as a kid due to my parents traveling and taking places and seeing different things. Heck, my grandmother, she made a running joke that came to be true.
What was her joke?
Oh, I remember I was in the 6th grade. We went to California for the summer, and we're out on the beach, and I came across this little family, this little white family and everything, and they had a young daughter that was around my age, but she was surfing, and so she began to try to show me how to get on a paddleboard, the whole nine, and blah blah blah.
Interesting.
And my grandma said, when I got in, she said that boy ain't gonna never marry a black woman, and she was right.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, boy, you said she's prescient. Did you use the word prescient?
No, I just said that she was right.
By accident or by design?
She was making a joke, but she was right.
So jokes. Oh, that's very interesting. I tend to take jokes as jokes.
She was like he was having
Now,
so much fun.
did she say it out of despair or was
No.
it a joke?
No, she was just she was just joking.
You can make jokes out of despair.
No, she was just joking because
She didn't say, I know. She just
No,
okay.
she was just joking, but because I know for a fact that as I grew up and everything, and when I would talk to her and such and such, she would always reassure me about
you
things
being
like
you.
that.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Now that part she was right.
Same thing with my grandpa. On both sides, both of them, they would both say stuff like that, like especially my grandfather on my dad's side. Oh man, he would always say, "Don't you ever try to fit in with some niggas."
Oh my lord! So you okay? He literally said that to you as a child.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Well,
He didn't even. He used the hard R as a child.
Oh yeah, I was probably like 15, 16, something like that.
Ooh, that is. I wouldn't call that genteel. That is, you know what? I'll have to think about that point. Honestly, I wasn't kidding. Now, you're younger by a decade or more. Dude, we didn't think about white people over my summer, especially when I went to St. Mary's. But, even there's a story about St. Mary's, which is perfectly fine. But I grew up in a time when, we might go to the Oglethorpe Mall. But I would honestly say, and I'm not kidding, in first through sixth grade, we had nuns who were white and all that stuff. But we never had a white principal. It was a black Catholic school. We had nuns, but we also had lay teachers who were like black women. Never had a male teacher. There's probably a black coach or something. And I never got old enough to play on the athletic teams. But I literally, and maybe that's why I'm so comfortable with telling white people they're fucked up and I don't fear them, because I know they're human. Horribly human sometimes. I literally, for like my first, what is it, 9 years, 10 years, I could literally go a whole summer and, we didn't see white people, but we saw black doctors, black lawyers. My mother was a teacher. My father was a police official. And yeah, you know what? He started out from the bottom ranks, but he rose, to a place. I don't think white people are special. I have a very hopefully nuanced view. They are human with all the frailties. White people in America were cruel to get where they are. I don't worship them like some do. Black people got their freedom because they didn't want to be slaves. And if you can't accept that black people are smart, then you are literally not my type of debater. Black people have ideas, and you literally, SKC, said black people have ideas. Now, you can twist it and say it's because you had white teachings of Western supremacy, and I'm making a joke, but barely one. I came to that idea that black people are actually smart because I lived around them and was raised by a couple of them. Black people, African slavery ended in the United States because black people had been rebelling for quite some time. Hundreds, that are not talked about. We know about Nat Turner's rebellion, but there is hundreds of them. I will never stand for the discounting of Black people need to be high IQ. It's a dumb premise. And the only people, and this is true, I've literally never heard anyone when I was working, I was in the Navy, knew Harvard graduates, Princeton graduates, Academy graduates. I was at the University of Georgia. Literally, IQ never came up. Smart people, actually intelligent people, assume you're smart. Only dumb fucks. Like, and you won't know these people and you shouldn't. Only the dregs of society bring up IQ and want to make it that kind of argument. And I can also hold on one sec. Well, yeah, because it's obvious. This is one of those things that even a John Galt and some of the other, they never talk about IQ because Black people know America better than white people do. And I will argue that John Galt knows America in American culture better than Be Brave. Easily. Be Brave is literally a fucking mud hole in the white supremacy yard. John Galt knows American culture and America like 8 times, 80 times better than Be Brave. And that's why I never understand, the little puppy attitude that John Galt has. And by the way, speaking of John Galt, Blue Jay joined. I haven't watched this, but if Blue Jay joins it, Blue Jay is the stupidest white woman I've ever met or heard. And
before you begin, Stanley,
can I go in?
I do have a question for you, and I'm always, and I'm not trying to speak down upon the people, but I'm just wondering, why do these people fascinate you?
Which people?
Like the people on the screen.
Honestly, and I'm gonna be truthful with you because that's an excellent question. I hate seeing stupid Black people.
Why?
I hate seeing a John Galt because I think he has gone corrupt. You can think independently. I don't think John Galt can, and certainly Solid Snake is a fucking that motherfucker's he's somewhere between a car wreck, a train wreck, and a plane crash.
Well, that's the thing, though, Stanley.
I don't like seeing Black people fail.
But that's the point, though, that I just kind of wonder about is that
I can't help it.
It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter whatever race it is. You're always going to have dumb people.
Yeah, but there is such a thing as people like John Galt having the Jason Kesslers, dude. John Galt makes the argument. Now, just hold your question because it's the best question of the day. Someone like John Galt will argue that Be Brave is more successful than I am.
Okay.
Well, I find problems with that.
Why?
Because John Galt should be smarter than that.
But that's what I mean, Stanley. It's like, take for instance, and let's go back to the whole thing about the not all. But let's just go to the whole idea of like the proverbial dumb jock. The dumb jock could believe that I dunk a ball, I run fast, I sleep with women, you know, I get clapped for by people in stands. Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't make the world go round.
Well, let me propose this.
At best, you are a celebrated entertainer.
Mhm.
The end.
Mhm.
No great ideas are going to be birthed from you that is going to move the world ahead.
Have you ever watched a John Galt show?
No, not really. Not
Okay.
really.
Well, then you don't know where I'm coming from with this. John Galt literally is a slumlord, and he says he's not. And you know, I'm being a little possibly overboard with this. John Galt tells me John Galt wants to take his truth and say all black people. He literally has a show that goes, well, you know what, Stanley? Stanley doesn't know the truth. I never claimed to know the truth. I offer a version of truth for people that are kind of in my mindset. John Galt is literally a big problem. And then no, hold on. This dude is a landlord. You probably know that part. And he thinks he does a service to black people because he offers cheap rooms. And then if one of these people, because he's the landlord of last resort, at least in the videos he shows, if they're like $100 short or just late on rent, this motherfucker does a whole show mocking specifically black people who are at their wits end and sometimes just at the the end of the road. He does whole shows. He mocks them. And then there's a dude, and this is what kind of, I was there too long. So I share part of the blame because I was the more consistent on his own channel. This motherfucker did a whole month of Sunday shows about a guy who died in one of his rooms. Now, John knew the problems he was going to have, and then he did a whole series of shows. The guy died in one of his little hovels, did a whole show, laughed maniacally for months. Then he involved his children in it in the most disgusting way. And you know what? I guess the argument is I should have taken a stand, and I was lazy and complicit, if you want to be specific about it. So thank you for beating me up and making me think about it, you asshole.
I wasn't saying it. Like, take for
No. You let me come to my conclusions, and I bet those weren't your conclusions. But I had to think it out. You know what? I sometimes talking to someone who can kind of guide you through the horribleness, dude. Actually, you look. I hear the "I told you so" part, and you're not the only one. So, what can I say? But I appreciate your point.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe more than now. Maybe more than I did then, because now I get to talk about it on my show.
I'm not trying to be the I told you so kind of guy. Or anything
No,
of that nature.
hey, I'm gonna give you your props.
No, I don't need any props on that. It is not deserved. But the
So
the
you're saying you were horrible and you knew you were being horrible?
no,
Thank you.
no. What I'm saying is that people like okay, as a young kid going into my nerddom, I already knew that there were certain things that I was interested in that a large segment of the race was not really interested in. I was interested in a bunch of old timey sci-fi. I loved Asimov. I loved
Okay, hold the race. So no black people on Earth were interested.
No.
I think that's rather ridiculous.
No. What I'm saying is I knew.
Did you
that
not
was,
say race? Did you not
Yes.
say race wasn't interested in? How
Yes,
do you
but
know?
because at the very beginning I stated I knew that a large segment of the race was not interested in these things.
I think that's even too bold a statement.
I don't think so.
I do.
Okay, take for instance, when we look in like popular film and
Okay,
shows and
dude,
so forth.
large of parts of the American culture is anti-intellectual. So it's not just blacks who wouldn't be interested in books.
No, I'm not saying in books. I was saying
Okay, look,
sci-fi.
where did science fiction come from? Where did the radio shows come from? Where did War of the Worlds come from? It didn't spawn spontaneously from a radio script.
Yeah, but it wasn't something that was spoken just in my experience. It
Of
wasn't
course.
something
Now,
that was
talk about your experience.
right.
Don't make broader no black. I
Okay,
literally
again,
think
I'm not saying
most.
not all.
Well, you said the race.
I said large
That's a big old slave plantation when you say the race.
Yes, yeah, but I think that it's accurate to say that large
And
segment
I
of
just
the race.
disagree that it's accurate. I think you are way off base.
Okay, well, my assumption. Let me leave it at that. My assumption is that large segments of the race was not interested in things like, deep sci-fi and all of that type of stuff. I when in all of our travels as a kid, going all around this country to different places, seeing relatives and talking to other people, when I would bring these things up, the majority of the race looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what in the heck are you reading that for? What, have you ever read? Nah, I never heard that before. That was the general consensus. So, knowing that was the case, I already knew that I would need to, if I wanted to be involved in those things or have discussions and all that stuff, that I would need to be around the people who did want to discuss those things. And a lot of times those people didn't look like me. So in a similar vein, a lot of times when you're having certain discussions about a wide variety of topics, I never got that you would be able to have those discussions at your newfound at your old found channel. I just never thought that was going to be.
You know what? I will have to accept. And you're right. That part you're right. Now, I will say this. John Galt, I don't think he knew that there would be an intersection. I think, being the landlord he is literally a spiritual landlord. What he didn't think is that, hey, you're on my dime, you're on my StreamYard. You will show me respect. That's what he didn't understand. Motherfucker, I can afford StreamYard. It's not like I didn't say, hey, we can split this 4 ways. John Galt literally wanted to be a landlord. If I pay for it, you're going to do it my way. And I'm like, nope.
I didn't know that you guys had disputes and different things of that nature.
Dude, have you ever seen the show? No.
Yeah,
Now the how we pay for it, no, that was never a dispute. John Galt paid for it. But I have also seen him say, well, I did this for Stanley. I paid for the StreamYard. My point is that he's a natural landlord. As long as he has the property, he gets to control the tenants. The tenants were perfectly willing to go, hey, I can go halvesies or whatever. John Galt has a landlord mindset. He approaches American culture as a landlord, not so much as a business owner, as a landlord, as in he can control what his tenants do based on what they pay. And he's also the sort of person to go, nah, don't worry about it. And then when something goes south, well, you know what? I paid for it. He's literally petty and mean and stupid.
I don't know.
He understands. He is.
No,
He
you know
is
better than I don't know him like that.
Well, I do, and I get to give a criticism. And you know what? He still has good things, but largely, I'm starting to realize I was too generous in my just kind of ignoring things.
Yeah.
And this clip will prove it. And you know what? Dude, I'm doing okay. John Galt is not paying for the StreamYard. By the way, speaking of housekeeping, everyone please make sure you hit the like button. Everyone please make sure, if you're new, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I have to shout out Nightish. This guy is magnanimous. Even though we've had our discussions, we've had our disagreements, dude is magnanimous. And I can't express the amount of appreciation. Y'all subscribe to Nightish. I think if you type Nightish into YouTube, you'll find him. I cannot encourage you enough to, he tends to do a show mostly overnight because he's 3 hours behind me. He's in Cali. So,
I have a question for
well,
you.
hold on. Let me finish. Very magnanimous, even though there's some things we don't agree on. I can't express. And he encouraged his subscribers to subscribe. Some of them I knew, some of them I don't know. But all I have to say is prepare to be bored. Prepare to have these sorts of conversations that you don't see on a lot of these channels. But so we go. Share it out. It's always good bedtime you'll fall asleep to conversation. No reflection on you. I'm the boring one. But again, shout out. And let's call Nightish sponsor of this show. SKC is definitely a friend of the show and a peer, if not almost a master of some types of arguments. And Cool Kamasi, I actually, I thank you for being here. We don't trailblaze. I hope to be interesting, and maybe I'll introduce a book or two. So generational, and it started with Gen Z. And you know what? Gen Z. Oh, Gen Z is where. Now you might disagree with me, SKC. Gen Z failed their children. Gen Z is where the pivot started. I will say we are children of Reagan and Clinton. And, I was in my early 20s, in the very late 80s, and into, let's just say it was like, let's say 88 to 94. I was in my mid 20s. Gen Z failed their kids. And I've yet to actually understand why. My son was born when I was 40. I'm sorry, 41. I didn't get married till I was 40. I met my wife when I was like 38. But, that's always a separate show. But my opinion, Gen X is when America pivoted, and not in a good way. So, SKC, I'm sorry. I kind of had things on my mind.
No, I don't mind at all, man. I'm working at the same time, so
You were probably writing the book will be, well, Stanley Cross gets it wrong. But no, I blame, dude. I am Gen Z at the very apex, like right on the year. A year later, and I'd be a boomer, but I'm right on that edge, and I honestly think Gen Z failed, and I'm not sure we can get that genie back in the bottle. I'd have to think about it more. I'm kind of spouting, but I'm Gen Z, so I keep saying Gen Z, Gen X.
Yeah, I just have a different viewpoint on all of that. The whole
what's your
generational arc.
viewpoint? I think Gen X failed in
I don't.
parenting, therefore America gets ruined. Everything your America thrives on good parenting, and Gen X failed.
I don't get into the generational arguments at all. I just think that you have certain people who they allowed their children to get into certain things because perhaps they weren't
well, Gen X was on crack.
Well, and that's what I mean. Take for instance the whole.
So you don't want to make a generational argument when I say Gen X kind of went astray.
Well, take for instance the crack argument that people make. And I'm just using this as an example. When you were growing up, did you know anybody on crack?
Nope. I grew up in the 80s. Adults on crack, like in my neighborhood, honestly, no. But I'm sure they were there, but I didn't grow up in a hood. We had lawns to mow.
and it was the same.
And not only front lawns, there were back lawns.
Right. And it was the same for me. So people in their conversations about crackdom and all that other stuff and blah blah.
Well,
blah,
no, I'm making
I don't know
kind of a big. I understand where you're going, but I don't mean to make like a broad generational argument. I mean white, black. I literally don't mean crack addicts. I mean white Gen X, black Gen X. It's not generational, except that the generation, the cultural argument. So I don't know how to parse this down to a point to where it's intelligible.
Yeah.
But I don't mean just black Gen X. I don't mean just crack. I mean the book reading. We lost the bubble. How we educate kids. and I literally don't have an academic argument. It is literally my feeling.
Yeah, and I get that, and I don't think
And
it's
I'll refine the argument because now I have something to think about. But dude, I'm Gen X. I think we lost the bubble.
yeah. Like I stated, typically for me, I don't get involved in like the generational arguments because I just think that in every generation you're gonna have good and bad people, and I think that the people who are more tainted by the bad are going to have a more of
Okay, but
a
the problem, you're making a religious argument. You're literally making like a Milton argument. There are angels and devils. That's not the type of argument I'm making.
Yeah,
there literally, when you make my type of argument, which is barely an argument, there really is no good or bad. There's going to be bad people who wind up being good and vice versa. You either mischaracterize or misunderstand the point I'm trying to make. I'm going to make like
I wasn't countering your point.
No, I know, but I'm trying to
own
refine your argument. It's not teleological or theological. It's a splattershot argument. Generational it is, but I don't think it's racial. I honestly think it's more a class argument, but I got to think about it and refine it.
You know what I think that it is, Stanley? I think it, and this is probably no, I know that it's
Cool,
a
Kamasi. Okay, that's a better argument.
I think I think it's a definite a product of my own upbringing, but I view it as such. I think you had people that failed their children and failed themselves.
How'd they fail? Can you be specific?
Because they bought into
feminism,
into various social cues.
Who do the social cues
instead of thinking for themselves?
Who controls the culture? Now, that's a loaded question, and you can defeat that question easily.
I think people control it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you have people that and this is respectfully, people that are a bit more I would say weak-minded, they allow external things to control their family culture instead of defining that for themselves.
Interesting. Okay.
They're like, to give you an example.
I'm not going to argue that,
and I've told you this before. Right. And I'll just give you an example, and I've told you this before. There wasn't when we were growing up, and our last name, it was.
Dude, you're not fucking 60.
No. Okay. But when I was growing up, it was.
Dude, you are in your 40s.
Right.
However,
but I would say hung around.
I would say
a lot of older people.
or intellectually, we are the same generation. I'm just
hung around a lot of older people.
I'm just busting your balls.
Yeah. So the thought is that this is how our family does it. This is our family.
Oh boy. Oh, dude. Bingo.
Right. So it was like that. It wasn't. Like
we have had this conversation.
Right.
Oh,
so that idea of, oh no, black people do it this way. No, that was never a mantra in my household.
Okay, well, you know what? You just scored an eagle on that one, dude. You know what? I was just, dude. Let me give you your props. Yes, that's how, dude. That's how any family should, and particularly black families. I'm not going to use the word dynastic, but dude, you're a cross. What the fuck? There are things that don't happen.
But I recall, by the time that I got to Hampton, I recall hearing people say things like that, or like, "Oh
Yeah.
no, we as black people, we don't do this." You know,
Yeah,
black people
there is.
do this. I'm like, I don't know what the heck
Home
you
run.
talking about.
Keep batting them out of the park. What the fuck are black people doing? That's not how we do it.
Correct.
Dude,
Correct. So
dude,
that's
keep
why.
hitting the home runs.
So that
Finally.
so that is why there was never
Yeah.
this hard connection
Okay.
with,
Okay.
go along with whatever the status quo of what quote unquote black is supposed to be and all that crap. I was like, man, what are you y'all talking
dude.
about?
See, this is where you and I jibe. And by the way, it's not JIVE, it's JIBE.
JIBE.
It's kind of a nautical term.
Yeah. So that's
dude,
what I mean.
You're hitting motherfucker. Sorry. I'm a little tipsy now, but dude, we define black.
Not the other way around.
100%. Where are these people getting? I gotta have Air Jordans.
But
dude. I remember way back in the day, pro kids. You're not old enough to remember this.
No.
There were Wilson betas. You know, this sneaker argument. My first pair of Nikes, I got from Thompson Sporting Goods, and I was working as a bag boy on weekends. I bought those puppies myself, and I was so proud of them. They were blue. I can't even remember.
Let me tell you something.
Waffle racers back in the day, the early 80s. Nike was a new company.
Let me tell you something, Stanley. I didn't own a pair of Nikes until I was like 24, 25. I was married.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to say.
It's like I remember people talking about basketball shoes and stuff when I was in school and college, and I was like, why would I want to buy $100 basketball shoes for?
Dude, I grew up when there were no like Converse, Chuck Taylors were the basketball shoe. See, I'm showing my age now, young man. I'm gonna pull the elderly card.
and to me, there were like certain concepts that it just sounded so ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
Oh man, you got to get this. You got to get the women and such. And I'm like, okay, so let me get this right. You need to get $100 pair of sneakers so that these women would look at you and so that you can talk to them. Okay, well, if that's what you want, go ahead, go do that. It didn't sound very smart to me, but hey, go.
Come on now. I mean, you can't be dressing like a Cosby kid to get the girls.
Why not? Why not? That's how I got my wife.
No. You're not gonna dress like Mushmouth and get a girl. She's not gonna go out on a date.
I don't know who Mushmouth is.
See, that's why I say I'm older than you. You don't remember the Cosby kids?
I thought you were talking about like the kids from the Cosby Show.
Yeah, Cosby. No. You didn't know Fat Albert?
Nah.
What?
I didn't really know. I heard of it, but I never really watched it.
Oh my Lord. Well, then you won't get the reference about you can't dress like a Cosby kid. I mean, like Fat Albert. Cosby was like the impetus. The Cosby kids were like Mushmouth and Fat Albert.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking more of like Theo and Rudy from the Cosby Show.
No. See, that's why these generational arguments you don't get.
Well,
I'm also messing with you.
Yeah, some of them. But just different things that if I've seen or heard or but yeah, I mean, I was
you're right.
I wasn't
we
gonna
have
waste
lost
my time.
pride in family.
Yeah.
And
It
dude, I'm
seemed dumb.
200% build. But have you ever heard me talk to John Galt about Black culture is in a wreck? If we must call it Black culture, if we must racialize culture, because I think it's an American culture problem. But if we have to racialize it, then we're in tatters.
Oh, of course.
But I literally think if you buy that premise, you build it. Your culture begins within the four walls, and then you build from there. But it goes back to what you said about how you grew up. It's a family thing. Crosses don't do that. SKCs don't know your family name, but you get my point. SKCs don't do that.
That was a
Black
literal
culture
statement.
is this, but this is our form of Black culture. We honestly, and maybe we'll do a show about this one day, dude. If it is in tatters, if our corner of American culture is in tatters, the only way to rebuild it is brick by brick.
But that's what I mean. It's like this is where I differ from the quote unquote collective, and this is there's been some points of where people have stated that I'm an elitist and so forth.
There's nothing wrong.
If there's any
you and
part
I
of me,
will agree.
If there's any part
Just
of me that
be
is
the right kind of
elitist,
elitist.
if there's any part of me that's elitist, then this would be it.
Yeah.
No. The quote unquote culture doesn't have to
Give me
be
1 sec. I'm listening. Be right back.
Yeah, no, the culture does not have to be rebuilt and so forth and blah blah blah, because that's not my culture. My family and our way of doing things and the principles and values that we hold dear, that is my culture. It has nothing to do with Black Americans throughout America. No. that part I'm like, man, never ever. A group of people that have never had to make the life choices, enjoyed the joys that we had or the failures, the various sacrifices that I've made in order to uphold our name. No, you don't. A bunch of people that have some melanated skin do not automatically get to co-sign that is part of their culture as well. No, that's insane to me. That is insane. I don't understand why anybody does. But when I look at anthropologically, when I look at how you have all of these broken families, I could see why people would say, oh no, we got it all in together now, keep it all together now, and we all the same, and we got to do this. It's like, no, there is no we. But if you don't have a family, I understand why people would want to collect and group up like that.
Oh, I'm hearing you, and I'm kind of watching.
But I've never had. There's been even my black sheep brother, by trying to go with some of the social cues of the quote unquote Black community that he pretty much picked up on via hip hop and rap and all of that type of stuff. There was plenty of times when other people in my family could just tell him, what the heck are you thinking or doing? That's not how we do stuff. You know way better than that. We don't get involved in this. We don't even speak this way to each other.
Well, let me
What are
put
you
a
talking
speed
about?
break, because I see Cool Kamasi saying, keep going, SKC. SKC, you don't you don't have a speed bump, SKC. Keep rolling along.
No, man, I take it.
Hey, free zone loose. Lou says, "Hot diggity dog."
I mean,
that hot ride of logic is tearing down the. Hey,
I take it a little bit. I take it a little bit personal.
No, I get
Stanley,
it.
because it's like, man, people trying to do this all collective, all this. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, my family is not your family. We don't even believe in the same things. We don't hold the same values, the same principles. There are certain things that you do that I dare not do. Certain things that you say and that you believe that would not, it would not even pop up into my mind.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that Black American culture is separate from white culture? Do you think there's a racial aspect to culture?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, what I need you to do is take those two satellites and put them around an American culture Earth. Which ones float? Which ones stay in orbit? Because I think that's the wrong way to frame culture. I think Black culture is a reflection of the worst parts of white culture, and there are historical reasons why. And I don't see people able to understand my point. I know you can, but I'm looking at, say, people on the screen right now. John Galt has no clue. He's half drunk and mostly high most of the time. I never imagined Solid Snake could. In 12th Man, he's the one. All I'm saying is that I don't buy into the separation between a white culture and a Black culture. Racializing the facets of American culture are part of our problem. We've never, if you want to separate off racializing crime, most Black people don't live in the epicenter of crime.
Yeah, I'll make this argument to you, Stanley. How I even came to that point of view was not.
Well, hold on.
That
I don't have a problem with this family doesn't do that. I'm going to progress an argument because we'll always agree on that point. Maybe where I'm going is, how did that family pride exist? My argument is that it wasn't there. It became something after Reconstruction. There was a Reconstruction, Reed Du Bois, Black Reconstruction. There was picking up some pieces and making something new. But the idea that it was always that way is ahistorical. For Black people in America, it was ahistorical. There was literally a Black Reconstruction.
Yeah, I agree with
So
you.
I think if you want to racialize American culture into its facets, Black culture and white culture are different. However, I think if you racialize it, you don't solve problems. Racializing the culture, when Black culture, say in the 1930s, is a reflection of white culture, it does not solve problems then, doesn't solve problems now. Racializing the culture is literally a Jim Crow rhetoric. I'm sorry, I said rhetoric, a relic.
Well,
it does not solve problems.
Right. My viewpoint is on that is this. I didn't come up with the idea of
Don't care if he
racializing
came
culture.
up. That wasn't my argument.
I got that idea from black people.
Then they're wrong. You don't think
Because
black people can be fucked up in their logic?
no, I'm just stating the people
Okay, I
who,
don't care what you're stating. My question is, can black people be wrong?
of course they can be wrong.
Okay, just checking.
But I'm just telling you what the
Didn't want you to
reality
go
is.
all pro-black.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what the reality is. The people who are stating that they are different from America and American
Who are the
culture
people?
as
Most
a
black
whole
people?
are
Is there a
black people.
specific? No, not most black people. Not even
Yeah,
most.
I would say the far majority.
And I would disagree thoroughly, heartily, emphatically.
Yeah.
Most black people don't differ.
Yeah. Like when I was in school, when I took my little HBCU tour from Hampton to Howard to
Nice.
To Morehouse to Spelman.
Wait, why were you taking a tour of Spelman?
To go see them.
Oh, I thought it was like, oh, if you go to Morehouse, here's your hen house.
They're next door to each other. It's like they're
Dude,
literally
I
right
have no
across
clue.
the yard. Yeah.
Mama. Now, did you visit Savannah State?
No.
Well, my mother is was an HBCU graduate. So,
And
the
on
great
those
Savannah-
campuses,
the great Savannah State Tigers wasn't on your tour.
no. But on those campuses,
Was it white people?
and
taking
even when I came back here to Texas, I've been to TSU and to
Did you go to Grand Prairie? What is it, Prairie View?
yeah, and I've
Did
also
you
been to Southern
consider?
and LSU and so forth. So,
Mhm.
but on those campuses, the black people themselves, from professor down to student, state that they are different from mass America and their culture is different. That's
And your
not my
point-
argument.
And
That's
your
what they
point would
say.
be what?
That is something that is held in Black America as a
Okay,
gift.
dude, stop your vehemence. I'm not making that kind of argument. Why are you? Why are you
I'm
defending
not making an
something I
argument. I'm
didn't?
just talking about the reality.
The reality is that kids are being
They hold
the
that their culture is
reality
different.
is that kids are being miseducated starting with Gen X. We stopped reading. Gen X stopped teaching their kids to read and critically think. That's actually the crux of my argument. Black, white, Hispanic, it doesn't matter. American culture has always been anti-elite, anti-intellectual, but up until I would say Reagan, the intellectuals kind of could justify their existence. It went down from there. So your black-white argument needs to jibe with the argument I'm making. Who cares about an HBCU? Who cares about your tour? How is that important to Gen X failing?
I think it goes way beyond Gen X.
Okay.
I think
Justify that.
I think that ever since the days of I would say the civil rights generation.
Okay, so it's really, you're really gonna racialize this? How are you any different than Be Brave? What does the civil rights generation have to do with Gen X?
They birthed them.
Okay, and
I think that that's a significant part of what they have.
so
to do with Gen X.
You'll have to be more detailed. Now I'm interested.
Right. So that civil rights generation.
Most of the civil rights generation are older than me. I'm 65. Civil rights was mainly a baby boomer thing.
Right. And
Did you not know this?
No, that's why I said that they birthed Gen X.
Okay.
Right. So that's why it would have significance.
Okay, keep going.
So as the parents of Gen X, those individuals were some of the ones that wanted to show that they were quite different from America.
Different how?
Oh,
no, Be Brave is older than a boomer. He's 70, 71. So boomer, well, you know what? Actually, he is a boomer.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Cool. Continue.
Yeah, they were some of the ones that began to popularize that they were quite different from America, that they were I'm not saying
Well,
that they were
yeah.
wrong. I'm not saying that they were
If
wrong.
you don't want America to be racist, you are literally different than the founding of America at a minimum.
Right. So that's, I believe.
And that's a wrong thing?
No, I just stated I don't think that was wrong. All I'm stating is that's what the reality was.
Okay, so
They were
difference is
showing
wrong?
that they were quite different from Americana as a whole.
Good. So, well, you keep using the term Americana. So, Americana is racist, right?
Their argument is that
Is Americana fundamentally racist?
That's the argument that they put forth.
Do you agree?
I don't think it matters whether I agree or not to the argument.
It actually does matter if I'm asking the great SKC the question. I'm not asking your argument. I'm asking SKC.
I don't think you really want my answer on that one.
I do want your answer. I encourage it. I applaud it. Let's see what you got.
Okay, my answer.
Let's look under the SKC hood. And I mean, as in a race car. Could mean another type of hood.
And this could be cruel.
Be cruel, dude.
Be in the
make
cruel.
Me laugh with your cruelty.
Okay, I'll throw myself in the cruel side of things. I don't care.
How is that racist?
No, that's my answer. Whether
all
they
right,
felt
well, essentially,
in
a
I don't care.
In a way, we kind of agree, but you're not old yet. You have young children. You have to exist within that bubble and navigate your children. I'm outside of the bubble. You are a parent. I am parent emeritus. I don't give a fuck anymore. My son, now, you know what? He was home this summer and I got to work on him a little bit more. Well, I said bore. That's probably a Freudian slip. I am a bore. But you know what? I can't say that he disrespects me, but he does listen. Even if he pretends not to. But I also have to say, Americana is literally racist, Cool Kamasi. If you don't know this, maybe your definition of, I think sometimes I don't mind Aunt Jemima. Maybe that's how your mama jokes. That's a joke in and of itself. Bottom line is, Cool Kamasi, you don't understand American history if you don't think Americana is not racist. That's ridiculous. That's literally blinders on a reality. Go learn the past. It's not reality. It is the past. And I simply disagree. The only thing we agree on right now, SKC, is family is a building block in rebuilding something that is imagined to be a Black culture. I don't think there's really a Black culture. It's a facet, it's a lens, it's an orientation, but there's American culture and it's a big umbrella.
Yeah.
Racism cannot be based on perception. What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know,
Dude,
but
you need to. Let me give you a recommendation there, Cool Kamasi, with all due respect, because I do think you're smart. Read the Field Sisters Racecraft. You must read it, and then you'll understand where I'm coming from. Cool
now there are
Kamasi. The have you? I know you've read it. Racecraft.
now there are certain
Field
things.
Sisters. That is a book. It's a dense book. Read it and then come back to the classroom.
Now I will state this, that out of all of my readings and various things, there are some things
Have
that
you read the Field Sisters?
no, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh my Lord! You know what? Let me find it. This is recommend. Okay, well, we are coming at race from two different, and the Field Sisters are actually kind of more right wing. They're much more forgiving sometimes. But no, you must read the Field Sisters Racecraft. No,
Well,
let's not have this conversation. I always thought you had read them.
no.
Well, that is so sad. Now I understand some of the flaws in your arguments.
I don't know. I think
They're flaws.
okay. Well, I think there's always going to be certain things that I was taught by my family that's going to be going to
They will refine.
that's going to supersede all of those things.
Honestly, no.
And I know.
Do you remember Barbara Fields?
Yes, I know Barbara Fields. I've heard of the name.
Did you? So who is she?
Yeah, she's an academic. She
Yes.
has written about what is she written about? She's written about old time Americana, a lot of history.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't talked about old time Americana unless it was in a very historical sense. Racecraft, the book. I don't know how to recommend it more. And I think they are not liberals. Maybe here, most people assume racism grows from a perception of human difference. The fact of race gives rise to the practice of racism. Sociologist Karen E. Fields, the sister, and historian Barbara J. Fields, the person who was in the Civil War documentary that Kim Burns did. Oh, she is a hero. The practice of racism produces the illusion of race, though what they call racecraft, and this phenomenon is intimately entwined with other forms of inequality in American life. That's a class perspective. So pervasive are the devices of racecraft in American history, economic doctrine, politics, and everyday thinking that the presence of racecraft itself goes unnoticed. They are spot on, even though I don't agree with. Y'all go read this book. That's where I come from in this American race cultural critique. Don't talk to me until you've read it. This is why suddenly I understand why we don't agree.
I doubt it.
I'm pretty sure.
No,
You're not. The book is on the screen. Read the cliff notes. Yeah, dude, this is literally why we agree on some things. There's some things we don't agree on. We might disagree on less or disagree more.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
literally see the argument that you think race is biological. That's your fundament. And then
That's not.
I
don't believe.
let me speak. You think do you think IQ is a thing?
No, I don't.
Oh, good. I think we did talk about that. Read this book.
There's
And then
several
come
ways
back,
that people
read this
can.
book honestly, and I know
We're gonna argue more after I read it,
I hope we do.
and that's what I'm
But
saying.
you gotta read it,
but
dude.
that's
we are
that's what
coming
I'm
from
not.
different. Okay,
I'm not.
we
I'm
are
not making an
coming from
argument.
different place. We are
I'm not
coming
making an
from.
argument about what we're
We are
talking about.
coming from different places.
I know we're coming from different places.
Read the book, and we might align. Free zone, Lou.
We're not going to align.
Ooh, okay.
That's what I'm telling you.
Tell me more about your MAGA tendencies.
No,
The book is not going to change your mind from two actually credentialed academics, one who is part of a one is a major historian. We're not going to align after you read their book. The two sisters wrote the book.
No,
why do you think you won't agree? Because it was written by women?
No. You won't let me explain.
Please explain. I just had to get those digs in, damn it.
I know, because those are the surface level digs that we can get at.
This is
which
not
fine.
building my channel, it's detracting from the channel.
which is fine. But here's the issue. You're not dealing with a Be Brave or John Galt or
no. I
else.
know who I'm dealing with. I am dealing with a peer that I'm disappointed in.
Right, and there's a lot of books. There's a lot of books. There's a lot of books that I've read that you've never read.
Well, this one talks about race.
Okay, and there's a lot of books that I've read concerning America that you've never read.
Well, give me one. Give me one. Name one, and I'll read it. I'll read one if you read one.
He said, "Oh, we're gonna do like we're gonna start a book club."
Oh, you know what? Wouldn't be the worst idea. But Cool Kamasi, SKC will finally understand what his assumptions about Black people's position in American culture. See, Cool Kamasi, he's one of your disciples. Ooh,
no, he's not.
Look. No. Let me put this up.
Yeah, and he's
the only way SKC can. Stanley, I don't know if this is what you want. Dude. Right. Oh no, I want it. I want it because
he's right, because he's seen it before.
No.
Like he's seen it before, Stanley.
Cool Kamasi doesn't think that I can read, apparently.
No, he's not. He's not stating that.
I will put Cool Kamasi, I will put you on the fire I'm gonna build with SKC.
He's not
I love mashing up something. This dude wants to talk about race.
Well, what he's stating.
Oh no! Look at what
Stanley,
your other disciple says. Reading doesn't make you wise. Really?
It doesn't.
Oh, this is the stupidest thing Lou has ever said. Whoever said reading doesn't make you wise, but it makes you armed and prepared. Bullets don't make you able to shoot a target, bitch. That is honestly, Lou, stupidest thing I've heard from you in quite some time. Bullets,
but it's true though.
Don't shoot. No. It's true. A book is a gun, right? Or should we do it the other way? Bullets are a gun.
A book doesn't make you a sharpshooter.
Bullets.
A gun doesn't make you a sharpshooter.
Y'all are inferior when you start. See, this is the swarm I love. Cool Kamasi. Deacon Dave is busy. That's why he's not here. Y'all all fail, including you, SKC. All I suggested is you read a book, and your little minions want to swarm to your defense.
No, they're
Really?
not swarming to my defense.
Didn't you train these people better?
You're to a
So
certain
reading doesn't make you wise. It's part of the process. Why
Correct.
does Lou not know that? Of course, being Lou doesn't make you wise. Living a life doesn't make you wise. It's a process.
Well,
It's like cooking a well-tasting dish. They're ingredients.
Well,
Why
that's
doesn't Lou know this? Why does your disciple Lou?
That's what his comment says.
Literally,
he literally says that in the very next
literally says he's stupid.
It literally says that in the next
where does it say cooking in there?
It says wisdom.
Where
comes
does
when
it
you're-
say cooking in there?
Let me show you. Let me show you.
No.
Wisdom comes when you're willing to challenge the words that you read. When you challenge the words that you read, you are allowed to cook in your mind.
God damn it.
It's
Dude.
really that easy.
No, look at the screen. Where does it say cooking is chemistry? Where does it say cooking?
What?
Reading does not make you wise, and I argue it does, but there's some other things. He doesn't even understand what wisdom, he spells wisdom wise. This is a wreck of a book report, and I'm sorry, you're a bad teacher, SKC. You literally are teaching your kids. You're not teaching them right.
Roman.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
I don't
These
see
are
anything that says cooking. I see reading doesn't make you wise. Does reading not make you wise?
Reading doesn't make you wise.
It doesn't?
No.
Why not?
Because there's other parts.
Of course. I literally said that.
And he literally says that in his comment.
He literally
says that in his comment.
Your little disciple thinks I think, dude, you need to teach your little disciples better.
I don't need to teach these grown men anything.
You know what? Then they are lost.
Well, maybe that's why they're here listening to you.
Oh, motherfucker. It takes two, baby. You want to be anti-reading. And
no, I don't.
No, it's a joke. Don't take it personally. God damn it. I can't even finish my joke.
Right, because it's crazy.
No, you're
of all of the people that talk about anti-reading, everybody.
I thought you trained these people well.
Okay.
Now look at this.
Who is my avatar?
Correct, Stanley. I'm a disciple of the. Oh my God. He thinks Jesse Lee Peterson is wiser than SKC. Oh my God.
He is.
Motherfucker, Jesse Lee Peterson
is wiser than me.
He is several ordinances, whatever the word is. Dude, you're way smarter than Jesse Lee Peterson by like orders of magnitude.
I don't think so.
I do. Motherfucker, now you can't take a compliment?
No, I don't think that I'm smarter than Jesse Lee Peterson.
I think Jesse Lee Peterson is grits. And you are that salted water. Yeah. You make the grits taste good to your little gruel eating disciple.
But concerning
that Jesse Lee Peterson is dry grits, but SKC is the salted water, makes it smooth and easy to eat. Yeah. That's what I think.
Well, I do add butter.
Oh my God, they don't need butter.
So, but yeah, there's just certain things that my family taught me that's going to supersede certain things that I'm going to see from even some of the most scholarly minds on planet Earth.
Well, there's certain things that, don't matter inside your four walls. And again, I'll go back. If we are, and I pretty much agree with your framing to a point. Black people like Cool Kamasi, and you know what? I don't even know if Cool Kamasi's black, so take that off the table. I do know that Dave and some others, you rebuild a culture if it is indeed broken from within, brick by brick. May take 100 years.
I'm not going to be involved.
But I also think that American culture is demolished, and Donald Trump is a symptom more so than a cause.
Okay.
American culture lost its moorings. The hand on the tiller, probably. You could make the argument back, 60s culture, but I think, the actual unmooring was late 70s into the 80s through Reagan. From Reagan, it just went off the course. And Reagan, I don't have a huge, hold on. I don't have a huge criticism of Reagan. I just think that's when it went off course.
Like I recall a profound thing that my grandfather on my mom's side told my sister once, because she was so into some help the community type of thing and so forth. And I was sitting down and I heard him sitting and talking with her, and he said, a lesson that you're going to need to learn is that the things that me and your grandma and other people that we grew up went through, those were our fights. Those aren't yours. Live your life.
Well, did they mean pick new fights?
No, all of this, what happened to them back in their day and all of that type of stuff. It was like, nah, you shouldn't be sitting up concerned about those battles back then. You're gonna have your
actually
own stuff during your life. You're gonna need to deal
forget history and start anew.
No, they were stating
Did
that
they ever go, well, hey, see, this is the weird thing that I don't get from this very weak argument of yours. Family involves. Okay, sir. You're repeating. I assume you agree there's a lesson to be learned, or did I misunderstand?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm assuming, and let me just do an inference here. Family involves history. You do actually have to hear the history of your grandparents or great grandparents. So history isn't important, is your point?
No. What my grandfather was stating was that those battles they already fought. They're not for you to refight.
Right. But it's not important to know about those fights that they fought?
No, that's not the point.
Okay, dude, I'm trying to narrow down. You're very unfocused, and quite frankly, I don't even understand why you're saying this. Are you saying, because I know your grandparents meant something else?
Oh, you're going to tell me.
Of course, there are going to be new fights, but history rhymes. There will be. You need to know about the fights your grandparents fought, so you know, oh, hey, President Trump is negating some history and trying to whitewash it.
And
if you weren't taught as a black child that slavery was brutal, being a slave couldn't be good. It simply couldn't be. But you are in Florida, and Ron DeSantis has decided patriotic education, even for black kids. Slavery was sometimes good. They learned skills there. Keisha and Tyrone. That's what you want, correct? And I'm being very direct. The question is to you, SKC. You want black people, black kids, and I'm not talking about your specific family yet, but I'll get there if I need to. Slavery was bad, right? Can you answer that question?
Depends on who you ask.
Okay, see, and then you and I just will never agree.
Okay.
That is no, let's not go farther.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Well, I know we don't have to. I said we won't.
Yeah, we should.
What do you and I think that differently about slavery? It could never be good. If you can't do what you want to do every minute of every life. Now, there will be family, but if some owner says this is bad, you can't do that. American slavery, bad. There is no, I will literally die on this hill. American slavery could not be good because the idea of slavery under an American Constitution is literally unconstitutional, and there were compromises. And Lou, you need to be quiet till I'm ready for your sycophancy.
I don't think it was unconstitutional.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because you know what? You're right. It wasn't unconstitutional. So good for you. You got score one for SKC. Yep. That whole all men created equal did not create a dichotomy.
Nope. A singular document couldn't.
Of course.
Now a singular document of over 6,000 years of recorded history.
Dude, 2,000 years. America's not
6,000.
America is not 6,000 years old.
I never stated that it was.
Okay, but you want to talk? Did you not say 6,000 years?
Yes, I did.
What does that have to do with my argument about America?
Okay,
dude, stop cutting me off. It's annoying. My question to you is, what does 6,000 years have to do with American history?
A singular document could not stop.
Okay, no. What does 6,000?
That's what it.
So a singular document isn't 6,000 years old. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that a singular document.
You are used to dealing with people who won't go after the stupidity that you present.
It's not
literally.
It's
I
perfect.
ask you.
I'm giving you a.
There's some people who didn't think the Earth existed 6,000 years ago.
I'm not saying that.
Let alone a constitution.
I didn't say that the Earth was that none of that.
Okay, I didn't say I made a point. Your point doesn't hold water.
Yes, it does. Perfect.
Oh, God damn it. You know what? I haven't talked with Truism in a while. Let's Truism, did you see my critique of your redhead argument? And Lou goes first, Truism goes second, but Truism.
Truism's up here.
Well, nigga, why would you? Wait a minute. Hold on. Why would you ask my critique was and then tell him to go first?
Are you going to pull the elder card now?
Yeah. Let me pull the elder card really quick.
Pull the elder card.
Let me just get this one thing out.
And Truism, welcome. Glad to see you.
My argument, free zone truism, is as such that a singular.
I have reaped the whirlwind here, haven't I?
Yeah, but because I'm gonna listen in.
Stanley versus the world, baby.
But a singular document.
Oh shit!
This
is a world I couldn't imagine. I might lose.
The Constitution could not stop a practice of over 6,000 years of our recorded history.
Absolutely. Yes.
And there's no way that
it was not powerful.
Had the power to be able to stop all of that tradition.
Let me know. Let me know when I can shoot your duck out of the water.
Right. So let me finish.
You don't let your ducks fly.
So
you have to shoot them.
So let me finish.
The water.
So then let me finish, and you can shoot it out the water.
Yes, sir.
But a singular constitution was not powerful enough to stop 6,000 plus years.
Oh, dude, you are so right. Absolutely, I agree.
Human history of botched slavery that was baked into human culture and tradition, and I think that it is an asinine thought for a person to believe.
And you know what? You are preaching. You are preaching in a
document that can.
Let me know when you're done, Rev. Let me know when you're
slavery
done.
And the people thinking about slavery, that as soon as these white men sign their name on this document, that all people on planet Earth would no longer think about slavery or have any racialized thoughts whatsoever. No, these white men were not that powerful.
You done, Rev? So what you're saying is the U.S. Constitution could not barricade American culture from 6,000 years or what? Nope. Don't
culture.
No, you need to go back on mute.
Human culture.
I'll let you say what you had to say. So you need to go on mute. I will mute you. Thank you, sir. So the American Constitution was no barrier to human culture. That makes America not exceptional. Thank you for that long-winded proof of what I was going to say in a couple sentences. What's up, Truism?
In regards to the Constitution, it worked the way it's supposed to. Why? Because slaves are property and are not counted as men.
So what happened after the Civil War?
What happened after the Civil War?
Hold on. I need you to know you're gonna get blown out of the water like a sitting duck.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not your bro.
I get it. I get it. Okay, Grandpa. I know. Grandpa. I get it. You're irritated. I get it. You're irritated. Your blood sugar is off. I understand.
Don't vacillate.
I understand. I got it. I'm gonna say it again because your question was about the Constitution, not what happened afterwards.
See, you want to act.
And if you wanted to do that, then you should have been a little bit more expansive in your opening argument, sir.
It's literally Velcro to people who don't know history. It sticks to them.
I think it actually is quite firm. I understand. I get it. I understand. I get it. You don't want me to say it. I understand because at that particular point, you don't want the wind to blow out on through and knock all that little bullshit down that you got. I got it, bro. I understand. I understand. I got you. So,
hey, you don't have to understand my point. Just yours.
Okay.
Hey, so, wait, hold it. Before you start that weird laugh, this is a serious panel.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna keep doing
it. Because I'm sorry, man. I've heard this joke before, and it always makes me laugh. Anyway,
it's not a joke. You think warnings are jokes?
Yes.
When
it comes to you, yes. When it comes to you, yes, sir. Sorry.
Versus the world. Now you
okay. All right. Yeah.
SKC is a world. Free zone is a world. Don't be a moon.
I'll answer your first. I'll address the first issue that you want to bring up with this. Right.
And by the way, one of the inklings that people don't understand how to answer an argument is they become long-winded.
Right. So, like you're doing right now.
Oh no. I get
wait. Huh?
Yeah. See, this is what you fools think.
See?
Well, yep. See.
So, am I going to be allowed to answer the question that you gave me the first time, or do you want me to?
This is not your show.
You want to continue bloviating, or you just want me to?
I will bloviate as
okay. Gotcha.
The host is privileged. Bloviate, can he not? You do it on your show, do you? You do it on your show? Yeah.
Continue.
Be succinct. Make your point quickly.
Very well. Now, to the first point that you wanted to address about the, I guess what you consider my obsession with red-headed women, right? Typical of your, capacity. I was not unsurprised at all. I actually found it quite funny. You skipped right past everything else I said and just focused down on that. But I understand that because you have that particular outlook based around mama. So I just skipped right past that. In regards with the Constitution.
Is singing part of this critique?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Singing?
Did you want me to wait a minute? Did you want me to keep it succinct?
Again.
So if I did that, it can't be succinct now, can it?
You literally just did it.
It can't be. And I skipped on to the next point. That I'm not. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I literally just skipped on to the next point. But now you still want to keep going? How can that be succinct? I don't understand, sir. How can I be succinct if you still wish for me to keep going with the same point? I'm not understanding. Did you want succinct? Did you want me to be 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 succinct? Yes? You said you wanted that, yes? I gave you that.
You didn't want to be. You're saying.
I just literally smoothed on to the next point. But you still want me to? You still want that, huh? I guess that's what's happening here. That's what it is, really. Really, that's what you want. Really, Joe? I mean, really?
I want you to sing.
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I can't. I don't know what you want, bro. Do you want me to sing? I mean, I guess, but I can't make it succinct. How can I give you a succinct answer to your questions if you want me to sing?
Black Crow sang.
It's not Black Crow, Storm Crow.
I can't tell the difference.
Now my feathers maybe raven black. That may be the church. But I'm sorry, brother. Storm. Hey, the storm is dark. And I guess you want to call it that, I guess. But I don't know.
Call your song.
Nah. Not right now. It's not the time for it to do it just yet. It will. The spirit will come along and I'll get to doing it. Yes. Dance, goddamn. Get out of there, SKC. But in regards to the Constitution, it worked the way it's supposed to. It says exactly what it's supposed to say.
It did.
All men are created equal. It does not apply. It doesn't apply to farm equipment at that particular point. That's all it is. So there we go.
You are. Oh boy.
Say it if you're going to say that, say it with some bass in your motherfucking face. If you're going to call me that, don't do the emphasis of that. Say it with some bass in your motherfucking face.
Let me demand you sing.
Say it with some bass in your motherfucking face. Say it.
Have you ever heard of an amendment process?
I heard of that before. I guess you're going to go with the 14th, yes? You're going to go with the 14th, yes? That's what you want to go with?
Oh, I don't even want to go there. I want to go back to what you consider the original Constitution. Do you understand?
That's what you were complaining about. That was your initial supposition, was it not?
You are being a belligerent.
I don't know, man.
You are being a belligerent.
But hey, sir, I can only go with what you gave me. What you gave me initially was that, yes?
Resource officer.
Why is that? I don't understand how everything changes.
I'm trying to goddamn teach you something.
How can you teach me something when I already know what I'm going to say, sir?
So what am I going to say?
You're either going to go back to you're either going to ask me some idiotic bullshit question about at some point when did it change? And I'm not saying that it did change. I'm dealing with what you presented first. You presented first that the Constitution was unequal in this description in terms of being all men are created equal. And I answered that and said farm equipment is not equal to a human being.
You sang an answer and you didn't.
I don't have to. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm gonna have to. I don't have to. No, I'm sorry.
Look, SKC.
I don't have to sing. Sorry, I don't have to do that,
dude.
I know you want to hear the voice, and I get it. You know, the ladies love it when I do it, but
Constitution change, and I'm actually going to give you a hint. It wasn't after the Civil War.
He does make an interesting question again. Were slaves considered men during the when the Constitution was signed?
This is way before slavery. When did the Constitution change the first time?
What does it matter?
See,
how's that germane to the point?
This is what I cannot abide.
But how is that germane to what you said initially? How's that germane?
You are going to have to be a teaching point. Don't ever come up to this panel. I'm going to let you laugh. When did the Constitution change the first time?
How is that germane to what you said initially? How is that? How is it though? How?
You have to go to the back. I wouldn't have asked the question if it wasn't for germane. When did the Constitution change? I will give you a hint. Let's look post 1787 to 1789. When did it change the first time? Your laugh is not going to help you, sir.
So then, again, how is that germane to the topic?
You know what?
Let's just say I don't know what the date is. Let's say I don't know what the date. I'll give you. I'll make it easy for you. I don't know. I do not.
You don't give me shit on my own panel. When did the Constitution first change? And this is a fundamental flaw with ignorance. Black ignorance in particular. Love your redheads, but be smart for your redhead, motherfucker. Literally, the Constitution changed. It's germane in that I'm not going to give you hints. You need to know your American history, sir. Laugh if you must. This is what you did in your history classes.
Okay, so I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Okay, so then.
Good. It's okay.
Please expand. Please expand on that.
Whoa.
Please expand.
That you don't know. I will
expand. Yes, please do.
I will expand.
Huh?
Expound is a better word, by the way.
No, expand. No, I want you to expand your point, not expound. I know exactly the difference between the two. I understand, but let's go.
Nope. Don't.
Let's go.
You already proved your ignorance.
Come on. Let's go.
I'm gonna enlighten.
Yes, please do. Please.
Sir. This is not the Crow Show. Stanley versus.
Okay, I'm waiting for the enlightenment, brother. Let's go.
You are in.
Come on. Come on.
Fly to your perch.
Come on, brother. Let's go. I will perch upon the pallet, bust the palace, perch upon your chamber door. That's what I will do.
You fail.
What? Huh?
Be right back.
I am atop the pallet bust of palace, perched above your chamber door.
Really?
Do you need me to quote Nevermore? Because you will nevermore make a point that's actually cogent?
You know what? You got the purple. My mother, I've actually been to Edgar Allan Poe's house in Baltimore. I know, or bitch.
Interesting.
Oh, Hurricane Dolores.
Nevermore.
Hurricane Dolores gave
Nevermore.
Yeah, you wanna keep going on with this when I'm describing Hurricane Dolores? She should have
Nevermore.
She should have been your mother.
I'm still I'm still on the bus to Palace, bro. I'm waiting.
Fuck that Greek bullshit. That's even less relevant.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Have you come up to tame your boy? You are the boy of 1,000 lives. Laughs are your brain.
There's always a little bit of truth in humor. Although I find it to be the case. Yes,
comedians are smarter than others, and a laugh comedian. That's the first time I've ever heard that genre. You a laugh comedian?
Some people find my laughter to be infectious, humorous even.
That's fair. 10 amendments. There's an amendment process. That's when the Constitution changed. Hold it. Federalist, anti-federalist. The Constitution changed from September of 1787 to when it was ratified. The Constitution has an amendment process. There is literally, there are literally historians who make a division in American federal history, legal history. The Civil War changed it. Dude, you sound like you're interested. Sounds like you're gonna laugh.
I'm literally waiting for the way you get to the point.
Let me ask, motherfucker. The point is you don't know American history. My point is I am teaching you the first time the Constitution changed, and I fear it didn't soak in with you.
Okay, so then when it comes down to the inequality that you presented within the Constitution, unfortunately was
okay. I don't give a fuck about that bluster. The white people weren't happy. The slave owners weren't happy with the Constitution. There literally were the first 10 amendments. You dumb fuck. Stop laughing and learn. This is not romper room for fucking broken winged birds. Stop it.
Stanley.
I said what
you're showing your distemper, and that's not good.
No, I'm showing my distaste.
You're showing your distemper, and that's not good.
I am showing distaste for stupidity. Don't be a stupid bird. Be a smart black man, a smart black young man. I don't care about your predilections for redheads. I don't like stupid black males who laugh hysterically trying to discern comedy from the tone of their laugh. Dude, this is Stanley versus the world. You're not even part of the world. You are weird. Ooh boy, weird thing.
It's well, I don't understand. Why do you have an issue?
Lou is here. Lou, please speak. You're the senior.
Trying to see where you was going. The first change to the Constitution was in 1790. It took all of the first 10 amendments, put them into one, turned them into the Bill of Rights. Go ahead.
Hey, Federalist, anti-federalist. Madison wrote the first 10 amendments. It was part of one of the first things Congress did was
then that kind of just blows out that first.
The laughing bird not just accept he doesn't know shit about my argument. The Constitution changed shortly after it was conceived, and his understanding of what the Constitution is a joke.
This conversation is, but the way you literally just try to side dodge your nonsense is amazing.
I am impolite. I don't really give a fuck. You come up to the panel does not come up to you. Tame yourself, bird.
Right. Well, and this, this is the reason why you're going to have a hard time growing your channel. You know that, right? I'm gonna let you know that, right?
I don't come up to your panel because I don't have the power. I understand power dynamics. Apparently, you don't. I don't give a fuck if you like this panel or not. It's going to be my way. And if I think you're making a dumb argument, I'm going to remind you of American history. You were wrong. Accept it. You laugh it off at your peril. I don't come up to your panel. You're on mine. Now, I love having you on my panel, Truism. I actually think you're smart. This is your time to relax. This is not your panel. This is not your audience.
Well, I mean, they're enjoying what I'm doing so far, but every doggone argument you don't enjoy is dumb, bro. By what metric is it dumb?
Oh,
by what you said?
Question. When did you make a smart argument today?
When I asked, how is that germane whenever whenever amendments came around in the Constitution in a response to your first
you want
supposition?
To talk to bury your dumbness. SKC.
Right.
SKC.
Huh? So you're gonna just listen. You're gonna literally throw up a whole bunch of verbal smoke and mirrors, knowing good and damn well that question I asked you just cooked your whole bullshit, and you're just gonna do a whole bunch of the California shuffle to try to avoid looking like an idiot. I got you though, bro. That's fine. I understand, brother. But I'm gonna tell you now, you might as well go on to Denny's, get that Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity, and just go to sleep. Go to sleep, Grandpa. Go to sleep, Grandpa. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Grandpa. Go to sleep. You're drunk. You're drunk, Grandpa. Go to sleep. You're drunk. Yes, you're drunk. Go to sleep, Grandpa. Go to sleep, Grandpa. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's nap
Just
time
get
for
it.
you.
Just grab another Guinness, bro. Just grab another Guinness and press on through. We got you, man. We here.
Just come on. Go to get some sleep, brother. Get some sleep.
To have a little purple bird, you're a blue bird, not a crow.
And yet I'm still pecking your eyes out. No. And you don't like that.
Oh, I don't.
Microdamus.
That little peck,
Truism.
Regardless of the size, the peck still hurts.
Little birdies.
Regardless of the size of the bird, the peck still hurts.
This motherfucker, which point did you make again? Remind me. You don't know the Constitution. Dude, if I'm drunk, I still know the Constitution better than you, purple bird. Dude, I know things you never learned. I've forgotten things you don't learn in your worship of fucking whore of redheads. Dude, you are sad, Truism. Maybe that's why you're here. Your grandpa might tell you it'll be okay without your little fucking obsession of whiteness. White people weren't happy with the Constitution, and apparently you didn't know my point.
Yeah, you had no point, bro.
Oh,
you literally are just mumbling, mumble stumbling your way through the English language. You have no point. You never had a point. So then get to the point. What is it?
Beating my.
What is your point?
You are beating my ass.
What is the point?
Wait, dude,
Simple question.
Why are you so impatient?
Be succinct while you're doing it too.
You're not going to act like this on my panel.
Get to the point and be succinct.
You are on.
And if you're going to say it with some bass in your motherfucking face.
Oh my God, you are a YN.
Get to the point and be succinct. sir.
What, motherfucker? You can't even pronounce succinct.
Succinct.
Guess what's gonna happen? I'm gonna take a piss while your bluebird ass cackles.
So you can't do it. I understand. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. No problem. Take that piss. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead. That's amazing, bro. Just amazing. You want to have these arguments with people, and I get it. It's fun to go back and forth to engage the mind. And I know in your age, you're going up there now. You're getting to the land of the senile, and it sounds like you in there already. So you need to do it the best you possibly can to try to keep that mind activated as much as you can to try to fight off the ills of senility. It's only a few short years, old man. That's the main reason why the crow is here. Something is dying. Oh, oh yes.
You still here?
Oh yes.
I thought that was a vulture thing. I didn't know that was a crow thing.
Oh no, crows gather when there's dead things. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
The corporate species is famous for that. That's the main reason why we are called portents of doom.
We are called.
We.
Flap your wings. Flap your wings.
The Negroes.
His laugh fans into his wings. Have you noticed? It'll spread.
Laughing is healthy, Stanley.
It works your ab muscles.
Laughing at stupid shit.
It burns calories, work your ab muscles. Oof. Come on, brother. You need a good old-fashioned belly laugh.
I laugh every chance I get, man.
I only laugh at shit that's funny.
Then you need to expand your palette of humor.
I think after 60 years, I think I
know. Sadly, just because you had 60 years long, don't mean it ain't 60 years wrong. Sorry.
See, this is what corvids do. They cut you off on your own panel on the thing you're hosting because they don't want to hear the end of it.
I'm sorry. If I'm going to see that you're saying something wrong, motherfucker, I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, really? On my own panel?
On your own panel, motherfucker.
Shit. So
I do it to Crow on his panel all the time. So go ahead.
This is why I don't go up on Crow's panel.
Stanley.
I cannot control shit.
That's a shame.
But I can control shit here.
To an extent, of course.
Did I trap a corvid?
No.
Trap a corvid?
See, I keep telling people, yours is not to control the storm, merely to fly your way through it.
How he goes?
That's all. That's it.
You flew into my trap, corvid.
Interesting.
Let's see if you can wiggle your way out honorably.
Interesting.
Now give us that silly laugh. Stop, Lou. He's in my trap now.
Is there something humans are supposed to laugh at yet?
Yeah.
Have you said anything yet?
Whoa. See,
have you said anything yet?
See, you corvids call.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
A lot.
You think everything's funny, right, corvid?
Not necessarily. I don't have to call when a thing's funny.
So
I could be giving an alarm. I could be saying that something is wrong. I could be saying that something is dead.
Are you in a trap that your calling can get you out of? You
I don't particularly know.
Is caw the secret word to get you out of this trap?
I mean, I don't usually go call. I usually just say just one. But I mean,
answer my question, corvid.
I don't know what you want to hear from that from brother, but I just say just one. I just say one.
Brothers,
I just say one call usually when I do things. You know what I'm saying?
Corvid.
I understand you're a baboon, but I get that. I mean, you are a hominid, so that does count.
Don't get shit.
You're a hominid. I do understand that. I mean, hey, look, man, look, we're just two different species. You're correct. You know what? My mistake. I cannot call you brother. Right, correct. Because I'm a corvid. You are a hominid. I understand this. You know, you're a part of the simian family.
You're here now.
You're a baboon. I understand this. I get this.
Leave now, Corvid. You're in.
I understand IR. I got you. I got you, IR. I got you. I understand. I got you, IR. I understand. I understand.
Hey, say you can fly away.
Oh, I can do anything, just about. But hey,
anything.
Yeah, brother.
Hey, Corvid, fly.
So
2020.
What's the matter? What's the matter now? Have me saying the word nevermore annoyed you too much?
Dude, you reminded me of my mother.
Are you afraid? Really? Do my eyes have all the gleaming of a demon that is smiling? Yeah, that's dreaming. Really?
If I was afraid, would I invite you to leave on your own?
But yes, you would. Yes, you would.
I'm not afraid. That's why
you would. That's why. Yeah. I mean, you're trying to, I know, you're trying to tap dance around it, but I get it. But I'm
gonna tap dance around.
Yeah, you can do it, but I mean,
I can't leave now. Can we?
Nigga, they dance, nigga, dance.
You're gonna
dance, nigga.
Your stupidity.
Dance, nigga, dance. If you wish to dance,
dude, I love it.
Dance, nigga, dance, nigga.
Trap. It is
dance, nigga, dance.
It is a trap of your
dance, nigga, dance.
I love
it's a baboon ass dance, baboon dance.
Intellectual
baboon nigga, dance.
You are in
baboon nigga dance.
You will lose
baboon nigga dance.
Look at him. Look at
dance, baboon nigga, dance.
This
I will throw to you a banana. I will throw to you a coconut. You will dance. Babu nigga, dance.
You got that accent down pat.
Yes, nigga. Now dance, babu nigga, dance.
You are in an intellectual. If
don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Every syllable I say, he will overtalk. You are in quandary.
Okay.
You spell quandary? Do you know what it means?
I can find sucker in the fact that I do. Yes.
Leave, bitch.
I can find sucker in the fact that I know how to use it and spell it too, sir.
I want you to win with my clips.
I guess, bro. I mean,
I'm not your bro, but
you're right. You're right. You're my. I understand. You're correct, baboon. I'm correct.
Yo, I thought I was your grandpa. And
no, I'm not. No, not my grandpa. But you are a grandpa. You are a grandpa. You're up in that age.
You sir.
And I'm sealing the slippery slope into senility. So
I need you to clip it for your show. You will.
I haven't seen anything that's clip worthy as of yet. Sorry.
Stand.
I guess I don't know, man.
Do you?
I don't think so, bro.
Proof of concept. You are intellectual quandary. You can't leave. You can't leave, but you can't stay.
That's the intellectual quandary, really.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'll let you have it. I guess. I mean, you're gonna.
I set the trap.
You're gonna. Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did. The same way IR baboon does with everything, boy. It's amazing.
You can leave.
I guess, bro. I mean,
you can sell.
I get it. I get it. No worry about it. Don't worry about it. I understand. You're tired of me pecking. You're tired of me hearing nevermore. I understand.
Yeah.
And out of that shadow, you shall never rise nevermore. I get it, bro. I understand.
Overtalk your trap.
All right. How can you overtalk a trap, bro? How can you overtalk a trap?
Easily. You've already
Doing me what exactly?
leave, self-deport.
That's how I do it? By over talking, by leaving?
Yep.
Egad.
I'm gonna mute and let you laugh. There we go. Thank you. You have escaped your trap. So let us move on. And thank you for your participation.
The end of the world was at hand. So they thought. We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Prudence, often hungry and beset by family troubles, discriminated against by white people and more affluent Negroes, Bronzeville's lower class during the Depression years entertained serious doubts of either the necessity or the efficacy of religion. The Depression began in 1929. Jobs were scarce, pockets were thin, and discrimination pressed down from all sides. Now, according to the authors, it was the whites and Negroes with money who did the discriminating against the poor blacks. So think about that. Soon, some Negroes began questioning if all the praying and all the shouting was really working.
You know what? I need to make a quick inserted point here. It is literally the Black Crows who are always welcome here, but you don't know what I know. You don't know the history. All you do is, history began in my 10th grade year of misunderstanding American history because I was taught that way. Black Crow, you literally don't know shit about much except your lust. And you know what? If you like redheads, they can be cute. But dude, that's all you know. You know your lust. Don't come to Stanley versus the world and be the world. You don't even understand the basic mechanics of how America works. It is disturbing. So clip it up. And you know what? Hopefully one of these days you'll beat me up on your panel if I ever go there. And I will. You owe me one. So I've been beat up on your panel. I think we are co creators, YouTubists, whatever they call them, but we're not. I'm not your bro, and you're not my bro. We think different. We think different generationally, and rather, dude, that shit you put on about how you lust after redheads, that was TM. That was TM goddamn I. We don't need to know this shit.
Something started to click.
Save it for your redhead.
And it caused them to realize that more churches didn't mean more money, more jobs, or more security. They demanded results in the here and now rather than in the sweet by and by. They wanted proof in the physical world, not more vivid pictures painted in the world of imagination.
There are too many churches in colored neighborhoods anyhow. What we need is something to put people to work.
The church could be used in that capacity, but it was difficult because its resources were thin. The money it took from the community was not reinvested in jobs or chances to work. And that's what frustrated this person.
It's nice to have religion and it's nice to go to church, but you got to look after self first. Most of our people have got their minds too deep on religion and let everything else get away from them. If they'd stop so much religion and do a little more thinking, it would be better for us all.
How? Because people only have so much time in a day. If people spend most of their time shouting, praying, and attending church service, then they become experts in that form of religion, but not in solving real world problems. So the speaker's saying if they took some of that energy and redirected it towards planning, organizing, and building, then the community would be further ahead than what it was.
As far as I can see, half of these preachers ain't right. They do everything they're big enough to do and then expect you to live holy. I don't believe half of them.
Here it is.
Religion's all a lot of bunk.
That's his opinion. Now pay attention because it's about to get spicy. Even those who believe that God will reward the righteous according to their deeds are quick to say,
I can be saved if I live right. I don't need to go to church and give no preacher my money.
And for the backsliders, there is always the old Baptist doctrine to comfort them.
Once in Christ, you're never out.
Uh-oh, we know what that means. No change in character necessary. Do all the sinful things a person wants to as long as they have accepted Jesus into their life. These are the types of doctrines that make religion all a lot of bunk, like the previous person said, despite repeated clerical warning that
you can't count on a deathbed repentance.
Plenty of Bronzeville's people are willing to take the chance, because the core of Christian theology could easily be interpreted to promote a deathbed repentance. And that's why they were willing to take the chance. Now, I remember as a teen, I used to wrestle with this idea of repentance just before death. And I used to think of a lot of ways that I preferred to die so I could pray to Jesus right before it happened. But on the other hand, it also didn't make that much sense to me because it seemed way too good to be true. You mean to tell me I could do all the bad things I wanted and I could still go to heaven as long as I asked for forgiveness before going? That's not adding up. But for many Negroes in Bronzeville, that was all they needed to hear, and they didn't care to question it one bit. That's why they were willing to take the chance. Realizing their impotence, lower-class ministers lean heavily upon prophecy. What's biblical prophecy? It's talking about the future and claiming first-hand knowledge of what the God in the Bible is going to do in the future. Apparently, lower-class ministers leaned heavily upon it. They thunder away at sin, reminding their congregations of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and of Noah's flood. Their choirs sing ominously that God's gonna move this wicked race and raise up.
Oh, is that Black Crow singing?
Who's the wicked race in this context?
He's singing.
Didn't say specifically, but it's most likely referring to the oppressive whites and probably some of the chaotic Negroes. Now, it could also be talking about humanity as a whole, especially those outside of the Christian faith. But I don't know for sure which is correct. Seizing upon the eschatological tradition in Christianity, they claim insight into God's plan of the ages. That's prophecy. They teach that we are living in the last dispensation. What did they teach in 1930s Bronzeville? That they were living in the last days. The final chapter in human history. The days before Jesus would return to destroy the wicked race. And guess what happened? Not that. That's one thing I can tell you. It wasn't that. Now, let me tell you two little secrets that the church will never tell you, even though some of them completely understand them. One, the end of the world, as can be interpreted, is not the literal end of a world where fire and brimstone come raining down to destroy the entire earth. It's an end of an era where one order is replacing another. For example, pagan Rome. That era was replaced by Christendom or slavery.
Christendom?
When it was abolished,
oh, Lord.
It allowed a new era to be ushered in with
Christendom.
It's the end of one cycle and going on into another. And the reason why they could have this interpretation is because of secret number 2. which is this end time claim is used as a rolling prophecy, meaning its purpose is to be used and recycled forever. Let's follow the paper trail back into the New Testament. And we'll do that because they themselves believe that they were living in the last days. Hebrews chapter 1 verse 2 says, "But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, and through whom also he made the universe." This is the NIV. 1 John chapter 2 verse 18. "Dear children, this is the last hour. And as you have heard, the Antichrist is coming. Even now, many Antichrists have come. This is how we know it is the last hour." You see? And many other verses that demonstrate that they clearly believed that they had reached the end. And what happened once they realized that Jesus wasn't literally coming back in the clouds? Instead of dropping the story, they patched it up. That's where 2 Peter 3 verse 8 comes in. And it says this: "But do not forget this one thing, dear friends. With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day." That's the verse that turned the return of Jesus into an ongoing prophecy. It's the verse that made sure that the Ferris wheel kept spinning for whoever got on that ride. Now, when you study 2 Peter chapter 3, you'll notice that it was written to those who were having doubts. They waited for Jesus to literally return, and he never did. So the author's basically telling them to keep the faith, because God's time is different from man's time. So this is the backstory of this end time talk. And it's purposely made vague to maintain a sense of urgency and to maintain a doctrine that could never be falsified. Because a person could always claim that the end is near. And then when it doesn't come, they could always say that a day with God is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day with God. And they can use that to wiggle around things being incorrect and not adding up. So since these biblical writings, there have been numerous people in different periods claiming that the end was near. From entering into the year 1000 AD to the Great Disappointment, which was led by William Miller. He prophesied that Jesus would literally return to the earth in 1844. And when that didn't happen, his followers were greatly disappointed. But did they give up on the faith and say that this religion was all a bunch of bunk? No. They later remixed the prophecy to mean that instead of Jesus returning, it was meant to say that Jesus was preparing an atonement in the heavens, which would then lead to his final return. So they just repackaged the whole thing to keep it alive and to not deal with the prophecy being incorrect, or at least their prediction of it. And these are the games that people have been playing. Then from there, World War I and World War II produced end time prophecies all over, who swore that the end time was coming. And war at that time was as crazy as the world has ever seen. Yet, no Jesus returning. Then we have the black church in Bronzeville teaching the same doctrine. And we know that Negroes didn't really have a chance to think any of this stuff through. So they're just repeating what they learned from the whites and putting their own spin on it. But once again, no Jesus returning. And it continued going into the 2000s and 9/11 and on forward. And it's going to continue going until people finally realize that they have been spinning on the Ferris wheel, round and round, going a whole lot of nowhere. And there are people who are extra crafty when it comes to keeping this idea alive in the mind of people. They know how to squirm and wiggle their way around the obvious facts just to keep the mind of the ignorant snared in the trap. But for some, this will be the last dispensation for that. Let's continue. After the gospel has been preached throughout the world, giving everybody a fair chance,
God's gonna close the books.
it was already preached throughout the world when the Europeans went around conquering. They made sure that people's original practices were replaced with Christianity. So by now, the books should have been closed. But what people will do is they'll keep stretching it to mean even the most remote small tribes, which don't even want any contact with the rest of civilization. So it'll be said that Jesus can't return until those people are forced to hear the gospel. So the game is never ending. Jesus will return in clouds of glory, destroy the wicked, and set up the millennial kingdom. Men will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, and will study war no more. The righteous dead will arise to enjoy the new age, and the unsaved will be consigned to eternal torment. We are living in the time of the end. Again, that's around the 1930s. Are they still saying it almost 100 years later? Yes. Will it be said in the next 100 years? Most certainly. Because this is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that... You see what I mean?
He's
Here we
as
go.
annoying
Men
as
have been growing
Bluebird.
weaker and
Oh,
wiser.
I'm sorry,
This old
Blackbird.
world
Oh,
can't
I'm
last much
sorry.
longer.
Truism.
Even now, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are riding. The impending battle of Armageddon is at hand. The persecution of the Jews, pestilences, earthquakes, and famines, wars and rumors of wars are all signs of the end. Jesus will soon return. The sheep will be separated from the goats. Most people never give an exact date when this will happen, because once you do, you're locked in. And the game is to never lock into exacts and specifics. Because once it doesn't happen, then you create these channels for doubt that creep in. The game is to keep it urgent and evergreen. And that can only be done by remaining broad and vague. That's how you keep people running on hope instead of doubt. And most important of all, they see the imminent fulfillment of a much cherished biblical prophecy.
Princes shall come out of Egypt, and Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands unto God.
This is the gospel as it is preached in Bronzeville's lower class churches. Some sects concentrate on this apocalyptic note, while other ministers preach occasional special sermons on the second coming and weave the myth into their regular sermons. Even when it is not hammered home continuously, this worldview colors the thinking of all the faithful and is shared by large numbers of peoples in combination with divers other beliefs who do not attend church. It is a paradoxical theology of despair and hope, mirroring the realities of life in a black ghetto. So that's why it was preached, to provide some level of hope for a downtrodden people. Now, we're not finished yet. We still have some more insight to gather on Bronzeville's black church in the next commentary.
Oh, you're
So
gonna
stay
love
tuned.
this.
But now, I thank you for
Who
your
is
time and attention.
I
My name is
love.
Brooklyn
I
St.
need
Michael,
to come up with one of these.
and I'll see you in the free world.
God damn it! I need a sign off like that. This dude is actually oh, you'll love this. I'm sure truism, but these YNs don't understand. Dude, I'm gonna even push it up to like 50. this bullshit, this ha 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 philosophy that conservative, basically I'm gonna be very blunt here, and probably offend some people because you'll have to trickle in. Conservative, Black Crow, y'all are failing in your ignorance of American history and American culture. You are nowists. Y'all don't know shit, and that's basically the way I see it. I may be brutal, may be wrong, but it's how I see it, and don't really care about the muling like little cats, little kittens. I think you're dumb. Don't know shit. Barely can form arguments. And conservative is especially stupid, or ignorant is a better word. So this is the latest from my former peer.
No, don't cut on some of the cell phones and bring them views up and hit that like button while you're
Easily 6 more.
This is gonna be good.
Right? Easily 6 more keys, like, I'm a different nigga, King Shanard, bro. It's probably very difficult for you, know what I'm saying?
Man, King Shanard, know he can come up here. I don't know why he trying to be loyal.
I'm ready to fight, nigga, different nigga.
That is so retarded to me, how we on YouTube trying to be loyal to channels and things of that nature. I think you your best advertisement, and your appearance should be the most, for any channel. You know what I'm saying? I might be the ugliest nigga on YouTube.
Hold on, Snake. I got Ryan up here. He hasn't been up here. And I want to hear what Ryan has to say about a couple things that Stanley has to say. You heard what he said about my daughter, Stanley?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear any of that, and I think any personal stuff should not be discussed ever.
Well, what he said, hold on, Stanley. What he said, Ryan, what he said was he thought I was a virulent racist. And so I said, well, why keep streaming on a virulent racist stream? He said people told him to leave my channel. And I said, well, why stay on my channel when you know that I'm a virulent racist and people advise you not to stream with me? And he said, but what really killed him.
See, this is
like, I've been going probably.
This is the great skip over. John has never been accused of linear thinking. He goes into circular thinking, and you need to be able to do both. Now, the curious part, it's not a motherfucker up here will go, well, what was your previous point? And I insist, if I'm thinking linearly, call and over talking, I always know what my original point was. And sometimes people like a singing bird, a singing minor bird who can have black feathers. You can sing, but I'm always going to go back. Dude, I asked a question for a reason. I make a point about John's children for a reason. He skipped over the fucking I think he's a bad father point. Very convenient. And he has sycophants who can't even think ever straight. Ryan, you know what? Ryan's cool, but I'll leave it at that. And then the little red 907 ammo bullshit is drunk off his gourd.
And he said, but what really killed him, Blue Jay, since you're up here, like, I've been going probably, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours. I ain't put up Have I put up a video clip of anyone else's content yet? I tried my best not to do that shit. Have I put up a video clip of anyone else's content yet?
No, he's a
I put up
racist.
that African about
Oh wait, hold it. Your
maybe a few
dumbass
hours ago.
can't spell
That was
racist,
the proof of
Palomino.
point, and I didn't even need that shit. I needed 30 seconds of that nigga say, "Well, I don't know nothing about Masons." And so what? 9 hours? There you go.
It's been quite a long day.
Okay.
I think.
I don't give a fuck. Nigga, I did 20 hours.
It's gonna get mighty stupid here when Blue
Sorry
Jay.
if I was interrupting. I couldn't hear
Oh,
anything. So
this is literally. This is literally the stupidest woman on the internet. See how this goes. And I actually haven't watched this. When Blue Jay turns up, it's worse than a storm crow. This silly woman is literally dumb. Like, I think she is literally dumb. And she will engage John Galt. The second dumbest person up there, Blue Jay number 1, Solid Snake number 2. I haven't heard 12th Man go yet. So we have number 1 and number 2 dumbest. Blue Jay just showed up, but I've interacted with her. She is literally stupid, literally toxic.
Tell it. Bro, see, this is what is different about me and everybody else, Blue Jay. I am.
I gotta talk to a white woman. But I marry a white woman. I just need to talk to her.
I'm enjoying like hearing you talk.
Here you go, y'all. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no monetization. I said baboon. I sure did, nigga, up this bitch. I don't give a fuck. I got
That was crazy. I remember that. Yeah.
This is literally John Galt at his finest.
I remember you cleaning all that out after. That was brave.
Love it.
Trying to define the triple
And
double.
look.
That was
I want to point out something. There is silly white girl and accommodationist Ryan literally condoning this kind of behavior. And I can't, again, I haven't watched this video all the way through, but Solid Snake's gonna have to get into, and then dumbass. Let's hope Alaska boy is falling asleep, but look at these fools. This is what John Galt cultivates. Blue Jay couldn't think her way out of those sunglasses. She literally, and I heard a comment about her last night. She looks cute. That's why she's on the internet. Oh, motherfucker, Slick Rick, I haven't gone in like I'm gonna go in. John Galt cultivates morons, and SKC asked a great question, and others did too. But let's hear more.
Describe the triple double. I got that.
The triple double. So that was a new one for sure.
Is that Ryan?
Yeah. How's it going, Blue Jay?
Oh, good. How you
Is
doing?
that
It's been a while since I've
right?
seen you.
Yeah.
Hey, Salty.
Blue Jay, you heard me going hard at art, and I saw you, Blue Jay. I saw you up on the panel. I said, damn, there, Blue Jay, like that's white guilt right there. Don't take it the wrong way, Blue Jay, because I don't call it.
Don't take it the
art.
wrong way. I didn't
was
mean
like-
white guilt.
Okay.
I meant white
I saw
guilt.
you up on the panel, and them niggas were fucking going full nigger. JP and T, they going full nigger.
This is where John Galt cultivates. Blue Jay doesn't leave. Ryan doesn't leave. There's literally a fucking half-drunk moron who is mostly high and partially drunk doing the hard R. And none of these people go, hey, John, they're going to cultivate it. They're going to joke and they're going to go, oh, John, you're just being funny. This is where SKC and truism, the dark cloud of birds will go. This is why. And you know what? John Galt is a poison to the Black community. So is Solid Snake. And again, I haven't watched this all the way through, but I think I know where it's going to go.
And I heard you up on the panel. You said John Galt is watching.
Yeah, I said
John
John was
Galt
right.
is
JP
watching.
takes over the shows and nobody talks to him. Yeah, I did.
Okay, literally, Blue Jay, I don't know why she chews her words. Choose as in CHEWS. Dude, barely people can hear her. She literally subsists on eating bleached blonde hair and bad makeup. And John Galt wants to get another beer, and Solid Snake is too drunk to respond, and Ryan just wants to get along. And who knows where 12th Man is? He's in the Alaska of his mind.
And nobody heard me. Nobody even heard me.
No, nobody heard you because
they
you
were
don't.
just talking.
You
Well,
choose her words.
let
Choose
me say it. The people that were
CHEWS.
yelling over me didn't hear
I
me.
wasn't on the sound though.
Well, here's why I went up, because when JP said your mama should die because she dated a light-skinned guy to T.
They
and
are
then T
literally
said,
going
well,
to
your mom's
do an
already dead.
intellectual
And
debate
I said, well, you might
over
not want to say that.
KP.
Yeah, I said, and he's told the story. He was a little kid, and all this stuff. And he's told it like vulnerable. So I just said, hey, you might want to just think about. Don't say something you're gonna regret in the chat.
In
And I'm
humble
like,
precedence, I see
so
you
far.
in
Like,
that chat.
when we're angry, we need to take a minute to think about, because we can't take our words back. Like that's what I was always taught. So I was just saying that just as like a friend, And I guess it came across as, oh, you always defend JP and you love JP and that he could do no wrong and you support degenerate black man. I'm like, no, this is.
But what I wanted to talk about, I don't give a fuck about
That's
none of
funny,
this.
Lou.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was up there though. I didn't feel white guilt. I was being accused of feeling white guilt.
What you said though, I caught you. I heard you. You said John Galt's watching.
Yeah, you're in the chat.
John Galt's watching. John Galt's watching.
But why were you telling them niggas to shut up?
Oh my God.
Well, I honestly, they called me up there. I didn't want to go up there because I don't like that kind of fighting. But I was just telling T, this has nothing to do with me defending JP. This is just as a friend telling you, you might not want to say that. That's pretty.
Okay. You know what? I guess I better let this play through. I've chosen my side, and pretty much all 5 of these marbles are I'm showing it to prove a point. Don't care if I ever see any of them in my chat again. Blue Jay knows how I feel about her. I'm always blunt. So and Ryan, I actually do like. He's the only salvageable one out, and he has some lessons to learn, but he has worked harder or as hard. John Galt's a failure. Honestly, I think John Galt is a lost goat.
In my opinion, that's crazy to say. But
You here for the T homegirl. I'm gonna tell you, John.
Yeah, we're friends. T and I are cool.
Homegirl.
I like T. We can go back and forth and still be friends.
They stick together now. They keep fighting and everything. I've been there.
That's what I told her. Like I would tell my
Why y'all got
sister or my best friend the same thing. Like I would only tell people I care about, take a minute and don't say something in public that you regret, right? So that's a friend thing to say. that's how I meant it, but it was kind of taken like I did have, it was taken as race, which first of all had nothing to do with race at all. It was just a principle. Don't say something you're going to regret, especially online. And so that was it. And take my advice if you don't want. But it's taken as, you defend black men that are.
One second, Blue Jay. I want to begin. When you said to the blacks, while you
make them hate me. No, stop it.
I know they're gonna hate you.
I don't want them to hate me.
They hate you too, friend. Blue Jay, I'm be honest with you. If you want to stay ingratiated with the niggas, Blue Jay,
here's my point. And it's going to be an important point.
And you probably
they love John Galt so much. They don't go, hey, John Galt. Not a motherfucker will tell John Galt he can't use that N-word the way he does. John Galt is the N-word while calling out other N-words. You know what, John? Nah, we don't need to save Ryan. Yeah, these folks are toxic, and they're toxic in other chats. Blue Jay is fucking a moron. So I guess I'll just not talk to
stage left, not because I have any problem.
And John is a fucking.
No, I don't have to own your opinion. That has nothing to do
drunk
with
and
I'm telling you,
retarded.
as a white person, I got some real raw uncut dope, and it'll drive a nigga crazy. Because they want to act like they don't see these things, and I smear it in their face. And like honestly, I'm telling you tonight, if you go back on Bombard's panel, you're gonna get asked about this. Because I show the niggas at their worst. I don't know.
Oh, I show the niggas. John is, oh my Lord. And you know what? I bet Blue Jay is gonna giggle, and Ryan will just go, oh my God. And Toxic Snake will nod and go fine. He'll go, you right, John, you right. And Alaska doesn't answer.
Fuck how much money they make. I showed the average black person at their worst, and it's very, very difficult for blacks to deal with. And the tribal-like crowd. And
the tribal-like crowd.
You think they're tribal? I think a lot of disagreement and like just like anybody else. But I don't really have I just don't think a lot in like terms of race. I know people are like, oh, that's a lie. I mean, of course, but I don't think of like when I like someone.
Yeah, look at her going back and forth. I don't know what to think. I don't know. Tell me, John.
So, yeah, I have made some like real friends. I think YouTube friends. But so I mean, but I still have.
I mean, I don't know what I have to say.
People do get annoyed by me. So, but it's okay. But yeah, I value your opinion, and like I said, I don't have to
is a moron.
Hey, Blue Jay, do you find it interesting that the blacks are using a lot of JP's
like the
content?
over easy egg?
I think JP is just so entertaining that I just
between
he just is like always the content. Like you said he is the content, right? Like I caught on to that phrase when you said that, and I was like, that's so true.
Wait a minute. Say that one more time.
You said he is the
look, white woman.
And you said
serve me another egg.
I agree with that. He just always doing up to something. He's always some adventure, right? So it's always like if people review it and discuss it, there's something to talk about.
Like reviewing and discussing.
But it does seem a little bit weird. Yeah, I agree with you.
Literally,
it's like he's doing it, sitting on the slide, and then everybody's copying it, and he's not really benefiting from that whole lot.
Did
you tell him he should start charging people? Was that you? You wrote something to that effect in some stream, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think I did. Like,
look, leading questions. White woman, Blue Jay,
it was kind of a joking way, like, oh, everybody needs to pay him or something like that. Yeah, not like an actual business advice, but yes, I think if there is a way, which I don't know how all this works that well, but he should have some control over,
and so
content and like.
What I want to point out to you
is
guys,
feather bad.
Blue Jay and Angry Snowman, two probably very different people. Both find value in JP's content. his raw original content. Take from that what you will. He can easily appeal to
With
white
that,
people.
what you
without
will.
even
I
having
am
to fucking
John
think
Galt.
about it.
I'm the smartest person on this panel.
Two white people,
Look
black
at
and
the
a white
one
man and a
class
woman.
who has dropped. Look at
I
Solomon.
think I kind of know why.
He thinks he
At least I have
has
a
a brain.
theory. I think because we don't have to feel like we have to own it. You know, like I noticed a lot of the things that
We
I
don't
hear, the
feel
black
we
people
have
be like,
to own
those
it.
are
Look
everybody is
at
like one, and same with like the
this
sisterhood, for instance. If a black woman does something, it doesn't matter. You have to like side with her.
So
And so
he's
I
gonna
don't. I
tell
think we just see
about
it for what it is. It's funny. It's entertaining. He's cool. He makes everybody laugh. Awesome. Like, but it's not like we feel like oh no, he's embarrassing us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Like,
you don't feel like JP is embarrassing you.
no, I think JP is hilarious, and I don't have a problem with him. I'm wealthy. He has 3 kids. I think people judge him too harshly for that. If he was a single mother,
I
nobody
think
would say a word with 3 kids. You know, so I think they just I think maybe it's part of
John
it's
Galt,
haters.
you
You know,
want
they're
him
just
up
kind
on
of
your
jealous maybe or
channel.
something, like because he is entertaining and funny.
But
But
JP,
part of it,
hey, let me ask you this though. I want to drill in a little bit deeper to what you're saying.
A little bit
You
deep.
said JP is entertaining to you.
Yeah, I want him up.
yeah,
on
actually,
your
JP and I kind of like
You
developed like a friendship, like you know, honestly, like. But
trying to build a
so
business here.
find him to be like a good person,
oh,
but I
oh,
also find him to be funny.
plan.
Yeah.
Hey, so American Man says this on his channel, in the comments. He has control on his channel. He can monetize his minstrel show at all times. Now,
Okay, yeah. So that.
now you were in JP's chat when he went live, and what did you say
What
to
do you have
JP?
to say?
Let American Man know what you said.
Huh.
Was this yesterday when I said come over to Bob's when you're done?
No, you said JP should start charging these people. Correct?
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I forget exactly how I said it, but it's like,
Well, you need
y'all
to
should be
tell
paying him or something
John
like
that.
that. Yeah.
This
And
is
yesterday
just
in Bob's channel and NCT channel at the same damn time.
And DJ Witch Doctors too.
What is it?
JP was actually on DJ Witch Doctors for quite a while last night. Yeah, the first day covered it.
I am. You will agree that I'm probably on to something. Would you agree?
Yes, I totally agree.
And what do you think I'm on to?
Well, I think you're into like
Monetize
just you mean just with JP or like
Uh,
yeah, I mean you've really highlighted the fact that he is the content that everybody brings him back, even if they say that they think he's ridiculous, they can't get enough of him. Like, and I'm not saying like just people that are watching him, he's funny. So I mean, people can judge him all they want, but regardless, they're focusing on him. So,
Well, what percentage of people are laughing with him versus at him? Like in other words, like he's like a clown in a way, right?
Stop. It doesn't fucking matter.
right.
I think it does.
No, people don't laugh at it. They
Won't
just
matter if you don't
they're not
understand
laughing.
my
That's the next thing.
narrative.
See, Ryan, what you don't understand, and I've showed you these videos.
Now,
just in
let me
days
tell
before.
you,
What you don't understand.
my guess,
A big
in this
black
video,
alpha
Ryan's
nigga like
gonna
that
be dropped.
dominates weak niggers.
John is getting that bobbing head weave.
Well, when I went to
bob,
DJ
weave,
Witch
bob,
Doctors last
get-
night, because I've been on DJ Witch Doctors panel a few times even, so getting familiar over there, and I immediately saw they were JP, and I started making like I'm like he's so crazy, he's funny, you know, making like the laughing emojis,
Let me ask you
and
this.
people were like, "You find this funny?" And like I'd say 75% of his chat was mad at him.
But
Okay,
it
go ahead.
doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
The motherfuckers would be back tomorrow and the day
Look
after
at
tomorrow.
John bobbing
Because
and
JP is
weaving.
untrained nigga.
Bobbing and weaving. What about you, bobbing?
Yeah, DJ's
We got you.
panel or his views, everything was popping out because JP.
There's no. It's not as surprising me that JP.
Look
makes
at the
it
back of
to
my
top 60 or
head.
whatever.
Yeah.
Still got
Kendra, Anton,
yeah.
I think I forget who else. He's got some big.
Understand that nigga unrestrained.
Yep.
He, that
He
nigga.
doesn't care.
He doesn't care. He's that nigga.
Oh, Ryan would go
hilarious.
first.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got content.
So from that standpoint, again, American Man said JP decides to bring his act to other channels. That's his choice. He can force people to pay him. Bro, I saw JP on.
Yeah, I said it. I mean,
You said it too, Blue Jay, and I saw JP fucking chin check 90s. That nigga gave me. He told me chin check these bitches, and I chin check 90s the same way JP said.
Now,
"Nigga, cut my
goddamn
shit
it,
off. Turn the radio off, nigga."
God is wrong
I
about
heard you say that. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Were you watching 90s when I told him?
No, I heard. I was watching some of
That
your
is what I
show.
told
Like,
the motherfucker.
I forget, was it
You are
this morning or something?
literally
Because I was behind in the stream. I was watching a little bit behind, and then I just fast forwarded it.
of the
But
list.
whenever you said it, you were telling the story
What
about
the
it, and
fuck is
like,
John
and
doing?
even Nidus, but yeah, Nidus does a lot of
This
reviews.
is
So I'm not sure.
disgusting.
I mean, that's all he got. That's all he got.
I used to go over there a little bit, but I don't think he'd like to hear something
I
because
mean,
he
I
never said
used
hi to
to
me.
go over there a
I
lot.
made that bitch work
This
that night.
is
I said, nigga, you got to work
typical
tonight.
Bluebird.
Cause I'm gonna interrupt you midstream and wake your fat roly-poly ass up.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So do you think he just has a screensaver that's him asleep
Girl
and he gets up and goes
who
over?
hides
I kind of
a
suspect that.
black eye.
No.
No?
But let me explain something to you about black.
Let me explain something to you. I'm John Gall.
Okay.
Remember that night you up on JP, they were screaming it, and JP said, I ain't got no problem with Blue Jay. Blue Jay ain't no bitch.
Oh, yeah. He said I'm loyal. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not a bitch. He was right about that, right?
Black men respect white
That's
women.
what she's going to say.
They respect
Well,
white people.
Black got his back to a lot of things, like when
Yeah.
he got his domestic violence case dropped but
She
people still kept
is
accusing him of being an
toxic.
abuser. I'm like, no, the case is dropped. You guys need to stop that. And they're like, oh, you're just defending a degenerate, abusive man, black man. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so I get accused of being a white savior, but actually, I'm like, I would say the same thing no matter what race it is. If the charges are dropped, you cannot accuse them of crimes.
Fast talk.
Like, it's just ridiculous.
Blue Jay, you ever listen to Stanley?
Yeah, I've been on
yes,
Stanley's channel several times.
What do you think about Stanley? Give me a quick, concise.
Okay, I think that Stanley is very he's not like he doesn't want to hear people's opinions, or maybe he does.
No,
but
I
he
don't want
doesn't-
to hear stupid people.
Like, I feel like he misinterprets what I say because he cuts me off a little bit, and he assumes what I'm saying before I like actually.
I say what
say
you
it. Like last time I
before you
said,
say it. Yep, that's me.
I forget. I said, "Oh, that's." You were saying,
forget
you were talking about him. It was the last one you guys got
already know what you're
seeing,
gonna
and
say.
he came over here. It was right before the blow up. I was actually on his panel, and I'm like, "Hey, do you not like me anymore?" Because sometimes in other chats he gives me a real hard time if I'm on the panel.
Yep.
And I can't tell if he's kidding or not. So I was just asking. But I went up there, and I think maybe because he was so irritated with you, he was being like really harsh on me.
Yeah,
and
I'm
telling me I'm not right,
irritated
and
at John.
I'm like, okay, well,
Therefore,
I'm glad I
take
came
it out
here,
on
but
your
I'll
dumb ass.
go. So
Not hardly.
I think he's depends on his mood, and sometimes he's just like, you can't get through, but sometimes he's really pleasant to talk to. So I mean, I can't really say that he's all good or all bad. I mean, overall, I would say
Who knows?
I would say
Why do you think he's been nice?
No.
To
This is lovely. I have to reassess. I still think she is troublesome, but you know what? This is where I go. I actually do listen to people. I know where dude, I'm fucking 60 years old. I've heard these arguments amongst you young people. Give me something new. So all you folks who think that I don't know shit, I've heard a couple arguments before, and I'm actually kind of pleasantly surprised. I thought she was gonna trash me. I have not heard this before, but I would like to say she doesn't know, because she doesn't. And you know what? No, she will never be able to hold her own. I know these stupid arguments. That's why you read books, right, SKC?
here.
You
Right
know
before
my
the blow-up.
stupid
I was
argument.
actually on his panel, and I'm like, hey, do you not
You
like me
off
anymore?
the
Because sometimes in other chats he gives me a real hard time if I'm on the panel, and I can't tell if he's kidding or not. So I was just asking. But I went up there, and I think maybe because he was so irritated with you, he was being like really harsh on me, and he told me I'm not right, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad.
Yeah, well, white girl.
So
See,
I think
this
he's
is
depends on
actually
his mood, and
something.
sometimes he's
No, I don't give white girl privilege. I don't motherfucking give privilege at all. You need to know your argument. You need to be able to interact. Like, you could have the finest booty on earth. You could have the whitest red hair that a black crow wants. He will kiss your hair and build a nest out of your red hair. Stanley seeks something higher. and SKC's gonna make a huge joke out of this, but I won't say F you, but F you. I fear what
Just
I
like
just said.
you can't get through. But sometimes he's really pleasant to talk to. So I mean, I can't really say that he's all good or all bad. I mean, overall, I would say he's been nice to me. I will say that.
Motherfucker, you
Why
can
do you
come
think
up
he's been nice to
anytime you
you
want.
and then he
Right?
called Mason?
You're always welcome. Just don't fuck up.
I don't know. I don't know if he thinks
And
she's
they
somebody else
salute.
because she's not a bitch.
No, he knows who she is because he pointed
Notice
to her
you have a
directly. He
ring.
said, "That's a bitch."
Still.
I don't know what else he said
But
about
she
it.
wasn't on the screen, and at first,
Yes,
because
she was on the screen. She was walking around Manhattan, not unlike what Jon Stewart done. She wasn't even fucking talking. He said, "That black bitch."
yeah, I heard him say, "Who's Nasus?" And then he said, she can't even speak.
No, I will. Oh,
like,
wait, hold
I don't
it.
forget
This
the
is
words, but basically, like, you can't understand or whatever. The way
I love in Nate's point here. This is like the most ignorant thing I've heard in weeks. I've never seen John drop somebody or put them in the back. Motherfucker, he tossed me off his team. In 8 ways, you need to reconfigure the motherfucker. Literally, the split was at John's decision. I've never seen John drop somebody or put them in the back. Well, maybe you've seen John go, hey, Stanley is too much for me to handle. I need him to be not here. Motherfucker, drop. You need to re-understand what drop means, Nate. And with love, you need to understand language better, apparently.
speaks, and then he said she's a bitch, and he said, but she's cute. So I was like, well, wait, he's seen her, but he asked who's niece. So I was a little confused, but I thought, wow, like that's a strong word. Calling someone a bitch, I think, is kind of rude, and especially not to their face. I don't like people that gossip. So you notice people talk about me in your chat and everywhere else. I don't respond. In fact, most of them are blocked. I can't see them. Yours I can because they scroll up the screen, and I just ignore them again.
What do you mean they call her a bitch to her face? He called her a bitch on his channel.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even to her face, which is worse.
Yeah, and why do you think he did that?
I don't know if he was trying to impress who he was talking to, whoever that was. I don't remember him, but it was really odd. It like struck me as like took me off guard.
Oh, you saw him call her a bitch.
Oh, I saw it on yours because I was watching your stream earlier, and you were logged in. You were like tuned into his channel. That's how I saw it.
But you never seen him call a white woman a bitch, have you? Or maybe Lindy Lou.
Oh, I can't remember, but I've heard him say some pretty strong names, so I'm gonna venture to say I probably.
Here is where John is trying to stretch and wiping his eyes. I have called Lindy Lou a racist, a bitch, and literally have caused. See, John Galt thinks that I love white women more than John Galt's a fucking fool. And maybe he gets too high. Dude, Lindy Lou didn't even go. Lindy Lou pissed me off. And you know what? All respect to Lindy Lou, but no. See, this is where dumb fucks like John Galt want to be racist. They want to prove, well, Stanley's as bad as I am. Motherfucker, you're either smart. In my world, you are smart and interesting, or you are dumb as pudding. And John Galt is pudding right now, and he's asking vanilla pudding, what's better, me as chocolate pudding with your head down, or vanilla pudding because your name is Blue Jay? Dude, John Galt, for all his education, it makes me sad.
To his niece. So I was a little confused, but I thought, wow, like that's a strong word, calling someone a bitch.
Oh, white woman? Black
especially
woman?
not to their face.
Which
I don't like people
bitch?
that gossip.
Is,
So you notice people
dude,
talk about me in your
oh
chat
my
and everywhere else. I
God,
don't respond. In fact, most of
stupidity
them are blocked. I
is
can't see them.
my
Yours I can because they
irritation,
scroll
dumb
up the
fuck.
screen. and I just ignore him again.
But he didn't call her a bitch to her face. He called her a bitch on his channel.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even to her face, which is worse.
Yeah, and why do you think he did that?
I don't know if he was trying to impress who he was talking to, whoever that was. I don't remember who it was, but it was really odd. It like struck me as like took me off guard.
It was odd because I don't tend to do stuff like that unless you get me to a point to where I have to be blunt about what I think about you. John's a bitch. And, you know, right now he's trying to get Blue Jay to agree. John's a bitch.
Oh, you saw him call her a bitch.
Oh, I saw it on yours because I was watching your stream earlier and you were logged in, or you were like tuned in to his channel. That's how I saw it.
But you never seen him call a white woman.
John Galt is playing the hits from my show, which was on his channel. John Galt is the ultimate entertainer. I am his nephew when it comes to entertainment, but why are they talking about what I said? I wonder why. I say what I think, and you know, I try not to use the B word or the N word, but it's not that I can't use them. I know SKC will know Quigley down under. I can't use a revolver. Didn't say I didn't know how to use one. Motherfucker, I don't like to say words, but doesn't mean I can't apply them. John is the ultimate fool.
Bitch, have you? Or maybe Lindy Lou.
Oh, I can't remember. But
Yeah, Lindy Lou's a
strong
racist,
name,
and
so I'm
so are
gonna
you,
venture to
John.
say I probably
So is Blue Jay.
I've heard him stop himself.
They're
because
not
I
even
almost said it.
smart
I
enough
almost
to
said it and I didn't.
know
But I'm
that the
trying to remember. Yeah, I
racist.
wouldn't remember who.
Oh,
though.
it's okay.
All right, I'm gonna play this clip
Oh, play the clip, John.
for you. Damn. Something got in my eye here.
Oh, I have to put on my glasses and play the
He's
clip.
not talking about much on his channel.
But yeah,
This
American Man, I wasn't
motherfucker
trying
is
to like
a
give him business
moron.
advice or anything. I was just saying something jokingly like, oh, everybody should be paying you or something, you know, like that.
But that came from me, right? American Man, that idea came from me, right? That was seeded in your mind from me, correct?
Yeah, right. Let me wipe my
Yeah, you've been
eyes and
saying
play the
like
clip.
he is.
Bet the
He's
clip
the show.
doesn't get
He's
played.
the content, right?
Yeah.
You ever heard me say, somebody go get JP and bring that fucking
Somebody
nigga up
gonna
here?
get JP. I thought he
And
was
you
gonna
also
play
say
Stanley
that
clip.
they
I thought he
will
was
kick
gonna
him off
play
no matter what. They'll let
Stanley
him take
clip.
over and nobody's
I'm not that
That's right,
famous. I'm
because
not
he brings
that
in the super
much
chats.
in his
He brings
face.
in
And
the he brings
like when Bob kicked him off, and you said immediately, 2 people said bring him back.
Yeah.
right, and you know,
Stanley
that's true.
doesn't
And
go
Bob
up in
had
Bob's
to pay to
channel,
keep
so it couldn't be me.
JP off. None of
These
the other niggas
motherfuckers
generate any
can't even
content.
hold a
Right? When you say,
steady
hey man, kick him off, he
thought
cooking.
in their head.
Yeah, it was
Now
him
the
at first because I
focus.
think
Oh, look at John. Oh,
at first
let
Jan was
me
like enough, and
wipe
then let's
my
change the subject, and then he
eyes.
said something about you got a fat white woman,
Because I've
and
been
then they
picking
kicked JP
cotton
off right
all
then, and then he's
day.
like bring him back. Now I
Puff
got
up,
some smoke. I wasn't gonna say anything,
puff
but now I'm mad.
out,
I don't want to argue.
puff
You know
up, puff out.
And when they
This
kicked him off, they
motherfucker
continued
is
to
a
talk
woke.
about whom?
exactly
Who?
for 20 minutes, JP.
How much for JP? See, do you
Yep.
understand like the power of JP? This is what I'm saying. This is a man that can generate attention because he's very unrestrained black man, similar to that nigga Jon Stewart.
Yeah, and you can tell because in public, it's one thing to sit down in front of your computer and have like a plan. Oh, I'm going to be outlandish. But when you're a Republican, it's off the cuff, and you just say something to the cashier or whoever, and it's like crazy and funny. That's more like that's really truly understood. I think that's why his content does stand out is because it's so spontaneous. And he has no shame, so that helps. Ryan, I think John had it. I think he stepped away. I can't see anything. Oh, Ryan, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not much. Okay. How you been?
I'm pretty good. Just chilling. Just finishing up here.
Blue Jay, you know what's interesting?
Mm-hmm.
I was watching Stanley troll art yesterday, the day before, whatever fucking day you trolled.
Oh, okay. Oh, in the chat?
Yeah, you remember that?
I don't really remember what he said about art. I remember because he addressed me when he first got on there and said me and Solid Snake were stupid or something like that. We're dumb.
So anyway, so Stanley was trolling art in the chat, and Stanley was on his own panel, not talking about anything of his own mind, and he's playing Bob's channel, trolling Bob's channel.
So he was like playing it at the same time.
Right. And you know, and I said to him, I said, bro, like, and I've been hard on art, but you can't say.
I literally love when someone like John tells me what I can't say. Let me say it. Hey, look, I think Bob is a great guy. His panels are full of people that I don't want to interact with. CT, great guy. His panels are horrible. I like CT, I like Bob. I don't like their fucking toxic panels. I don't like the entertainment. And this is, I've talked to John about this, and this moron is more into business models. Dude, I don't need business models. I need people I want to talk to. And you know what? John has young children. Baby daddies have to make a lot of money. That's why you need YouTube. I understand. But I don't. I get to live a life you will have one day if you try harder, John.
Okay. Oh, in the chat?
Yeah, you remember that?
I don't really remember what he said about art. I remember because he addressed me when he first got on there and said me and Solid Snake were stupid or something like that. We're dumb.
Phoenix,
Anyway,
oh
so
my
Stanley
goodness.
was trolling art in the chat, and Stanley was on his own panel, not talking about anything of his own mind, and he's playing
Yeah,
Bob's channel,
motherfucker. God damn it. See, this is what a John Galt doesn't understand. Dude, my mind is important. If I think of it in my mind, it tends to be important until it's proven not. See, this is where John Galt is so fucking anti-black. He doesn't think Stanley has a mind at all. At all. John Galt thinks Stanley can't think and come up with original ideas. Dude, John Galt, Jesus fucking Christ, is not his name. Look at the title of this show. You'll get how I think about John Galt.
Bob's channel.
So he was like playing it at the same time.
Right. And you know, and I said to him, I said, bro, like, and I've been hard on art, but you can't say that John Galt didn't give him some advice. Take a look at what you will.
John Galt, that's not my name, but John Galt did.
You know, I thought it was solid.
Yeah, I can tell that you have his best interest in mind. I mean, Art and I fought for like probably 6 streams.
Motherfucker, let me tell you a story.
I need that.
I'm not legendary yet. I can fuck with a host from the chat. I got banned from Be Brave. I didn't use a curse word. I literally got banned from Be Brave channel. I literally typed fill in the blank. Be Brave, you said this. It sounds weird. And then I would put fill in the blank in parentheses. That's literally how I fuck with people. Dude, John Galt is so really parochial. No wonder he likes 6th grade graduates like Be Brave. Dude, I don't even have to say the words. I will make Be Brave ban me from the chat. Someone go and ask Be Brave. What did I say in his chat? I just suggested stuff. suggestion is powerful. Make people think. John is so stupid. John Galt is literally capable of being a good baby daddy who abuses his tenants. He's not a thinker. And I want to talk to people who actually have thoughts besides predation. I gotta eat. Not my thing. Oops. What happened here? Oop. Oh my Lord, the video is unavailable. What happened? Well, we might have to switch to alternates. Oh. Interesting how that went away. Now, who reported? Oh, well. Now, someone tell me how that happened. I laugh at fools. Just privated. I wonder how it got privated. It was just public. That's how I was showing it. Yeah, of course, I'm making fools of stupid people. Now, what I expect next? What is going to happen here? Someone told John that Stanley's calling you stupid. I love this sort of shit. And well, wait, hold on. What have we here? John Galt's gonna ride again. John Galt gonna be riding again. When we enforcing crime causes you problems, you are the problem. More anti-black bullshit. John Galt rides again. Well, Phoenix Fish, dude, I miss you. I kind of miss you. You can be acerbic, and you are a day one. So SKC, don't even know what y'all are fussing about, but Phoenix Fish is a day one. Be very careful, Dr. SKC. We won't have trashing. And by the way, I am soon to an intermission because I'm going to trudge through. I am getting and I am formulating a defense to stupidity. Black people make the worst stupid people in America. John Galt and Phoenix and what's her name? Bluebird, who I think lives in Phoenix. They are the new stupid culture. Literally, John Galt. I've seen this motherfucker joke about a dead person in his employ. I've never seen, dude, black immorality, black laughing at black people who died in their house. I've seen some atrocities. John Galt loves that shit. He's made shows about it. And there's an argument that, hey, John Galt can't defend it. He will, if you want to put me in the middle of, yeah, I accepted it. I've gone toe to toe, but it's not a good enough argument. John Galt is trash. y'all, there will be B Braves. There will be Palomino Ricky Z's who want to defend that shit, who will go halfway. And arguably, I did too. I was a Palomino Ricky Z. John's a good person. You know, he has his point of view. And I am the biggest dummy. I am the biggest person that I should fuss after. I was asked to, Stanley, why are you still here? And I was wrong. And I've been put in my place. You know what? I'm tossing stones at a glass house. So there we go. So Palomino Vino, dude, you are a horse and a Trojan horse, a Palomino Trojan horse. Why are you back? I didn't ban you. I saw you whining about, oh, Stanley banned me. Oh, motherfucker, you will be banned if you keep this silly bullshit up. I am drunk enough to just go crazy. Palomino, self-deport from my channel or my universe. You shouldn't be here. You don't belong here. Palomino 1 or Palomino Z or just bad horsey. You are a bad person. Nope. Plus you banned me. No, again, bitch. I see, this is where liars, I never had in the chat. I couldn't ban you permanently, dude. Portia could ban you. Stanley couldn't. John or Portia controlled John, and motherfucker, you're a fucking liar and you don't understand YouTube. Tyrone, salute. Welcome. Palomino, if you tell one more lie, I will find a way to ban you. This is Stanley versus the world. And Palomino, I don't like liars of horses. You can't fucking run with this patent lie. I never had that kind of power on John Galt's channel. However, I do on my own. Tell another lie and you, oh, wait, hold it. Everyone ban me but John. Well, guess what's going to happen now, bitch? I'm just going to put you on a little 5-minute exploration of finding a truth. Go back to John Galt. That's where you belong. User in your timeout. Fucking free yourself from John Galt, sir. Lou, what's up, Lou?
Man, finally got to get home and get straight. Just walking the dog.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, that's why I dropped off earlier. I had to take care of some stuff. Why you drop why you ban him, man? You need that in the chat, man. Why you drop Palomino? I'd be disagreeing with him too, but damn.
He's not banned. He's on a little stay in the corner moment.
Oh, a little timeout.
You don't stop loving your children just because you put them in the corner for discipline. That's what I'm doing with this little I can't be a horse without sucking John Galt's dick. And then when I'm thirsty, I'll go to B Brave's dick. Dude, Palomino is a weirdo. So that's where I go.
Well, all right.
No,
I have no response to that, Stanley.
He is a black cloud over a sunny day. Literally, I don't know why he's here. He came in first as Palomino 1, and then all of a sudden he's back. Dude, no one fucking takes Palomino. His original name was Maven. He literally thinks, dude, no one bans this fool. He's never been banned, even on John. Dude, I think I put him in a timeout. No one takes him seriously enough to ban him. Why would you ban someone who is just a shrill little horse? Honestly, believe his story if you will. No one's ever taken him seriously enough to ban him. That's what he can't accept.
Oh, you can't take any of this seriously. Can't really believe people on the internet. It's very difficult.
Oh, look, he's back. Is this?
Hey, welcome back.
He's
Palomino the one.
Of course.
He went from Z to 1. Yeah.
Well, no, innate. If anyone ever put him in a timeout, it would be me, because I find him just kindergarten level intellect. But ban is not the same thing as timeout. You can always come back. That's why he's here now. See, this idiot can't figure out timeout is not banned. Banning for 5 minutes is not like forever. Horses don't have a sense of time, much like other pets. And I fear this motherfucker isn't smarter than a horse.
Yeah, that's part of the game, man. People ban you, people time you out, people drop you. It's all in the game. I don't really care.
Don't want to be that sort of person. You know what? Your mentor SKC is the most rigorous debate I've had in some time. That dude, and I'm sure he's still around. That motherfucker rouses me from my slumber because I actually have to think. So
yeah, you down like what, 2 Guinnesses in that conversation?
You know what?
What you want, Guinness? You on Guinness number 4 now? Where you at? What's the count? Oh, you ain't made your beer run yet?
He literally, he and I will always disagree. And that's how it goes. He didn't win the argument. Literally, this was not SKC's best day. He had to rouse his little dude. I was right on the history, and sometimes you lose. In SKC, I win on the actual history because I actually know the actual history. That little over talking. Ooh, notes on Virginia. It's not notes on. He hasn't read it. He tells me I haven't. Dude, it's in my bedroom somewhere or on my Kindle. I read Thomas Jefferson for fun. I read Gouverneur Morris, not what he read, but you can go back and read a bunch of stuff. Gouverneur Morris recently became my second favorite because he never owned slaves. Now, he was his own horrible person. However, he was also a bigger legend. Thomas Jefferson was a pussy. And if you know Gouverneur Morris's biography, you'll understand my point. Gouverneur Morris had women. Thomas Jefferson was such a pussy. women versus I hope you know where I'm going to go. I don't want to be too explicit. Governor Morris was a man. Thomas Jefferson never grew out, and I can kind of understand. You never, you will always miss your wife, but dude, you don't go to pedophilia, especially slave pedophilia. And I'm right. You can reframe it, but that's essentially what it was. So I don't hear you saying or pushing back.
I'm not that astute on the life of Thomas Jefferson, so
your little mentor would push back. Don't I
mean, I do. I know what notes of. I know what that is. I just haven't read it.
No, we're not talking about notes. We're talking about Governor Morris versus Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was complex, but Governor Morris didn't buy a slave who was the half sister of his wife who died. Governor Morris was a man, and you know what? He had grown women. That's the comparison I'm trying to make. Notes on Virginia was simply a ruse that, people like, dude, SKC doesn't know history. He knows his arguments, but he doesn't know the raw American history, and he will know it after the lesson I gave him today. He knows it. I know it. Mo Love. Hey there. You don't want to hear it, but the good thing about SKC is he knows the ass kicking that he took today on my panel. And Black Crow, I hope he understands, but he'll fly back in. He tried to earlier, I noticed. Luke, you can run away too. Your mentor got an ass kicking.
He's not my mentor, man.
No,
What the fuck are you talking about? I argue with him about shit just like I argue with you about shit. I argue with the Crow. I don't agree with everybody, man. That's not how that works.
Crow is not my equal as far as knowledge.
Okay, just do the John thing and run with a narrative. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Just don't drop me. Just don't drop me.
Dude, I didn't drop Crow. He left on his own. Did you not notice?
You dropped him a couple times. It's all good.
No, well, yeah, when he wanted
you put him in the green room for a little breather,
Make Woody the Woodpecker laugh. Motherfucker, I grew up with that. Motherfucker, that's Woody Woodpecker. That's not original. You didn't know this? All I have to say is I literally know more than Woody the Woodpecker. The bird can't even admit he's Woody the Woodpecker versus a storm crow. I take stupidity and I put it back together. Woody the Woodpecker laugh plus storm crow equals Woody the Woodpecker. It's easy. Yeah, I see SKC's listening. SKC, you lost roundly and soundly. You got your little disciples who are actual budding academics, but you lost that shit, dude. I was sad for you, and your disciples fought a valiant fight. I just know more than all of you. SKC, you and your disciples equal knowing a bit. I know more. Yep, I said it. So
now who could know more than Stanley, man? Who could possibly know more than Stanley?
I possibly imagine knows more.
The goal is actually the goal isn't to the goal.
SKC, you know what? That was
what happened?
a week. No, SKC, dude. your laugh did predate truism, but truism actually, dude, SKC, y'all laugh for effect. You don't actually think things are funny. The theatrics don't impress.
Nah, I laugh when things are funny, Stanley. I definitely do. I was laughing at the crow yesterday, the other day.
Truism flies high when he goes, dude. Truism is literally not original with that fake laugh bullshit. SKC is a peer. I'm not going to criticize his laugh, though I would if he were here, but that's for another day. Easy work. Yeah, okay. Well, but you know what? There's a beer run in my future, and I might have to build this audience back, but I am so disappointed in John Galt. And then I'll leave it there. Look at the title of the show, Baby Atlas Shrugged Baby Daddy Edition. Dude does not use his real name, Atlas Shrugged, in the ghetto. What the fuck does that even mean? This motherfucker is literally confused. And then I honestly think if I took a couple eggs, whipped it up, made an omelet, it would be smarter than John Galt's thinking. I said it. Take it back to the barely cogent show I just watched. The dude. Look. Yes, sir. Are you walking a dog?
I am. It is that time of the day. Yes, sir.
Good for you. Damn, I miss my dog, who is 4 years deceased. So anyway, I think I am going to end this, and I'll be back in an hour or so. I just have to think a bit. And SKC says he laughs more than all of you, all of us. Well, damn, that is
that's probably true.
Ultimate
slap. This should be funny, man.
What should
like
be
the
funny?
shit? A lot of this stuff that you look down on in terms of fuckery and stuff is funny, man.
No, I'm not going that way. If fuckery happens, that's fine. But see, SKC was here. Fuckery became of serious thinking. Sometimes fuckery happens. Fuckery should not be the origin of thought. Origin of thinking should be then you fuck around with thoughts. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuckery comes from actual thinking and making jokes about serious stuff. You should never form serious thoughts on jokes. It's not how it works. It's not a linear progression. It's not a logical progression. It's not even circular logic. SKC tends to pull logic out of foolishness, but that's because he understands how to think. And I'm not even saying, dude, y'all need to listen to SKC, not me. Listen to SKC. You will never understand how I arrive at thoughts, or you won't agree with, but my means justify the ends. At least I'm honest in how I think. There are fools who want the fuckery before dessert doesn't come before dinner. Maybe that's a better you eat dinner back in the day, at least, then you get dessert because you ate, you thought, you chewed, you masticated. what was necessary to build a healthy young person. Then you get dessert, and not a whole hell of a lot of a dessert, for God's sake. That's how it was back in my day. Yeah, I read it in a book. Innate, yep, you should be reading. And then you get your Harlequin romance or your Ock Nation bullshit. Innate, I learned what a glider was from you. And then I instantly thought that it was foolishness. So, yep, reading in a book, then you can be an Ock Nation. Ock Nation literally reads. Ock Nation, I'm not sure that is Ock Nation real? I think he's the black version of Weekend at Bernie. Half the time he's dead on a panel, and they stand him up and then shake him awake. This motherfucker is Weekend at oh my God.
That's funny.
Teenagers, these little white teenagers pick Ock up and shake his hand going, "Hey niggas." That's literally Ock Nation. in 8 ways is one of those teenagers. Hi niggas. I'm not asleep. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck are y'all?
I haven't watched this channel in years.
Oh,
I would imagine it's more of the same.
I watched it about 6 months ago. I hear Be Brave, Ock Nation, John Galt, Ock Nation. These motherfuckers can't pierce through. That dude is barely alive. I'm dead serious. Everyone's talking about Ock. You hear people who, oh motherfucker, like the white trash. Oh, have you heard Ock? These fuckers. Be brave. Oh, Ock. Is it right about these motherfuckers? Dude, John Galt is Ock Nation. Be brave. Stanley. Oh, let me show you this. John Galt is.
What the fuck is going on?
You know what? I'm just gonna look. John Galt is a great guy until he's just a motherfucking colonizer. Dude, look at the way he teases his natives. The natives are short on rent. This motherfucker, his YouTube shows about the people who can't pay his rent is literally the nigger Columbus. They couldn't pay their rent. Therefore, we're gonna enslave them. I'm gonna do a slave auction. Can y'all pay $4? Motherfucker, this dude is literally a problem. They're literally a problem. John Galt, literally a problem.
I just think that
a problem.
I just think that their channels don't have motion like they think it does. I don't know who would be.
Had motherfucking like 100 and
Yeah,
some people. After
I don't know who like the head honcho of their particular space is, but YouTube is a lot bigger. Well, YouTube is a lot bigger than their spaces. I haven't looked at Ox Nation's channel as of late. I don't even know how his numbers look, but well, I'll look now. Let me see. He may have some
Anyway,
notion.
you know what? I am really sounding like a bitter old man.
He's got a little bit of motion, a little bit.
Well, you know what?
A little bit.
I'm allowed a little bit of emotion. So I will be back in a bit. And Lou,
I'll talk to you later, man.
What kind of dog do you have?
A Doberman.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, man. I want to get another one. They good dogs, man.
It's ears and tail.
He's clipped. Yeah, he's clipped.
See, I have a thing for dogs. I have a thing for even cats. I don't think I'll ever have a pet again, but one of these days I've told the tale of Ellie. our family dog. She was awesome, except she was so annoying. So,
what kind of dog was it?
Oh, it was a pit bull mix. It was adopted, and the story is I'm literally down in the basement because I got, I'm working on some issue. So my wife and son, I knew what they were going to do. I thought they were just going to do hope and wishing. So they would go to these pet adoption days. And I knew they were doing it. And I'm like, they'll come to their senses. So one day I am down in the basement and I'm in the middle of something. And my little 4-year-old son comes down with a picture. Daddy. He used to call me Daddy. It became Dad once he was 7 because he used to call me Daddy in front of his friends. And that's a whole different story. But anyway, he down and I'm literally on the phone in some technical problem. So he brings down a picture. Daddy, can I have her? And I look at the picture and I'd been telling these two people, no, I don't want a dog. It's too much work. So you know what? What did I say? But yes, okay.
Are you more of a cat person? Do you like cats?
No, I love dogs.
Okay.
I like cats. I've never had one. My grandmother used to have one. I had an aunt who was a teenager at the time. I have a young aunt who is maybe 10 years older. I would have a Maine Coon. But no, I'm not doing that litter stuff.
I feel it. Go on your beer run, man. We'll talk. We'll talk more later, bro. I'm about to drop.
Well, anyway, drop. I don't need you to continue the elegy of Ellie, but no. I have a thing for pit bulls now. Pit bull terriers. This dog was an oversized Jack Russell in attitude. Jack Russells tend to be a little skitterish. Surely not a word, but anyway, there will be maybe an hour intermission. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. I know I have gone off into things no one knew that we're sane to talk about. Shout out again to Nightish for being so kind. Shout out again to SKC, who is always welcome, even if we disagree. Shout out to Lou and Dave, Deacon Dave, Free Zone Lou. Certainly, I don't ever, if you come up, we may disagree. And we should sometimes. Sin 7, it is really nice to see you here. Don't count me out. I'm not the crazy old man you think I am. Stormcrow, just lose the laugh and learn some history or listen to your elders. SKC is a great place to start. SKC is the person you need to be trained in your version of whatever it is you think. SKC is the peer, and a very good place. He will give you the good stuff to read, and then you won't shun books. John Strives, always, you're always welcome. Mike, Mike, we should talk later today. I'm literally going to go and recharge the beer. So anyway, this is my closing, and tough guy, I owe you one. I didn't even know, at the time, but you set me in good stead as far as the opening, closing themes. Someone go find Tough Guy and
welcome to the Whoopdew Wop. The Whoopdew Wop is a name. The Whoopdew Wop is a place. The Whoopdew Wop is a thing. The Whoopdew Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoopdew Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoopdew